Perspective www.desarias.com. Archive materials. Central Government. National Archives of India, located in New Delhi. James Rennell as the first Surveyor General of Bengal in 1767. State government records comprise of former British Indian provinces. Princely states which were incorporated in the Indian Union after 1947. The foreign administrations. Kingdom of Lahore, popularly known as Khalsa Darbar. Pre-British Public Archives in India is the Peshwa Daftar Maratha Kingdom. Housed in the Alienation Office, Pune. Rajasthan State Archives at Bikaner. History of princely states. The history of Dogra rule from 1846 in Jammu and Kashmir, housed at Jammu, Gwalior, Indore, Bhopal and Rewa, all archives in Madhya Pradesh. Travancore and Kochi in Kerala, Mysore in Karnataka and Kolhapur in Maharashtra. Three Presidencies Archives of Bombay Presidency, housed in the Maharashtra Secretariat Record Office, Mumbai, are extremely useful in studying the history of Western India. Other European rulers. Dutch records of Kochi and Malabar are in the Madras Record Office, and those of Chinchur are in the State Archives of West Bengal. The French archives of Chandanagar and Pondicherry, now Puducherry, were taken to Paris. The archives of the Danish possessions were also transferred to Copenhagen when the Dutch sold Tranquebar and Serampore to the English East India Company in 1845. The remaining Danish records relating to Tranquebar housed in the Madras Record Office. Judicial records. The records of the Mayor's Court at Bombay, established in 1728, are available in the Maharashtra Secretariat Record Office. Published records. Private archives. Indian National Congress S records are housed in the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library in New Delhi. Foreign repositories. The Archives Nationales, Paris, and the archives of the French Ministries of Foreign Affairs. Colonies and War have records that throw light on the history of French possessions. The British Museum possesses collections of papers of British viceroys, secretaries of states and other high-ranked civil and military officials who were posted in India. The records of the Dutch East India Company is available in Rijksarchief, The Hague, and that of the Danish and Portuguese are kept in Copenhagen and Lisbon, respectively. Biographies, memoirs and travel accounts. www.desarias.com. Mail id, caredesarias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 4. Abbey Dubois, Hindu Manners and Customs. British Travellers. James Burns' narrative of a visit to the court of Sind. Alexander Burns travels into Bukhara. CJC. Davidson, Diary of the Travels and Adventures in Upper India. John Butler, Travels and Adventures in the Province of Assam. Non-British Travellers. Victor Jacquemont, Letters from India describing a journey in the British dominions of India, Tibet, Lahore and Kashmir during the years 1828-1829, 1831. Baron Charles Travels in Kashmir and the Punjab newspapers and journals. First newspaper in India entitled the Bengal Gazette or Calcutta General Advertiser. Calcutta Gazette 17840, Madras Courier 17880, Bombay Herald 17890. The Hindu and Swadesarmitran G. Subramania Iyer, O Kesari and Maratha Bal Gangadhar Tilak, O Bengali Surendranath Banerjee. O Amrita Bazar Patrika, Sisir Kumar Ghosh and Motilal Ghosh, O Sudarat Gopal Krishna Gokhale, O Indian Mirror, N.N. Sen. O Voice of India, Dadabhai Nauroji. O Hindustan and Advocate, G.P. Varma. O The Tribune and Akbar. I am in Punjab, O Indu Prakash, Dienyan Prakash, Kalan Gujarati in Bombay, O Som Prakash Banganivasi and Sadarani in Bengal. O Indian nationalists and revolutionaries living abroad. Published newspapers and journals. Indian sociologist, London, Shyamji Krishnavarma. O Bond Matram, Paris, Madame Karma. O Talwar, Berlin, Virendranath Chattopadhyay. O Godar, San Francisco, Lala Hardale, Oral Evidence. Creative literature. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee 1838–94, Anand Math Sannyasi Revolt of 1760–1882 Rajasimha. His last work. Icharam Sariyaram Desai Hind Ain Britannica Gujarati. Giriya Devi and Ramatirtha Thamil, who wrote Mohanra Rajani 1931 and Dasikalan Mosa Valai 1936 respectively Tamil. G.V. Krishna Rao's Kilabomalu The Puppets 1956 Telugu. Vaikom Muhammad Bashir 1910–1994 Balyakala Sakhi The Childhood Friends 1944 Thakazhi Shiva Sankara Totti Yud Makan Son of a Scavenger 1948 and Cheman Shrimps 1956 Malayalam Painting. Company paintings, also referred as Patna Kalam. Focused on street and bazaar paintings, shows British heroism and British sufferings in India. Relief of Lucknow, painted by Thomas Jones Barker in 1859. In Memoriam by Joseph Noel Paton, recorded in Painting 2 Years of the Revolt of 1857 Kalayat Painting 4 in Calcutta. Abhendranath Tagore started Bengal School of Painting Forts. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 5. Fort Williams Bengal Fort St. George Madras Fort St. Angelo Malabar Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 6. Chapter 2. Major Approaches to the History of Modern India Short Notes Prelims Perspective www.desiriyas.com. Approaches. 1. Colonial Approach 2 Senses. I. The History of the Colonial Countries. E. Works which were influenced by the colonial ideology of domination. Certain characteristics common to most of the works of these historians are the following. I. Orientalist representation of India. E. The opinion that the British brought unity to India. E. The notions of social Darwinism. The English considered themselves superior to the natives, and the fittest to rule. IV. India viewed as a stagnant society which required guidance from the British white man's burden, and V. Establishing Pax Britannica to bring law and order and peace to a bickering too nationalist approach society. Economists Dardar Bhai Naoroji, M.G. Ranade, G.V. Joshi, R.C. Dutta. Nationalists Jawaharlal Nehru, G.K. Gokhale, R.C. Majumdar, A.C. Mazumdar, Patabi Sitaramaiah. 3. Marxist approach. Contradiction between interests of colonial masters and subject people and also internal contradiction between the subject people. Rajnipal Dutta's India Today, first published in 1940 in England, was later published in India in 1947. A.R. Desai's Social Background of Indian Nationalism was first published in 1948. R.P. Dutt's Paradigm Criticism to R.P. Dutta Sumit Sarkar considers Dutta's paradigm as a simplistic version of the Marxian class approach. He looks at the nationalist leaders in the light of intelligentsia, which acts as a kind of proxy for as yet passive social forces with which it had little organic connection. 4. Subaltern approach. Contradiction between interests of elites and subaltern from 1980s. Criticizing Incan nationalist elite leaders' school of thought began Ranjit Guha. 5. Communalist approach. Interests were mutually different and antagonistic to each other of permanent hostile groups, e.g. Hindus and Muslims. 6. Cambridge School. Fundamental contradiction under colonial rule was among the Indians themselves. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 7. It takes the mind or ideals out of human behavior and reduces nationalism to animal politics. 7. Liberal and neoliberal interpretations. Economic exploitation of the colonies was not beneficial to the British people as a whole. India was seen as a source of raw materials and markets, so lot of investments in India was done and not in Britain. hence delayed development of new small industries in Britain. 8. Feminists' approach. Women's role in independence movements. Social atrocities, denial of ownership. The High Caste Hindu Woman, 1887, by Pandita Ramabai, Mother India, 1927, by Catherine Mayo. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 8. Chapter 3. Advent of the Europeans in India. Short notes, prelims plus mains. www.desiriyas.com. 1. The Portuguese in India. 1498. Quest for and discovery of a sea route to India. In 1453, Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks. Red Sea trade route was a state monopoly from which Islamic rulers earned tremendous revenues. Land routes to India were also controlled by the Arabs. 15th century spirit of the Renaissance in Europe. Prosperity also grew, and with it the demand for Oriental luxury goods also increased. Prince Henry of Portugal, who was nicknamed the Navigator. Treaty of Tordesillas 1494. Rulers of Portugal and Spain divided non-Christian world between them by an imaginary line in the Atlantic, some 1,300 miles west of the Cape Verde Islands. Portugal could claim and occupy everything to the east of the line, while Spain could claim everything to the west. From trading to ruling. 1. Vasco da Gama. Arrival of Vasco da Gama, led by a Gujarati pilot named Abdul Majid, at Calicut in May 1498. Ruler of Calicut Zamorin, Samathiri, -1498. Arab traders, who had a good business on the Malabar coast. Participants in the Indian Ocean: Indians, Arabs, Africans from the East Coast, Chinese, Javanese. Pedro Alvarez Cabral to trade for spices, negotiating and establishing a factory at Calicut, where he arrived in September 1500. Vasco da Gama set up a trading factory at Cananore. Calicut, Cananore and Kochi became the important trade centers of the Portuguese. 1. Francisco de Almeida. In 1505, the King of Portugal appointed a governor in India. Francisco de Almeida built fortresses at Anjadiva, Kochi, Cananore and Kilwa. Policy was known as the Blue Water Policy, Cartes system. 1. Alfonso de Albuquerque. Real founder of the Portuguese power in the East. Portuguese strongholds in East Africa, off the Red Sea, at Ormuz, in Malabar, and at Malacca. Sultan of Bijapur became the first bit of Indian territory to be under the Europeans. 1. Nino da Cunha. November 1529. Headquarters shifted from Kochi to Goa. Bahadur Shah of Gujarat promised them a base in Diu. Humayun withdrew from Gujarat in 1536. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 9. Favorable conditions for Portuguese. Gujarat, ruled by the powerful Mahmud Begara 1458-1511, the Portuguese had cannons placed on their ships. Portuguese state. 60 miles of coast around Goa. The Portuguese established military posts and settlements on the east coast at San Tome, in Chennai, and Nagapatnam, in Andhra. Treaties were signed between Goa and the Deccan Sultans in 1570. The Portuguese always had a role to play in the successive battles for the balance of power between Vijayanagara and the Deccan Sultans, between the Deccanists and the Mughals, and between the Mughals and the Marathas. Portuguese administration in India. The Vedor da Fazenda, responsible for revenues and the cargoes and dispatch of fleets. Religious policy of the Portuguese intolerant towards the Muslims, zeal to promote Christianity. Portuguese lose favor with the Mughals. 1608, Captain William Hawkins with his ship Hector reached Surat. Jahangir appointed him as a Mansabdar of 400 at a salary of 30,000 rupees. In November 1612, the English ship Dragon under Captain Best along with a little ship, the Ocienda, successfully fought a Portuguese fleet. Capture of Huli. On the basis of an imperial farman circa 1579, the Portuguese had settled down on a river bank, which was a short distance from Satgaon in Bengal, and later migrated to Hooghly. On June 24, 1632, Hooghly was seized. Bengal governor Qasim Khan. Decline of the Portuguese, emergence of powerful dynasties in Egypt, Persia and North India, and the rise of the turbulent Marathas as their immediate neighbors. Religious policies of the Portuguese gave rise to political fears. Dishonest trade practices earned notoriety as sea pirates. Goa, which remained with the Portuguese, had lost its importance as a port after the fall of the Vijayanagara Empire. Marathas invaded Goa 1683. Rise of Dutuk and English commercial ambitions. Diversion to the west due to the discovery of Brazil. Significance of the Portuguese. Marked the emergence of naval power. Portuguese ships carried cannon. An important military contribution made by the Portuguese onshore was the system of drilling. Groups of infantry, on the Spanish model, introduced in the 1630, masters of improved techniques at sea. 1. The Dutch 1596. Cornelis de Houtman was the first Dutchman to reach Sumatra and Bantam in 1596. www.desirias.com. Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 10. Dutch settlements. The Dutch founded their first factory in Masulipatnam, in Andhra, in 1605. Captured Nagapattam near Madras, Chennai, from the Portuguese and made it their main stronghold in South India. The Dutch established factories on the Coromandel coast, in Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Bengal and Bihar. In 1609, they opened a factory in Palakkad, north of Madras. Their other principal factories in India were at Surat 1616, Bimlapattam 1641, Karaikal 1645, Chinchura 1653, Baranagar, Kasimbazar near Murshidabad, Balasore, Patna, Nagapattam 1658, and Kochi 1663. They carried indigo manufactured in the Yamuna Valley and central India, textiles and silk from Bengal, Gujarat and the Coromandel, saltpeter from Bihar, and opium and rice from the Ganga Valley. Anglo-Dutch rivalry. Serious challenge to the commercial interests of the Dutch by the English. The climax of the enmity between the Dutch and the English in the east was reached at Amboina, a place in present-day Indonesia, which the Dutch had captured from the Portuguese in 1605, where they massacred 10 Englishmen and 9 Japanese in 1623. 1667, Dutch retired from India and moved to Indonesia. They monopolized the trade in black pepper and spices, the most important Indian commodities. The Dutch traded in were silk, cotton, indigo, rice and opium. Decline of the Dutch in India. The Dutch got drawn into the trade of the Malay archipelago. Third Anglo-Dutch War, 1672–74. The retaliation by the English resulted in the defeat of the Dutch, in the Battle of Hooghly. November 1759. Their concerns were trade. Commercial interest lay in the Spice Islands of Indonesia. Battle of Bidara 1759. The English defeated Dutch. 2. The English 1599. Charter of Queen Elizabeth I. Francis Drake's voyage around the world in 1580 and the English victory over the Spanish Armada in 1588. In 1599, merchant adventurers formed a company. On December 31, 1600, Queen Elizabeth I issued a charter with rights of exclusive trading to the company named the Governor and Company of Merchants of London, trading into the East Indies. Progress of the English Company. Foothold in West and South. In 1611, the English had started trading at Masulipatnam on the southeastern coast of India, and later established a factory there in 1616. Establish a factory at Surat under Thomas Aldworth 1613. In 1615, Sir Thomas Roe came as an accredited ambassador of James I to the court of Jahangir. Secure permission to set up factories at Agra, Ahmedabad and Broach. www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum short notes. 11. Bombay had been gifted to King Charles II by the King of Portugal as dowry when Charles married the Portuguese Princess Catherine in 1662. Bombay was given over to the East India Company on an annual payment of £10 only in 1668. Bombay was made the headquarters by shifting the seat of the Western Presidency from Surat to Bombay in 1687. Golden Farman, issued by the Sultan of Golconda in 1632. On a payment of 500 pagodas a year. They earned the privilege of trading freely in the ports of Golconda. The British merchant Francis Day, in 1639 received from the ruler of Chandragiri permission to build a fortified factory at Madras which later became the Fort St. George and replaced Masulapatnam as the headquarters of the English settlements in South India. English extended their trading activities to the east and started factories at Harihapa in the Mahanadi Delta and at Balasore in Odisha in 1633. Foothold in Bengal. Shah Shuja, the Subadar of Bengal in 1651, allowed the English to trade in Bengal in return for an annual payment of 3,000 rupees. Factories in Bengal were started at Hooghly 1651, and other places like Kasimbazar, Patna and Rajmahal. William Hedges, the first agent and governor of the company in Bengal Shayista Khan, the Mughal governor of Bengal in August 1682. The English retaliated by capturing the imperial forts at Thana, modern Garden Reach raiding Haili in East Midnapur and storming the Mughal fortifications at Balasore. English factory was established on February 10, 1691, the day an imperial farman was issued permitting the English to continue contentedly their trade in Bengal, on payment of 3,000 rupees a year in lieu of all dues. In 1698, the English succeeded in getting the permission to buy the zamindari of the three villages of Sutanuti, Gobindapur and Kalikata Kalayat on payment of 1,200 rupees. The fortified settlement was named Fort William in the year 1700 when it also became the seat of the Eastern Presidency Calcutta, with Sir Charles Eyre as its first president. Farrukhsiyar's Farmans. Farrukhsiyar secured three famous farmans Magna Carta, in Bengal, Gujarat and Hyderabad. 1715. Companies' exports and imports are exempted for custom duties except annual payment of 3,000 rupees in Bengal. Issues of Dastax for transportation. East India Company was exempted from the levy of all duties in Surat on annual payment of 10,000. The coins of the company minted at Bombay were to have currency throughout the Mughal Empire. Sir William Norris as its ambassador to the court of Aurangzeb January 1701 to April 1702. Under pressure from the Crown and the Parliament, the two companies were amalgamated in 1708 under the title of United Company of Merchants of England trading to the East Indies. 3. The French 1667. Foundation of French centers in India. www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum short notes. 12. Louis XIV, the king's famous minister Colbert laid the foundation of the Compagnie des Indes Orientales French East India Company. In 1664 the Compagnie des Indes Orientales was granted a 50-year monopoly. In 1667, François Caron headed an expedition to India, setting up a factory in Surat. Makara, a Persian who accompanied Caron, founded another French factory in Masulapatnam in 1669. In 1673 established a township at Chandanagar near Calcutta. Pondicherry, nerve center of French power in India. In 1673, Sher Khan Lodi, the governor of Valakondapuram, under the Bijapur Sultan, François Martin, the director of the Masulapatnam factory. Pondicherry was founded in 1674. And Caron became the French governor. Mahe, Karaikal, Balasore and Kasam Bazar were a few important trading centers of the French East India Company. Early setbacks to the French East India Company. The Dutch captured Pondicherry in 1693. Treaty of Ryswick concluded in September 1697 restored Pondicherry to the French. The Dutch garrison held onto it for 2 more years. François Martin died on December 31, 1706. In 1720, the French company was reorganized as the Perpetual Company of the Indies. The Anglo-French struggle for supremacy, the Carnatic War's background of rivalry. It began with the outbreak of the Austrian War of Succession and ended with the conclusion of the 7 Years' War. First Carnatic War, 1740–48. Carnatic Coromandel Coast and its hinterland. Extension of the Anglo-French War caused by the Austrian War of Succession. France retaliated by seizing Madras in 1746, thus began the First Carnatic War. Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle was signed, bringing the Austrian War of Succession to a conclusion. Madras was handed back to the English, and the French got their territories in North America. The First Carnatic War is remembered for the Battle of St. Thomé, in Madras, on the banks of the river Adayar, fought between the French forces and the forces of Anwar ud-Din, the Nawab of Carnatic, to whom the English appealed for help. Second Carnatic War, 1749–54. The background for the Second Carnatic War was provided by rivalry in India. The opportunity was provided by the death of Nizam-ul-Mulk, the founder of the independent kingdom of Hyderabad, in 1748, and the release of Chanda Sahib, the son-in-law of Dust Ali, the Nawab of Carnatic, by the Marathas. The French supported the claims of Muzaffar Jang and Chanda Sahib in the Deccan and Carnatic, respectively, while the English sided with Nazir Jang and Anwar ud-Din. The combined armies of Muzaffar Jang, Chanda Sahib and the French defeated and killed Anwar ud-Din at the Battle of Amber, near Vellore, in 1749. Muzaffar Jang became the Subadar of Deccan, and Dupleix was appointed governor of all the Mughal territories to the south of the river Krishna. In August 1751, with only a force of 210 men, Robert Clive attacked and captured Arcot. Third Carnatic War, 1758–63. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum Short Notes. 13. In 1758, the French army under Count de Lally captured the English forts of St. David and Vizianagaram in 1758. Battle of Wandiwash. The decisive battle of the Third Carnatic War was won by the English on January 22, 1760 at Wandiwash, or Vandavasi, in Tamil Nadu. Treaty of Peace of Paris, 1763, restored to the French their factories in India. Dutch had already been defeated in the Battle of Bidara in 1759. The victory at Wandiwash left the English East India Company with no European rival in India. Causes for the English success and the French failure. The English company was a private enterprise, with less governmental control over it. The French company, on the other hand, was a state concern. It was controlled and regulated by the French government. The English navy was superior to the French navy. The English held 3 important places, namely, Calcutta, Bombay and Madras, whereas the French had only Pondicherry. The French subordinated their commercial interest to territorial ambition, which made the French company short of funds. The superiority of the commanders in the British camp. 4. The Danes 1620 founded a factory at Tranquebar near Tanjore, on the eastern coast of India. Their principal settlement was at Serampore near Calcutta. Why the English succeeded against other European powers. Structure and nature of the trading companies. English East India Company was controlled by a board of directors whose members were elected annually. Naval superiority. The Royal Navy of Britain was not only the largest, it was most advanced of its times. The victory against the Spanish Armada and against the French at Trafalgar had put the Royal Navy at the peak of the European naval forces. Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution reached other European nations late, and this helped England to maintain its hegemony. Military skill and discipline. British soldiers were a disciplined lot and well trained. Stable government. Lesser zeal for religion. Use of debt market. The world's first central bank, the Bank of England, was established to sell government debt to the money markets on the promise of a decent return on Britain's defeating rival countries. Space for your notes. www.desirias.com. Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 14. Chapter 4 India on the eve of British conquest. Short notes. Prelims plus mains. www.desirias.com. The reign of Aurangzeb 1658-1707 proved to signify the beginning of the end of Mughal rule in India. Muhammad Shah ruled for a long spell of 29 years 1719–48. Challenges before the Mughals. I. External challenges. The northwestern borders had been neglected by the later Mughals. Nadir Shah, the Persian emperor, attacked India in 1738–39, conquered Lahore and defeated the Mughal army at Karnal on February 13, 1739. Apart from the Peacock Throne and the Kohinoor Diamond, 70 crore rupees were collected. Ahmad Shah Abdali, successor of Nadir Shah, in 1757, Abdali captured Delhi. In 1758, Najib-ud-Dawla, Mir Bakshi of the empire and supreme agent of Abdali, was expelled from Delhi by the Maratha chief, Raghunath Rao, who also captured Punjab. In 1761, Abdali defeated the Marathas in the Third Battle of Panipat. I. Weak rulers after Aurangzeb, an internal challenge. Bahadur Shah I 1709 March 1712. Aurangzeb became the emperor, taking the title Bahadur Shah. Kafi Khan gave the title of Shah-i Bekabar to Bahadur Shah. Adopted a pacific policy with the Marathas, the Rajputs and the Jats. Bahadur Shah I died in February 1712. Jahandar Shah, March 1712 to February 1713, he introduced Azara system to improve the financial condition of the empire. Jahandar Shah abolished Jazia. Farrakhsia, 1713–1719. He followed a policy of religious tolerance by abolishing jazia and pilgrimage tax. In 1717 gave farmans to British. In 1719, the Saeed brothers, with the help of Peshwa Balaji Vishwanath, dethroned Farrakhsia. He was blinded and killed. First ever in Mughal history that emperor was killed by nobles. Rafi-ud-Darajat, February 28 to June 4, 1719. Rafi-ud-Dawla, June 6 to September 17, 1719. Saeed brothers gave the title Shah Jahan II Muhammad Shah, 1719–48. Roshan Akhtar, given title Muhammad Shah and Rangila. In 1724, Nizam-ul-Mulk became the wazir and founded the independent state of Hyderabad. In 1739, Nadir Shah defeated the Mughals in the Battle of Karnal. Ahmad Shah, 1748–1754. www.desirias.com. Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 15. Udum Bai, the Queen Mother. Udum Bai, given the title of Qibla-i Alam, Alamgir II, 1754–1758. Ahmed Shah Abdali, the Iranian invader, reached Delhi in January 1757. During his reign, the Battle of Plassey was fought in June 1757. Shah Jahan III, 1758–1759, Shah Alam II, 1759–1806. His reign saw two decisive battles, the Third Battle of Panipat, 1761, and the Battle of Buxar, 1764. Treaty of Allahabad, August 1765. He was taken under the East India Company's protection and resided at Allahabad. He also issued a farman granting to the company in perpetuity the Diwani, the right to collect revenue, of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. Akbar II, 1806–37. He gave the title of Raja to Ramahan Rai. In 1835, the coins bearing the names of Mughal emperors were stopped. Bahadur Shah II, 1837–1857. Bahadur Shah Zafar, the last Mughal emperor. Captured by the English and sent to Rangoon, where he died in 1862. Mughal Empire came to an end on November 1, 1858 with the declaration of Queen Victoria. Causes of decline of Mughal Empire. Empire-related or Mughal-centric view sees the causes of the decline within the structure and functioning of the empire itself. Region-related view finds the causes of Mughal decline in the turmoil and instability in the different parts of the empire. Emperors who came after Aurangzeb proved to be incapable, weak and licentious monarchs who hastened the process of disintegration of the empire and, finally, its collapse. Major factors which contributed to the downfall: shifting allegiance of Zamindars. The Zamindars were hereditary owners of their lands who enjoyed certain privileges on hereditary basis, and were variously known as Ray, Rajas, Thakurs, Kuts or Deshmukhs. They helped in the collection of revenue and in local administration and increased during Aurangzeb's reign. Jagirdari crisis. Mughal rule has often been defined as the rule of the nobility. Divisiveness among the nobility on the basis of religion, homeland and tribe. Mutual rivalry, jealousy and contest for power among the various groups during the rule of the later Mughals, in the absence of a strong central leadership, contributed to the decline of the empire. Rise of regional aspirations. The Rajput struggle against the empire and the growing ambition and power of the Marathas, thus, adversely affected the Mughal economic and administrative problems. The expenditure of the state much exceeded its income. Rise of regional states. Successor states: the Mughal provinces that turned into states after breaking away from the empire. Awadh, Bengal and Hyderabad. Independent kingdoms. These states came into existence primarily due to the destabilization of the Mughal control over the provinces Mysore, Kerala and the Rajput states. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 16. The new states. These were the states set up by the rebels against the Mughal Empire: Maratha, the Sikh, and the Jat states. Survey of regional kingdoms. Hyderabad. The founder of the Asaf Jah House of Hyderabad was Kilich Khan, popularly known as Nizam ul Mulk. The idea of an independent state in the Deccan. Zulfikar Khan. He killed Mubariz Khan in the Battle of Shaka Kheda, 1724. Full-fledged viceroy of the Deccan. In 1725, he became the viceroy and conferred on himself the title of Asaf Jah. Awadh. The founder of the independent Principality of Awadh was Sadiq Khan, popularly known as Burhan ul Mulk. He was succeeded by Safdar Jang as the Nawab of Awadh, Bengal. Murshid Quli Khan was the founder of the independent state of Bengal. Succeeded in 1727 by his son Shuja-ud-Din. His successor, Sarfaraz Khan, was killed in 1740 by Alivardi Khan, the deputy governor of Bihar at Garia. The Rajputs. Mysore. This territory located at the junction of the eastern and western Ghats was ruled by the Wodeyars. Mysore state was brought under the rule of Hyder Ali Kerala. Martanda Varma established an independent state of Kerala with Travancore as his capital. He extended the boundaries of his state, the Jats, from Kanyakumari to Kochi. Churaman and Badan Singh succeeded in setting up the Jat state of Bharatpur. But it was under Suraj Mal that Jat power reached its zenith. State included territories from Ganga in the east to Chambal in the south and included the Sabars of Agra, Mathura, Meerut and Aligarh. The Jat state suffered a decline after the death of Suraj Mal in 1763. The Sikhs. Guru Gobind Singh transformed the Sikhs into a militant sect in defense of their religion and liberties. Banda Bahadur later assumed the leadership of the Sikhs in 1708. 12 miles or confederacies which exercised control over different parts of the kingdom. The credit for establishing a strong kingdom of Punjab goes to Ranjit Singh. He was the son of Mayan Singh, the leader of the Sukachakya Misl. Ranjit Singh brought under control the area extending from the Sutlej to the Jhelum. He conquered Lahore in 1799 and Amritsar in 1802. The Treaty of Amritsar with the British, Ranjit Singh acknowledged the British right over the Cis-Sutlej territories. The Tripartite Treaty in 1838 with Shah Shuja and the English Company, whereby he agreed to provide passage to the British. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 17. Troops through Punjab with a view to placing Shah Shuja on the throne of Kabul. Ranjit Singh died in 1839. The Marathas. Under the capable leadership of the Peshwas, the Marathas uprooted the Mughal authority from Malwa and Gujarat and established their rule. Their authority was challenged by Ahmed Shah Abdali in the Third Battle of Panipat, 1761. Rohilkhand and Farrukhabad. The states of Rohilkhand and the kingdom of the Bangish Parthans were a fallout of the Afghan migration into India. Ali Muhammad Khan set the petty kingdom, Rohilkhand. This was the area of the Himalayan foothills between Kumaon in the north and the Ganga in the south. Muhammad Khan Bangish, an Afghan, set up an independent kingdom to the east of Delhi in the area around Farrukhabad. Nature and limitations of regional states. The polity that emerged in these states was regional in character, and functional with the collaborative support of the different local groups like the zamindars, merchants, local nobles and chieftains. The provincial rulers failed to develop a system based on sound financial, administrative and military organization. The Jagirdari crisis intensified as income from agriculture declined, and the number of contenders for a share of the surplus multiplied. Socio-economic conditions. Agriculture. Though agriculture was technically backward, it was worked by the hard labor of peasants. Trade and industry. India was known as a sink of precious metals. Items of import from the Persian Gulf region: pearls, raw silk, wool, dates, dried fruits, and rosewater. From Arabia, coffee, gold, drugs, and honey. From China, tea, sugar, porcelain, and silk. From Tibet, gold, musk, and woolen cloth. From Africa, ivory and drugs. From Europe, woolen cloth, copper, iron, lead and paper. Items of export: cotton textiles, raw silk and silk fabrics, hardware, indigo, saltpeter, opium, rice, wheat, sugar, pepper and other spices, precious stones, and drugs. Important centers of textile industry: Dhaka, Murshidabad, Patna, Surat, Ahmedabad, Broach, Chanderi, Burhanpur, Jaunpur, Varanasi, Lucknow, Agra, Multan, Lahore, Masulapatnam, Aurangabad, Chikkakol, Vishakhapatnam, Bangalore, Coimbatore, Madurai, etc. Kashmir was a center of woolen manufactures. Shipbuilding industry: Maharashtra, the Andhra region and Bengal were the leaders in shipbuilding. Indian shipping also flourished on the Kerala coast at Calicut and Quilon. The Zamorin of Calicut used the Muslim Kunjali Marika's status of education. The Hindu and Muslim elementary schools were called Pathshalas and Maktabs respectively. The education was confined to reading, writing, and arithmetic. Chatuspathas or tolls, as they were called in Bihar and Bengal, were the centers of higher education. Some of the famous centers for Sanskrit education were Kasi, Varanasi, Tirhut, Mithila, Nadia and Utkala. Madrasas were the institutions of higher learning for Persian and Arabic. Azimabad, Patna, was a famous center for Persian education. Societal setup. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 18. Many castes, many sects. The family system was primarily patriarchal and caste was the central feature of the social life of the Hindus. The Sharif Muslims, consisting of nobles, scholars, priests and army affairs, often looked down upon the Ajthav Muslims or the lower class Muslims. Position of women in society. Upper class women remained at home, lower class women worked in fields and outside their homes, supplementing the family income. Purdah, sati, child marriage, polygamy did exist which hindered the progress of women. Menace of slavery. Higher classes of Rajputs, Khatris and Kayasthas kept women slave for domestic work. Development in art, architecture and culture. At Lucknow, Asaf-ud Daulah built the Badr Imambara in 1784. Sawai Jai Singh built the Pink City of Jaipur and 5 astronomical observatories at Delhi, Jaipur, Banaras, Mathura and Ujjain. He also prepared a set of timetables called Jij Muhammad Shahi, to help the people in the study of astronomy. In the south, in Kerala, the Padmanabhapuram Palace, famous for its architecture and mural paintings. Kanchan Nambiar was a noted Malayalam poet. The Tamil language was enriched by Siddha poetry. Tayumanava, 1706-44, one of the best exponents of Siddha poetry, protested against the abuses of temple rule and the caste system. Heer Ranjha, the romantic epic in Punjabi literature, was composed by Waris Shah. In Sindhi literature, Shah Abdul Latif composed Risalo, a collection of poems. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. Chapter 5 Expansion and Consolidation of British Power in India. 19. Short notes. www.desiriyas.com. 1. The British Imperial History. The First Empire, stretching across the Atlantic towards America and the West Indies, and the Second Empire, beginning around 1783, Peace of Paris, and swinging towards the East, Asia and Africa. The imperial history of Britain started with the conquest of Ireland in the 16th century. 2. Was the British conquest accidental or intentional? John Seeley leads the group which says that the British conquest of India was made blindly, unintentionally and accidentally, and in a fit of absent-mindedness. School of opinion argues that the British came to trade in India and had no desire to acquire territories, or to squander their profits on war waged for territorial expansion. The English, it is argued, were unwillingly drawn into the political turmoil created by the Indians themselves, and were almost forced to acquire territories. The other group says that the British came to India with the clear intention of establishing a large and powerful empire. A desire for quick profits, personal ambitions of individuals, plain avarice and effects of political developments in Europe were some of the factors. B.L. Grover writes, Lord Wellesley resorted to aggressive application of the subsidiary alliance system to extend British dominion in India as a defensive countermeasure against the imperialistic designs of France and Russia. 3. When did the British period begin in India? Some historians regard the year 1740, when the Anglo-French struggle for supremacy in India began in the wake of the War of Austrian Succession in Europe, as the beginning of the British period. Some see the year 1757, when the British defeated the Nawab of Bengal at Plassey, as the designated date. Others regard 1761, the year of the Third Battle of Panipat, when the Marathas were defeated by Ahmad Shah Abdali, as the beginning of this phase of Indian history. 4. Causes of British success in India. Superior arms, military and strategy. The firearms used by the English, which included muskets and cannons, were better than the Indian arms both in speed of firing and in range. Better military discipline and regular salary. A regular system of payment of salaries and a strict regime of discipline were the means by which the English company ensured that the officers and the troops were loyal. Civil discipline and fair selection system. The company officers and troops were given charge on the basis of their reliability and skill and not on hereditary or caste and clan ties. Brilliant leadership and support of second-line leaders. Clive, Warren Hastings, Elphinstone, Monroe, Marquis of Dalhousie, etc., displayed rare qualities of leadership. The English also had the advantage of a long list of secondary leaders like Sir Eyre www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum short notes. 20. Coote. Lord Lake and Arthur Wellesley, who fought not for the leader but for the cause and the glory of their country. Strong financial backup. The income of the company was adequate enough to pay its shareholders handsome dividends, as also to finance the English wars in India. Nationalist pride. The lack of materialistic vision among Indians was also a reason for the success of the English company. 5. British conquest of Bengal. Bengal on the eve of British conquest. Bengal, the richest province of the Mughal Empire, included present-day Bangladesh, and its Nawab had authority over the region constituting present-day states of Bihar and Odisha. Exports from Bengal to Europe consisted of raw products such as saltpeter, rice, indigo, pepper, sugar, silk, cotton textiles, handicrafts, etc. The company paid a sum of 3,000 rupees £350 per annum to the Mughal emperor, who allowed them to trade freely in Bengal. In contrast, the company's exports from Bengal were worth more than £50,000 per annum. The region of Bengal was fortunate enough to escape these challenges. The population of Calcutta rose from 15,000 in 1706 to 100,000 in 1750, and other cities like Dhaka and Murshidabad became highly populous. Between 1757 and 1765, the power gradually got transferred from the Nawabs of Bengal to the British, Alivardi Khan, and the English. In 1741, Alivardi Khan, the deputy governor of Bihar, killed the Nawab of Bengal Sarfaraz Khan in a battle and certified his own position as the new Subadar of Bengal. He died in April 1756 and was succeeded by his grandson, Siraj-ud-Daulah. Challenges before Siraj-ud-Daulah. Internal rivals were added, the threat to Siraj's position from the ever-growing commercial activity of the English company. The Battle of Plassey. Black Hole Tragedy. Siraj-ud-Daulah is believed to have imprisoned 146 English persons who were lodged in a very tiny room, due to which 123 of them died of suffocation. The battle, the arrival of a strong force under the command of Robert Clive, forged a secret alliance with the traitors of the Nawab, Mir Jafar, Rai Durlab, Jagat Seth, an influential banker of Bengal, and Omachand. Under the deal, Mir Jafar was to be made the Nawab, who in turn would reward the company for its services. So the English victory in the Battle of Plassey, June 23, 1757, was decided before the battle was even fought. Siraj-ud-Daulah was captured and murdered by the order of Mir Jafar's son, Miran. Mir Jafar became the Nawab of Bengal. He gave large sums of money plus the zamindari of 24 parganas to the English. The Battle of Plassey had political significance, for it laid the foundation of the British Empire in India. It has been rightly regarded as the starting point of British rule in India. The battle established the military supremacy of the English in Bengal. Mir Qasim and the Treaty of 1760. Mir Qasim, the son-in-law of Mir Jafar, and the company was signed in 1760. Important features of the treaty were as follows. I. Mir Qasim agreed to cede to the company the districts of Burdwan, Midnapur and Chittagong. E. The company would get half of the share in Chunam trade of Sylhet. E. Mir Qasim agreed to pay off the outstanding dues to the company. IV. Mir Qasim promised to pay a sum of rupees 5 lakh towards financing the company's war efforts in southern India. www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum short notes. 21. V. It was agreed that Mir Qasim's enemies were the company's enemies, and his friends, the company's friends. Vi. It was agreed that tenants of the Nawab's territory would not be allowed to settle in the lands of the company, and vice versa. A pension of 1,500 rupees per annum was fixed for Mir Jafar. Mir Qasim shifted the capital from Murshidabad to Munger in Bihar. The move was taken to allow a safe distance from the company at Calcutta. His other important steps were reorganizing the bureaucracy. The Battle of Buxar. By an imperial farman, the English company had obtained the right to trade in Bengal without paying transit dues or tolls. The combined armies of Mir Qasim, the Nawab of Awadh and Shah Alam II were defeated by the English forces under Major Hector Munro at Buxar on October 22, 1764 in a closely contested battle. The victory made the English a great power in northern India and contenders for the supremacy over the whole country. After the battle, Mir Jafar, who was made Nawab in 1763, agreed to hand over the districts of Midnapore, Burdwan and Chittagong to the English for the maintenance of their army. The Treaty of Allahabad. Robert Clive concluded two important treaties at Allahabad in August 1765, one with the Nawab of Awadh and the other with the Mughal Emperor, Shah Alam II. Nawab Shuja-ud-Daulah agreed to I. Surrender Allahabad and Kara to Emperor Shah Alam II, e. Pay 50 lakh rupees to the company as war indemnity and e. Give Balwant Singh, Zamindar of Benares, full possession of his estate. Shah Alam II agreed to I. Reside at Allahabad, to be ceded to him by the Nawab of Awadh, under the company's protection. E. Issue a farman granting the Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa to the East India Company in lieu of an annual payment of 26 lakh rupees, and e. a provision of 53 lakh rupees to the company in return for Nizamat functions military, defense, police, and administration of justice of the said provinces. Dual government in Bengal, 1765–72. Robert Clive introduced the dual system of government, i.e., the rule of the two, the company and the Nawab, in Bengal, in which both the Diwani, i.e., collecting revenues, and Nizamat, i.e., police and judicial functions, came under the control of the company. The company exercised Diwani rights as the Diwan and the Nizamat rights through its right to nominate the deputy Subadar. The company acquired the Diwani functions from the emperor and Nizamat functions from the Subadar of Bengal. The dual system led to an administrative breakdown and proved disastrous for the people of Bengal. 6. Mysore's resistance to the company. The Wodeyar-Mysore dynasty. The Battle of Talikota, 1565, gave a deadly blow to the great kingdom of Vijayanagara. In 1612, a Hindu kingdom under the Wodeyars emerged in the region of Mysore. Chikka Krishnaraja Wodeyar II ruled from 1734 to 1766. Mysore emerged as a formidable power under the leadership of Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. Rise of Hyder Ali. Hyder Ali became the de facto ruler of Mysore in 1761. He realized that the French-trained Nizami army could be silenced only by an effective artillery. Hyder Ali took the help of the French to set up an arms factory at Dindigul, now in Tamil Nadu, and also introduced Western methods of training for his army. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 22. With his superior military skill he captured Dod Balapur, Sarar, Bednor and Hoskote in 1761–63. And brought to submission the troublesome Polygars of South India, in what is now Tamil Nadu. Recovering from the defeat at Panipat, the Marathas under Madhavrao attacked Mysore, and defeated Hyder Ali in 1764, 1766, and 1771. And recovered all the territories during 1774–76. First Anglo-Mysore War, 1767–69. The Nizam, the Marathas, and the English allied together against Hyder Ali. English conclude a treaty with Hyder on April 4, 1769, Treaty of Madras. The treaty provided for the exchange of prisoners and mutual restitution of conquests. Hyder Ali was promised the help of the English in case he was attacked by any other power. Second Anglo-Mysore War, 1780–84. Hyder considered the English attempt to capture Mahé a direct challenge to his authority. Hyder forged an anti-English alliance with the Marathas and the Nizam. He followed it up by an attack in the Carnatic, capturing Arcot, and defeating the English army. Under Colonel Bailey in 1781. Hyder faced the English boldly only to suffer a defeat at Porto Novo in November 1781. Fed up with an inconclusive war, both sides opted for peace, negotiating the Treaty of Mangalore. March 1784, under which each party gave back the territories it had taken from the other. Hyder Ali died of cancer on December 7, 1782. Third Anglo-Mysore War. In April 1790, Tipu declared war against Travancore for the restoration of his rights. In 1790, Tipu defeated the English under General Meadows. In 1791, Cornwallis took the leadership and at the head of a large army marched through Amba and Vellore to Bangalore, captured in March 1791, and from there to Seringapatam. Treaty of Seringapatam. Under this Treaty of 1792, nearly half of the Mysorean territory was taken over by the victors. Baramahal, Dindigul and Malabar went to the English, while the Marathas got the regions surrounding the Tungabhadra and its tributaries, and the Nizam acquired the areas from the Krishna to beyond the Pennar. Besides, a war damage of 3 crore rupees was also taken from Tipu. Fourth Anglo-Mysore War. In 1798, Lord Wellesley succeeded Sir John Shaw as the new Governor-General. The war began on April 17, 1799 and ended on May 4, 1799 with the fall of Seringapatam. Tipu was defeated first by English General Stuart and then by General Harris. The English were again helped by the Marathas and the Nizam. The Marathas had been promised half of the territory of Tipu, and the Nizam had already signed the subsidiary alliance. Mysore after Tipu. Wellesley offered Sunda and Harponali districts of Mysore Kingdom to the Marathas, which the latter refused. The Nizam was given the districts of Guti and Guramkonda. The English took possession of Kanara, Wayanad, Coimbatore, Dwarapuram and Seringapatam. The new state of Mysore was handed over to the old Hindu dynasty, Wodyars, under a minor ruler Krishnaraja III, who accepted the subsidiary alliance. In 1831, William Bentinck took control of Mysore on grounds of misgovernance. In 1881, Lord Ripon restored the kingdom to its ruler. 7. Anglo-Maratha struggle for supremacy. Rise of the Marathas. Bajirao I, 1720–40, considered greatest of all the Peshwas, had started a confederacy of rapidly expanding Maratha power, and to some extent appeased the Kshatriya section of the Marathas. Peshwas were Brahmins, led by the Senapati Dabodi. The Maratha families which emerged prominent were I. the Gaikwad of Baroda, E. the Bonsal of Nagpur, E. the Hokers of Indore, IV. the Scindias of Gwalior, and V. the Peshwa of Pune. The defeat at Panipat and later the death of the young Peshwa, Madhavrao I, in 1772, weakened the control of the Peshwas over the Confederacy. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Entry of the English into Maratha politics. 23. The English in Bombay wanted to establish a government on the lines of the arrangement made by Clive in Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. First Anglo-Maratha War, 1775–82. After the death of Madhavrao in 1772, his brother Narayanrao succeeded him as the fifth Peshwa. Treaties of Surat and Puranda. Raghunathrao, unwilling to give up his position in power, sought help from the English at Bombay and signed the Treaty of Surat in 1775. Under the treaty, Raghunathrao ceded the territories of Salsett and Bassein to the English along with a portion of the revenues from Surat and Bharuch districts. In return, the English were to provide Raghunathrao with 2,500 soldiers. The British Calcutta Council condemned the Treaty of Surat 1775 and sent Colonel Upton to Pune to annul it and make a new treaty, Treaty of Purandar, 1776, with the Regency renouncing Raghunath and promising him a pension. The Bombay government rejected this and gave refuge to Raghunath. In 1777, Nana Fadnavis violated his treaty with the Calcutta Council by granting the French a port on the west coast. Mahaji lured the English army into the Ghats mountain passes near Talegaon and trapped the English from all sides and attacked the English supply base at Khopoli. The Marathas also utilized a scorched earth policy, burning farmland and poisoning wells. As the English surrendered by mid-January 1779 and signed the Treaty of Wadgaon that forced the Bombay government to relinquish all territories acquired by the English since 1775. Treaty of Salbai, 1782, end of the first phase of the struggle. Warren Hastings, the Governor-General in Bengal, rejected the Treaty of Wadgaon and under Colonel Goddard, who captured Ahmedabad in February 1779, and Bassein in December 1780. Another Bengal detachment led by Captain Popham captured Gwalior in August 1780. In February 1781, the English, under General Camac, finally defeated Scindia at Sipri. Scindia proposed a new treaty between the Peshwa and the English, and the Treaty of Salbai was signed in May 1782. It was ratified by Hastings in June 1782 and by Fadnavis in February 1783. The treaty guaranteed peace between the two sides for 20 years. The main provisions of the Treaty of Salbai were: I. Salsette should continue in the possession of the English. E. The whole of the territory conquered since the Treaty of Purandar, 1776, including Bassein, should be restored to the Marathas. E. In Gujarat, Fateh Singh Gaikwad should remain in possession of the territory which he had before the war and should serve the Peshwa as before. IV. The English should not offer any further support to Raghunath Rao and the Peshwa should grant him a maintenance allowance. V. Hyder Ali should return all the territory taken from the English and the Nawab of Arcot. Vi. The English should enjoy the privileges at trade as before. VII. The Peshwa should not support any other European nation. VIII. The Peshwa and the English should undertake that their several allies should remain at peace with one another. Ix. Mahaji Scindia should be the mutual guarantor for the proper observance of the terms of the treaty. Second Anglo-Maratha War, 1803–1805. The death of Nana Fadnavis in 1800 gave the British an added advantage. On October 25, 1802, Jaswant defeated the armies of the Peshwa and Scindia decisively at Hadaspar near Pune and placed Vinayak Rao, son of Amrit Rao, on the Peshwa's seat. A terrified Bajirao II fled to Bassein on December 31, 1802, Treaty of Bassein, 1802. Under the treaty, the Peshwa agreed. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 24. I. To receive from the company a native infantry consisting of not less than 6,000 troops with the usual proportion of field artillery and European artillery men attached, to be permanently stationed in his territories. E. To cede to the company territories yielding an income of 26 lakh rupees. E. To surrender the city of Surat. IV. To give up all claims for Chauth on the Nizam's dominions. V. To accept the company's arbitration in all differences between him and the Nizam or the Gaikwad. Vi. Not to keep in his employment Europeans of any nation at war with the English. And VII. To subject his relations with other states to the control of the English. VIII. Defeat of Bonsal, December 17, 1803, Treaty of Devgaon. Defeat of Scindia, December 30, 1803, Treaty of Surajanjangaran, and Defeat of Holkar, 1806, Treaty of Rajpurgat. Treaty was signed by a Peshwa who lacked political authority, but the gains made by the English were immense. The treaty gave the English the key to India, Third Anglo-Maratha War 1817-19. By the Charter Act of 1813, the East India Company's monopoly of trade in China, except tea, ended. Bajirao II made a last bid in 1817 by rallying together the Maratha chiefs against the English in course of the Third Anglo-Maratha War. The Peshwa attacked the British residency at Pune. Appa Sahib of Nagpur attacked the residency at Nagpur. The Peshwa was defeated at Khurki, Bonsal at Sitabudi, and Holkar at Mahidpur. Important treaties were signed. These were I. June 1817, Treaty of Pune, with Peshwa. E. November 1817, Treaty of Gwalior, with Scindia. E. January 1818, Treaty of Mandsaur, with Holkar. In June 1818, the Peshwa finally surrendered and the Maratha Confederacy was dissolved. The Peshwaship was abolished. Peshwa Bajirao became a British retainer at Bitha near Kanpur. Pratap Singh made ruler of Satara, formed out of the Peshwa's dominions. Why the Marathas lost. Inept leadership. The later Maratha leaders Bajirao II, Daulatrao Scindia and Jaswantrao Holkar were worthless and selfish leaders. Defective nature of Maratha state. The cohesion of the people of the Maratha state was not organic but artificial and accidental, and hence precarious. Loose political setup. The lack of a cooperative spirit among the Maratha chiefs proved detrimental to the Maratha state. Inferior military system. Though full of personal prowess and valor, the Marathas were inferior to the English in organization of the forces, in war weapons, in disciplined action and in effective leadership. Unstable economic policy. The Maratha leadership failed to evolve a stable economic policy. Superior English diplomacy and espionage. The English had better diplomatic skill to win allies and isolate the enemy. Progressive English outlook. The English were rejuvenated by the forces of Renaissance. The English attacked a divided house, which started crumbling after a few pushes. 8. Conquest of Sindh. Rise of Talpura's emirs. Prior to the rule of Talpura's emirs, Sindh was ruled by the Kallara chiefs. In 1758, an English factory was built at Thatta, owing to a parwana given by the Kallara prince, Ghulam Shah. In 1761, Ghulam Shah, on the arrival of an English resident in his court, not only ratified the earlier treaty, but also excluded other Europeans from trading there. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. This advantage was enjoyed by the English up to 1775. 25. In the 1770s, a Baloch tribe called Talpuras descended from the hills and settled in the plains of Sindh. In 1783, the Talpuras, under the leadership of Mir Fateh Ali Khan, established complete hold over Sindh. They conquered Amarkot from the Raja of Jodhpur, Karachi from the chief of Luz, Shaikarpur and Bucca from the Afghans. Gradual ascendancy over Sindh under the influence of Tipu Sultan and the jealousy of the local traders, aided by the anti-British party at Hyderabad. Sindh. The Emir in October 1800, ordered the British agent to quit Sindh within 10 days. Treaty of Eternal Friendship. I. Metcalfe was sent to Lahore, Elphinstone to Kabul and Malcolm to Tehran. E. After professing eternal friendship, both sides agreed to exclude the French from Sindh and to exchange agents at each other's court. E. The treaty was renewed in 1820 with the addition of an article excluding the Americans and resolving some border disputes on the side of Kutch after the final defeat of the Maratha Confederacy in 1818. Treaty of 1832. In 1832, William Bentinck sent Colonel Pottinger to Sindh to sign a treaty with the emirs. The provisions of the treaty were as follows. I. Free passage through Sindh would be allowed to the English traders and travelers and the use of Indus for trading purposes. However, no warships would ply, nor any materials for war would be carried. E. No English merchant would settle down in Sindh, and passports would be needed for travelers. Tariff rates could be altered by the emirs if found high, and no military dues or tolls would be demanded. IV. The emirs would work with the Raja of Jodhpur to put down the robbers of Kutch. V. The old treaties were confirmed and the parties would not be jealous of each other. Lord Auckland and Sindh. Lord Auckland, who became the Governor-General in 1836. Tripartite Treaty of 1838. The company persuaded Ranjit Singh to sign a tripartite treaty in June 1838, agreeing to British mediation in his disputes with the emirs, and then made Emperor Shah Shuja give up his sovereign rights on Sindh, provided the arrears of tribute were paid. Sindh accepts subsidiary alliance. 1839 BL. Grover writes, under threat of superior force, the emirs accepted a treaty in February 1839 by which a British subsidiary force had to be stationed at Shikarpur and Bucca, and the emirs of Sindh were to pay 3 lakh rupees annually for the maintenance of the company's troops. Capitulation of Sindh. The First Anglo-Afghan War 1839-42 fought on the soil of Sindh. The whole of Sindh capitulated within a short time, and the emirs were made captives and banished from Sindh. In 1843, under Governor-General Ellenborough, Sindh was merged into the British Empire and Charles Napier was appointed its first governor. Criticisms of the conquest of Sindh. In the instance of the First Afghan War, the English suffered terribly at the hands of the Afghans, with a corresponding loss of prestige. To compensate for this, they annexed Sindh, which prompted Elphinstone to comment, coming from Afghanistan it put one in mind of a bully who has been knocked in the street and went home to beat his wife in revenge. 9. Conquest of Punjab. Consolidation of Punjab under the Sikhs. In 1715, Banda Bahadur was defeated by Farrukhsiyar and put to death in 1716. Thus the Sikh polity, once again, became leaderless and later got divided into 2 groups, Bandai, liberal, and Tat Khalsa, orthodox. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 26. In 1784 Kapoor Singh Faisalapuriya organized the Sikhs under Dal Khalsa, with the objective of uniting followers of Sikhism, politically, culturally and economically. The whole body of the Khalsa was formed into 2 sections, Buddha Dal, the army of the veterans, and Taruna Dal, the army of the young. The Sikhs consolidated in Misl is an Arabic word which means equal or alike. Another meaning of Misl is state. Sukarchakia Misl and Ranjit Singh. At the time of the birth of Ranjit Singh, November 2, 1780, there were 12 important miles: Aluwalia, Bangi, Dalawalia, Faisalapuriya, Kanhaya, Kraurasinghia, Nakai, Nishaniya, Falakia, Ramgaria, Sukarchakia, and Shahid. The central administration of a Misl was based on Gurumata Sang. In 1799, Ranjit Singh was appointed as the governor of Lahore by Zaman Shah, the ruler of Afghanistan. In 1805, Ranjit Singh acquired Jammu and Amritsar and thus the political capital, Lahore, and religious capital, Amritsar, of Punjab came under the rule of Ranjit Singh. Ranjit Singh and the English. The Napoleonic danger receded and the English became more assertive. Ranjit Singh agreed to sign the Treaty of Amritsar, April 25, 1809, with the company. Treaty of Amritsar. It checked one of the most cherished ambitions of Ranjit Singh to extend his rule over the entire Sikh nation by accepting the river Sutlej as the boundary line for his dominions and the company's. Now he directed his energies towards the west and captured Multan 1818, Kashmir 1819, and Peshawar 1834. In June 1838, Ranjit Singh was compelled by political compulsions to sign the tripartite treaty with the English Punjab after Ranjit Singh. Beginning of court factions. Discontent was growing among the troops as a result of irregularity of payment. The appointment of unworthy officers led to indiscipline. These marches resulted in commotion and economic dislocation in Punjab. Rani Jindal and Dalip Singh, a minor son of Ranjit Singh, was proclaimed the Maharaja with Rani Jindal as regent and Hira Singh Dogra as wazir. First Anglo-Sikh War 1845–46. The causes were as follows. The anarchy in the Lahore kingdom following the death of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, resulting in a power struggle for domination between the court at Lahore and the ever-powerful and increasingly local army. Suspicions amongst the Sikh army arising from English military campaigns to achieve the annexation of Gwalior and Sindh in 1841 and the campaign in Afghanistan in 1842, and the increase in the number of English troops being stationed near the border with the Lahore kingdom. The war began in December 1845 with 20,000 to 30,000 troops in the British side, while the Sikhs had about 50,000 men. Treachery of Lal Singh and Teja Singh caused 5 successive defeats to the Sikhs at Mudki, December 18, 1845, Feroz Shah, December 21 to 22, 1845, Budalwal, Aliwal, January 28, 1846, and at Sabran, February 10, 1846. Lahore fell to the British forces on February 20, 1846 without a fight. Treaty of Lahore, March 8, 1846. The end of the First Anglo-Sikh War forced the Sikhs to sign a humiliating treaty on March 8, 1846. The main features of the Treaty of Lahore were as follows. War indemnity of more than 1 crore of rupees was to be given to the English. The Jalandhar Doab between the Bees and the Sutlej was annexed to the company's dominions. A British resident was to be established at Lahore under Henry Lawrence. The strength of the Sikh army was reduced. Dalip Singh was recognized as the ruler under Rani Jindal as regent and Lal Singh as wazir. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 27. Since the Sikhs were not able to pay the entire war indemnity, Kashmir including Jammu was sold to Gulab Singh and he was required to pay rupees 75 lakh to the company as the price. The transfer of Kashmir to Gulab Singh was formalized by a separate treaty on March 16, 1846. Treaty of Bairol. The Sikhs were not satisfied with the Treaty of Lahore over the issue of Kashmir, so they rebelled. In December 1846, the Treaty of Bairol was signed. According to the provisions of this treaty, Rani Jindal was removed as regent and a council of regency for Punjab was set up. The council consisted of 8 Sikh Sardars presided over by the English resident, Henry Lawrence. Second Anglo-Sikh War 1848–49. Sher Singh was sent to suppress the revolt, but he himself joined Mulraj, leading to a mass uprising in Multan. This could be considered as the immediate cause of the war. 3 important battles were fought before the final annexation of Punjab. These 3 battles were Battle of Ramnagar, led by Sir Hugh Gough, the commander-in-chief of the company. Battle of Chilhanwala, January 1849. Battle of Gujarat, February 21, 1849. The Sikh army surrendered at Rawalpindi, and their Afghan allies were chased out of India. At the end of the war came surrender of the Sikh army and Sher Singh in 1849. Annexation of Punjab, and for his services the Earl of Dalhousie was given the thanks of the British Parliament and a promotion in the peerage, as Marquess. Setting up of a 3-member board to govern Punjab, comprising of the Lawrence brothers, Henry and John, and Charles Mansell. In 1853 John Lawrence became the first Chief Commissioner. Significance of the Anglo-Sikh Wars. The Anglo-Sikh Wars gave the 2 sides a mutual respect for each other's fighting prowess. 10. Extension of British paramountcy through administrative policy. The process of imperial expansion and consolidation of British paramountcy was carried on by the company during the 1757–1857 period through a 2-fold method. A policy of annexation by conquest or war, and B policy of annexation by diplomacy and administrative mechanisms. The policy of ring fence. Warren Hastings followed a policy of ring fence which aimed at creating buffer zones to defend the company's frontiers. This policy of Warren Hastings was reflected in his war against the Marathas and Mysore. The states brought under the ring fence system were assured of military assistance against external aggression, but at their own expense. Wellesley's policy of subsidiary alliance was, in fact, an extension of the ring fence system which sought to reduce the Indian states into a position of dependence on the British government. Subsidiary alliance. The subsidiary alliance system was used by Lord Wellesley, who was Governor-General from 1798–1805. Under the system, the allying Indian states' ruler was compelled to accept the permanent stationing of a British force within his territory and to pay a subsidy for its maintenance. The Indian ruler had to agree to the posting of a British resident in his court. Under the system, the Indian ruler could not employ any European in his service without the prior approval of the British. Nor could he negotiate with any other Indian ruler without consulting the Governor-General. In return for all this, the British would defend the ruler from his enemies and adopt a policy of non-interference in the internal matters of the allied state. Evolution and perfection. It was probably Dupleix who first gave on hire, so to say, European troops to Indian rulers to fight their wars. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 28. The first Indian state to fall into this protection trap, which anticipated the subsidiary alliance system, was Awadh, which in 1765 signed a treaty under which the company pledged to defend the frontiers of Awadh. It was in 1787 that the company insisted that the subsidiary state should not have foreign relations. This was included in the treaty with the Nawab of Carnatic, which Cornwallis signed in February 1787. Stages of application of subsidiary alliance. I. The first stage, the company offered to help a friendly Indian state with its troops to fight any war the state might be engaged in. E. The second stage consisted of making a common cause with the Indian state now made friendly and taking the field with its own soldiers and those of the state. E. The third stage, when the Indian ally was asked not for men but for money. The company promised that it would recruit, train, and maintain a fixed number of soldiers under British officers, and that the contingent would be available to the ruler for his personal and family's protection as also for keeping out aggressors, all for a fixed sum of money. IV. In the fourth or the last stage, the money or the protection fee was fixed, usually at a high level. When the state failed to pay the money in time, it was asked to cede certain parts of its territories to the company in lieu of payment. States which accepted alliance. The Indian princes who accepted the subsidiary system were the Nizam of Hyderabad September 1798 and 1800, the ruler of Mysore 1799, the ruler of Tanjore October 1799, the Nawab of Awadh November 1801, the Peshwa December 1801, the Bonsal Raja of Berar December 1803, the Scindia February 1804, the Rajput states of Jodhpur, Jaipur, Mussoorie, Bundi and the ruler of Bharatpur 1818. The Hokas were the last Maratha confederation to accept the subsidiary alliance in 1818. Doctrine of lapse. In simple terms, the doctrine stated that the adopted son could be the heir to his foster father's private property, but not the state. It was for the paramount power, the British, to decide whether to bestow the state on the adopted son or to annex it. Though this policy is attributed to Lord Dalhousie 1848–56, he was not its originator. 7 states were annexed under the doctrine of lapse: Satara 1848, Jhansi and Nagpur 1854. The other small states included Jaitpur, Bundelkhand, Sambalpur, Orissa, and Bhagat, Madhya Pradesh. Lord Dalhousie annexed Awadh in 1856–11. Relations of British India with neighbouring countries. Anglo-Bhutanese relations. In 1865, the Bhutanese were forced to surrender the passes in return for an annual subsidy. It was the surrendered district which became a productive area with tea gardens. Anglo-Nepalese relations. In 1801, the English annexed Gorakhpur, which brought the Gorkhas' boundary and the company's boundary together. The conflict started due to the Gorkhas' capture of Butwal and Shiraj in the period of Lord Hastings 1813–23. The war ended in the Treaty of Sagauli, 1816, which was in favor of the British. As per the treaty, Nepal accepted a British resident. Nepal ceded the districts of Garhwal and Kumaon, and abandoned claims to Terai. Nepal also withdrew from Sikkim. This agreement brought many advantages to the British. The British Empire now reached the Himalayas. It got better facilities for trade with Central Asia. It acquired sites for hill stations, such as Shimla, Mussoorie and Nainital, and IV. The Gorkhas joined the British Indian Army in large numbers. Anglo-Burmese relations. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 29. The expansionist urges of the British, fueled by the lure of the forest resources of Burma. Market for British manufactures in Burma. First Burma War 1824–26. The first war with Burma was fought when the Burmese expansion westwards and occupation of Arakan and Manipur, and the threat to Assam and the Brahmaputra Valley. The British Expeditionary Forces occupied Rangoon in May 1824 and reached within 72 kilometers of the capital at Ava. Peace was established in 1826 with the Treaty of Yandabo, which provided that the government of Burma pay ₹1 crore as war compensation. Cede its coastal provinces of Arakan and Tenasserim. Abandon claims on Assam, Kashgar and Jaintia. IV. Recognize Manipur as an independent state, negotiate a commercial treaty with Britain. And v. Accept a British resident at Ava, while posting a Burmese envoy at Calcutta. Second Burma War 1852. The Second War was the result of the British commercial need and the imperialist policy of Lord Dalhousie. The British merchants were keen to get hold of timber resources of Upper Burma and also sought further inroads into the Burmese market. Third Burma War 1885. A humiliating fine had been imposed on a British timber company by Thibaw Dufferin ordered the invasion and final annexation of Upper Burma in 1885. Anglo-Tibetan relations. Tibet was ruled by a theocracy of Buddhist monks, lamas, under nominal suzerainty of China. Treaty of Lhasa, 1904. Young husband dictated terms to the Tibetan officials which provided that Tibet would pay an indemnity of 75 lakh rupees at the rate of 1 lakh rupees per annum. As a security for payment, the Indian government would occupy the Chumbi Valley territory between Bhutan and Sikkim for 75 years. Tibet would respect the frontier of Sikkim. IV. Trade marts would be opened at Yatung, Gyantse, Gartik, and v. Tibet would not grant any concession for railways, roads, telegraph, etc., to any foreign state, but give Great Britain some control over foreign affairs of Tibet. Vi. The treaty was revised, reducing the indemnity from 75 lakh rupees to 25 lakh rupees and providing for evacuation of Chumbi Valley after 3 years. Significance only China gained in the end out of the whole affair because the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907. Anglo-Afghan relations. Treaty of Turcomanchai 1828. Passes of the northwest seemed to hold the key to enter India. The need was felt for Afghanistan to be under control of a ruler friendly to the British. Forward policy of Auckland, who came to India as the Governor-General in 1836, advocated a forward policy. This implied that the company government in India itself had to take initiatives to protect the boundary of British India. A tripartite treaty 1838 was entered into by the British, Sikhs and Shah Shuja. The treaty provided that Shah Shuja be enthroned with the armed help of the Sikhs, the company remaining in The background, jingling the money bag. E. Shah Shuja conduct foreign affairs with the advice of the Sikhs and the British. E. Shah Shuja give up his sovereign rights over emirs of Sindh in return for a large sum of money. IV. Shah Shuja recognized the Sikh ruler, Maharaja Ranjit Singh's claims over the Afghan territories on the right bank of the river Indus. First Anglo-Afghan War 1839–1842, the British decided to go ahead with their forward policy. This resulted in the First Afghan War 1839. The British intention was to establish a permanent barrier against schemes of aggression from the northwest. The British were compelled to sign a treaty 1841 with the Afghan chiefs by which they agreed to evacuate Afghanistan and www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 30. Restore Dost Muhammad. The First Afghan War cost India 1.5 crore rupees and nearly 20,000 men. John Lawrence and the policy of masterly inactivity. Lawrence's policy rested on the fulfillment of two conditions: I. That the peace at the frontier was not disturbed, and E. That no candidate in civil war sought foreign help. Lytton and the policy of Proud Reserve. Lytton, a nominee of the Conservative government under Benjamin Disraeli (1874–80), became the Viceroy of India in 1876. He started a new foreign policy of Proud Reserve, which was aimed at having scientific frontiers and safeguarding spheres of influence. Second Anglo-Afghan War 1870–80, Sher Ali fled in face of the British invasion, and the Treaty of Gandamak May 1879 was signed with Yaqub Khan, the eldest son of Sher Ali. Treaty of Gandamak May 1879. The treaty signed after the Second Anglo-Afghan War provided that I. The Emir conduct his foreign policy with the advice of Government of India. E. A permanent British resident be stationed at Kabul, and E. The Government of India give Emir all support against foreign aggression, and an annual subsidy. British India and the Northwest Frontier. A compromise was finally reached by drawing a boundary line known as Durand Line between Afghan and British territories. Curzon, the viceroy between 1899 and 1905, followed a policy of withdrawal and concentration. He created the Northwest Frontier Province (NWFP) directly under the government of India. In January 1932, it was announced that the NWFP was to be constituted as a governor's province. Since 1947, the province belongs to Pakistan. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 31. Join our Telegram page for latest notes, https://t.me/desiriyas. Chapter 6 People's Resistance Against British Before 1857. Short Notes www.desiriyas.com. People's resistance, meaning the peasants, artisans, tribals, ruling classes, active or dispossessed military personnel, those under the company, as well as the demobilized soldiers of ex-rulers, religious leaders, Hindu and Muslim, etc., fought for the protection of their interests, at times separately and at times together. The agitation in Benares in 1810 against a house tax imposed by the colonial government, the Surat riots in 1814 against the salt duty, the rising in Bareilly in 1816 against police tax and municipal taxes, are some examples of urban movements. According to Bipin Chandra, people's resistance took three broad forms: civil rebellions, tribal uprisings and peasant movements. Military revolts as a form of people's resistance, which involved Indians employed in the company's forces, is also considered. Genesis of people's resistance. Causative factors for people's uprisings. The major factors responsible for the people's resentment and uprisings against the company rule are as follows. I. Colonial land revenue settlements, heavy burden of new taxes, eviction of peasants from their lands, and encroachments on tribal lands. Exploitation in rural society coupled with the growth of intermediary revenue collectors, tenants and moneylenders. E. Expansion of revenue administration over tribal lands leading to the loss of tribal peoples. Holdover agricultural and forest land. E. Promotion of British manufactured goods, heavy duties on Indian industries, especially export duties, leading to devastation of Indian handloom and handicraft industries. IV. Destruction of indigenous industry leading to migration of workers from industry to agriculture, increasing the pressure on land agriculture. Civil uprisings. The word civil encompasses everything which is not related to defense military. Major causes of civil uprisings. I. Under the company rule, there were rapid changes in the economy, administration and land revenue system that went against the people. E. Several Zamindars and Polygars who had lost control over their land and its revenues due to the colonial rule, had personal scores to settle with the new rulers. E. The ego of traditional Zamindars and Polygars washer due to being sidelined in rank by government officials and a new class comprising of merchants and money lender. IV. The ruin of Indian handicraft industries due to colonial policies impoverished millions of artisans whose misery was further compounded by the disappearance of the traditional patrons and buyers, princes, chieftains, and zamindars. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 32. V. The priestly classes instigated hatred and rebellion against alien rule, because the religious preachers, priests, pundits, Maulvis, etc., had been dependent on the traditional landed and bureaucratic elite. The fall of Zamindars and feudal lords directly affected the priestly class. Vi. The foreign character of the British rulers, who always remained alien to this land, and their contemptuous treatment of the native people hurt the pride of the latter. General characteristics of civil uprisings represented common conditions, though separated in time and place. Important civil uprisings. I. Sannyasi Revolt 1763–1800. A group of sannyasis in eastern India to fight the British Yokathi raided company factories and the treasuries, and fought the company's forces. Sometimes referred to as the Fakir Rebellion. Majnum Shah or Majnu Shah, Chirag Ali, Musa Shah, Bhawani Pathak and Debi Chaudhurani were important leaders. Debi Chaudhurani's participation recognizes the women's role in early resistances against the British. Anandamath, a semi-historical novel by Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, is based on the Sannyasi Revolt. Bankim Chandra also wrote a novel, Devi Chaudhurani, E. Revolt in Midnapore and Dalvam 1766–74. The English took hold of Midnapore in 1760. The Zamindars of Dalvam, Manvam, Raipur, Panchet, Jatabuni, Karnagar, and Bagri, living in the vast tract of jungle mahals of west and northwest Midnapore, were ultimately dispossessed of their zamindaries by 1800s. The important leaders of the uprisings were Damodar Singh and Jagannath Dal. E. Revolt of Mohammadiyas 1769–99. The revolt of the Mohammadiyas in 1769 was a potent challenge to the authority of Ahom kings of Assam. The Mohammadiyas were low-caste peasants who followed the teachings of Anuruddhadeva 1553–1624. Their revolts weakened the Ahoms and opened the doors for others to attack the region. For instance, in 1792, the king of Durang Krishnanarayan, assisted by his band of Burkandases, the demobilized soldiers of the Muslim armies and Zamindars revolted. The Mohammadiyas made Bhatiapar their headquarters. Rangpur, now in Bangladesh, and Jorhat were the most affected region. IV. Civil uprisings in Gorakhpur, Basti and Barak 1781. Warren Hastings made a plan to earn money by involving English officers as Azaradars, revenue farmers, in Awadh. Hannay secured the Azara of Gorakhpur and Barak to the amount of 22 lakh rupees for 1 year. The Zamindars and cultivators rose against the unbearable exactions in 1781. V. Revolt of Raja of Vizianagaram, 1794. In 1758, a treaty was made between the English and Ananda Gajapattaraju, the ruler of Vizianagaram, to jointly oust the French from the northern Sircars. The East India Company went on to demand a tribute of 3 lakh rupees from Viziyaramaraju, the Raja of Vizianagaram. This angered the Raja as there were no dues to be paid to the company supported by his subjects rose up in revolt. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Vi. Revolt of Dundia in Bednor, 1799–1800. 33. Dundia War, a local Maratha leader, who was converted to Islam by Tipu Sultan and put into jail. Dundia organized a force which consisted of anti-British elements, and carved out a small territory for himself. A defeat by the English in August 1799 forced him to take refuge in Maratha region. In September 1800, he was killed while fighting against the British forces under Wellesley. VII. Resistance of Kerala Varma Parasi Raja, 1797, 1805. Kerala Varma Parasi Raja, popularly known as Kerala Simham, Lion of Kerala, or Paich Raja, was the de facto head of Kottayam Kottayot in Malabar region. Kerala Varma fought against the British between 1793 and 1805. The English appointed Veera Varma, the uncle of Parasi Raja, as the Raja of Kottayam. The new Raja, to meet the revenue target fixed by the company, levied exorbitant rates of tax on the peasants. This led to a mass resistance by the peasants under the leadership of Parasi Raja in 1793. Parasi Raja fought bravely using guerrilla warfare, and in 1797 a peace treaty was made. In November 1805, the Kerala Simham died in a gunfight at Mavala Todu near present-day Kerala-Karnataka border. VIII. Civil rebellion in Awadh, 1799. Wazir Ali Khan, the 4th Nawab of Awadh, with the help of the British, had ascended the throne in September 1797. In January 1799, he killed a British resident, George Frederick Cherry, who had invited him to lunch. Wazir Ali's guards killed 2 other Europeans and even attacked the magistrate of Benares. The whole incident became famous as the Massacre of Benares. After surrender in December 1799, Wazir Ali was placed in confinement at Fort William, Calcutta. Ix. Uprisings in Ganjam and Gumsar, 1800, 1835–37. Strakara Banj, a Zamindar of Gumsar in Ganjam district, refused to pay revenues in 1797. In 1800, he openly rebelled and defied the public authorities. Dhananjaya rebelled against the English but was forced to surrender in June 1815. Dhananjay Banj rose in rebellion for the second time when the British forces occupied Gumsar and Kaleda in November 1835. The revolt greatly reduced the government's authority. The struggle lasted till February 1837, when Dura Bisai, a formidable leader, was arrested. X. Uprisings in Palamau, 1802. In 1800, Buchan Singh, a Charo chief, rose in rebellion. Colonel Jones camped for 2 years in Palamau and Sarguja to suppress the rebellion. She. Polagas Revolt, 1795–1805. The Polagas, or Paliyakaragal, of South India gave a stiff resistance to the British between 1795 and 1805. The main centers of these strong uprisings were Tinnevelly, or Thirunelveli, Ramanathapuram, Sivaganga, Sivagiri, Madurai, and North Arcot. The problem started in 1781, when the Nawab of Arcot gave the management and control of Tinnevelly and the Carnatic provinces to the East India Company. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 34. The first revolt of the Polygars against the company was basically over taxation, but had a larger political dimension in that the English considered and treated the Polygars as enemies. Kattabomman Nyakan, the Polygar of Panjalankuriki, led the insurrection between 1795 and 1799. Company forces were defeated by Veerapandiya Kattabomman, a price was put on the latter's head. This led to greater rebellion by the Polygars. The second phase started in February 1801. The fugitives led by Umatharai, brother of Kattabomman, who fled to Sivaganga in Ramnad, joined the rebellion of the Marudis, led by Marathu Pandian, which was suppressed in October 1801. Between 1803 and 1805, the Polygars of North Arcot rose in rebellion, when they were deprived of their right to collect the Kaval fees. By February 1805, the rebels were suppressed. Shi. Uprising in Bhiwani, 1809. In 1809, the Jats of Haryana broke into rebellion. Shi. Dewan Velu Thampi's revolt, 1808-1809. The high-handed attitude of the company compelled Prime Minister, or Dalawa, Velu Thampi to rise against the company, assisted by the Nair troops. Velu Thampi addressed a gathering in Kundara, openly calling for taking up arms against the British to oust them from the native soil. This was later known as the Kundara Proclamation. Civ. Disturbances in Bundelkhand, 1808-12. The vast province of Bundelkhand, conquered by the British during the Second Anglo-Maratha Wars 1803-05, was put within the Presidency of Bengal. The first major resistance came from Lakshman Dawa, the Kiladar fort commander of Ajaygarh fort. Laxman was permitted to retain the fort as a temporary arrangement for 2 years ending in 1808. The next resistance came from Kiladar of Kalanjar, Daya Singh, which was suppressed in January 1812. The most serious threat came from Gopal Singh. To put a stop to these disturbances, the British had to adopt a policy of binding down the hereditary chieftains of Bundelkhand by a series of contractual obligations, Akanamas. XV. Parlaykamidi outbreak, 1813-34. When the company acquired Ganjam, Narayan Dio was the Raja of Parlaykamidi, whose resistance forced the British to dispatch an army under Colonel Peach. XVI. Kutch or Kutch Rebellion, 1816-1832. There was a treaty between the British and Maharaja Baramal II of Kutch in 1816, by which power was vested in the throne. The British interfered in the internal feuds of the Kutch and, in 1819, Raja Baramal II raised Arab and African troops with the firm intention of removing the British from his territory. A British resident governed the areas as the de facto ruler with the help of a Regency Council. XV. Rising at Bareilly, 1816. The immediate cause of upsurge was the imposition of the police tax, which aroused the burning indignation of the citizens. Several armed Muslims from Pilibhit, Shahjahanpur and Rampur rose in rebellion for the defense of the faith and the Mufti. XV. Upsurge in Hathras, 1817. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 35. Due to progressively increasing high revenues, Diaram constantly failed to pay arrears and even committed many acts of hostility by giving harbor to government fugitives. So, the company with a large army attacked Hathras in February 1817. Sheesh. Paika Rebellion, 1817. The Pakes of Odisha were the traditional landed militia, foot soldiers literally, and enjoyed rent-free land tenures for their military service and policing functions on a hereditary basis. The English company's conquest of Odisha in 1803, and the dethronement of the Raja of Herda, Bakshi Jagabandhu Bidyada, had been the military chief of the forces of the Raja of Herda. In 1814, Jagabandhu's ancestral estate of Kilarorang was taken over by the company, reducing him to penury. The spark was lighted by the arrival of a body of Khons from Gumsa into the Herda territory in March 1817. With active support of Mukunda Deva, the last Raja of Herda, and other Zamindars of the region, Bakshi Jagabandhu Bidyada led a sundry army of Paikas, forcing the East India Company forces to retreat for a time. The rebellion came to be known as the Paika Bidroh Rebellion. The Paik rebellion succeeded in getting large remissions of arrears, reductions in assessments, suspension of the sale of the estates of defaulters at discretion, a new settlement on fixed tenures, and other adjuncts of a liberal governance. XX. Waghera Rising 1818–1820. Resentment against the alien rule coupled with the exactions of the Gaikwad of Baroda supported by the British government compelled the Waghera chiefs of Okkamandal to take up arms. The Wagheras carried out inroads into British territory during 1818–19. A peace treaty was signed in November 1820. XXI. Ahom Revolt 1828. After the First Burma War 1824–26. Instead of withdrawing, the British attempted to incorporate the Ahoms' territories in the company's dominion. This sparked off a rebellion in 1828 under the leadership of Gomda Konwa, an Ahom prince, along with compatriots. Finally, the company decided to follow a conciliatory policy and handed over Upper Assam. XXII. Surat Salt agitations 1840s. A strong anti-British sentiment resulted in attacks by the local Surat population on the Europeans in 1844 over the issue of the government's step to raise the salt duty from 50 paise to 1 rupee. 23. Kolhapur and Savantwadi revolts. Facing the spectre of unemployment, the Gadkaris rose in revolt and occupied the Samangar and Budagar forts. Similarly, the simmering discontent caused a revolt in Savantwadi areas. XXIV. Wahhabi movement. The Wahhabi movement was essentially an Islamic revivalist movement founded by Syed Ahmed of Rai Bareli, who was inspired by the teachings of Abdul Wahhab (1703–87) of Saudi Arabia and Shah Waliullah of Delhi. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 36. After the defeat of the Sikh ruler and incorporation of Punjab into the East India Company's dominion in 1849, the English dominion in India became the sole target of the Wahhabis' attacks. Wahhabis played an important role in spreading anti-British sentiments. A series of military operations by the British in the 1860s on the Wahhabi base in Sithana and various court cases of sedition on the Wahhabis weakened the Wahhabi resistance. XXV. Kuka movement. The Kuka movement was founded in 1840 by Bhagat Jawahar Mal, also called Shan Saheb, in western Punjab. Its basic tenets were abolition of caste and similar discriminations among Sikhs, discouraging the consumption of meat and alcohol and drugs, permission for intermarriages, widow remarriage, and encouraging women to step out of seclusion. On the political side, the Kukas wanted to remove the British and restore Sikh rule over Punjab. They advocated wearing hand-woven clothes and boycott of English laws and education and products. So, the concepts of Swadeshi and non-cooperation were propagated by the Kukas. Peasant movements with religious overtones. The peasant movements in India till the outbreak of the revolt of 1857, and in its immediate aftermath, are given below. I. Narkalbaria uprising. Mir Nithar Ali (1782–1831) or Titu Mir inspired the Muslim tenants in West Bengal to rise against landlords, mainly Hindu, who imposed a beard tax on the Pharizis, and British indigo planters. Often considered the first armed peasant uprising against the British, later merged into the Wahhabi movement. E. The Pagal Panthis. The Pagal Panthi, a semi-religious group mainly constituting the Hajong and Garo tribes of Mymensingh district earlier in Bengal, was founded by Karam Shah. The tribal peasants organized themselves to fight the oppression of the Zamindars. From 1825 to 1835, the Pagal Panthis refused to pay rent above a certain limit. Farazi revolt. The Pharizis were the followers of a Muslim sect founded by Haji Shariat Allah of Faridpur in eastern Bengal. They advocated radical religious, social and political changes. Shariat Allah, son of Dadu Mian 1819-60, organized his followers with an aim to expel the English intruders from Bengal. The sect also supported the cause of the tenants against the Zamindars. IV. Moplar uprisings. Hike in revenue demand and reduction of field size, coupled with the oppression of officials, resulted in widespread peasant unrest among the Moplars of Malabar. 22 rebellions took place between 1836 and 1854. V. Peasants' role in the 1857 revolt. The peasants united with the local feudal leaders in many places to fight against foreign rule. After the revolt, the plight of the peasants worsened with the British government's decision to gain the support of the landed classes while ignoring the peasants. Tribal revolts. Tribal movements under British rule were the most frequent, militant and violent of all movements. Different causes for mainland and northeastern tribal revolts. I. The mainland tribal rebellions were sparked off by Ath tribal lands or forests. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. E. The land settlements of the British affected the joint ownership tradition. 37. E. As agriculture was extended in a settled form by the company government, the tribals lost their land, shifting cultivation in forests was curbed, and this added to the tribals' problems. IV. Exploitation by the police, traders and money lenders. V. Some general laws were also abhorred for their intrusive nature. Vi. The British entered the northeastern areas much later than the non-frontier tribal areas. VII. The frontier tribal revolts under the British continued for a longer time than the non-frontier tribal movements. Characteristics of tribal revolts. I. Tribal identity or ethnic ties lay behind the solidarity shown by these groups. E. The resentment against the imposition of laws by the foreign government that was seen as an effort at destroying the tribal's traditional socio-economic framework. E. Many uprisings were led by messiah-like figures who encouraged their people to revolt. IV. The tribal uprisings were doomed from the beginning, given the outdated arms. Important tribal movements of mainland. The frontier tribal areas were concentrated in central India, the west central region and the south. I. Paharias rebellion. The British expansion on their territory led to an uprising by the Marshal Paharias of the Raj Mahal Hills in 1778. The British were forced to usher in peace by declaring their territory as Damni Coal Area. E. Chua uprising. Famine, enhanced land revenue demands and economic distress goaded the Chua aboriginal tribesmen of the Jungle Mahal of Midnapore district and also of the Bankura district in Bengal to take up arms. The uprising lasted from 1766 to 1772 and then, again surfaced between 1795 and 1816. The Chuas were prominent in Manvam and Barabham, especially in the hills between Barabham and Gatsila. E. Kol Mutiny 1831. The Kols, along with other tribes, are inhabitants of Chotanagpur. This covered Ranchi, Singvam, Hazaribagh, Palamau and the western parts of Manvam. The trouble in 1831 started with large-scale transfers of land from Kol headmen to outsiders. The British judicial and revenue policies badly affected the traditional social conditions of the Kols. The Kols resented this and in 1831, under the leadership of Buddho Bhagat, IV. Ho and Munda uprisings 1820-1837. The Raja of Parahat organized his Ho tribals to revolt against the occupation of Singvam, now in Jharkhand. The revolt continued till 1827 when the Ho tribals were forced to submit. In 1831 organized a rebellion, joined by the Mundas of Chotanagpur, to protest against the newly introduced farming revenue policy and the entry of Bengalis into their region. V. The Santhal Rebellion 1855-56. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 38. Continued oppression of the Santals, an agricultural people, who had fled to settle in the plains of the Rajmahal Hills Bihar, led to the Santhal rebellion against the Zamindars. The rebellion turned into an anti-British movement. Under Sidhu and Kanhu, two brothers, the Santhals proclaimed an end to company rule, and declared the area between Bhagalpur and Rajmahal as autonomous. Vi. Khond uprisings 1837–1856. From 1837 to 1856, the Khonds of the hilly tracts extending from Odisha to the Srikakulam and Visakhapatnam districts of Andhra Pradesh revolted against company rule. VII. Koya revolts. The Koyas of the eastern Godavari tract, modern Andhra, joined by Konda Sera chiefs, rebelled in 1803, 1840, 1845, 1858, 1861 and 1862. Their complaints were oppression by police and moneylenders, new regulations and denial of the customary rights over forest areas. VIII. Bhil revolts. The Bhils who lived in the western Ghats controlled the mountain passes between the north and the Deccan. They revolted against company rule in 1817–19, as they had to face famine, economic distress and misgovernment. Ix. Koli risings. The Kolis living in the neighborhood of Bhils rose up in rebellion against the company's rule in 1829, 1839 and again during 1844–48. X. Ramasi risings. The Ramosis, the hill tribes of the Western Ghats, had not reconciled to British rule and the British pattern of administration. They rose under Chitta Singh in 1822 and plundered the country around Satara. Tribal movements of the Northeast. Some famous tribal movements of the Northeast frontier region have been given below. I. Kasi uprising. The Kasis, Garos, Kamtis and the Singhphos organized themselves under Tirath Singh to drive away the strangers from the Brahmaputra Valley. The uprising developed into a popular revolt against British rule in the area. E. Singhphos Rebellion. The rebellion of the Singhphos in Assam in early 1830 was immediately quelled. Chief Nirang Fadu led an uprising in 1843, which involved an attack on the British garrison and the death of many soldiers. Some of the smaller movements were those of the Mishmas in 1836, the Kamptee Rebellion in Assam between 1839 and 1842, the Lushays Revolt in 1842 and 1844. Sepoy mutinies. Causes I. Discrimination in payment and promotions. E. Mistreatment of the sepoys by the British officials. E. Refusal of the government to pay foreign service allowance while fighting in remote regions. IV. Religious objections of the high caste Hindu sepoys to Lord Canning's General Service Enlistment Act 1856. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 39. Examples of conflicts. In 1806, the replacement of the turban by a leather cockade caused a mutiny at Vellore. In 1844, there was a mutinous outbreak of the Bengal Army sepoys for being sent to faraway Sindh and in 1824 the sepoys at Barakpur rose in revolt when they were asked to go to Burma, because crossing the sea would mean loss of caste. Important mutinies. The most important mutinies which broke out during the pre-1857 period are the following. I. The Mutiny of the Sepoys in Bengal in 1764. E. The Vellore Mutiny of 1806, when the sepoys protested against interference in their social and religious practices and raised a banner of revolt unfurling the flag of the ruler of Mysore. E. The Mutiny of the Sepoys of the 47th Native Infantry Unit in 1824. IV. The Revolt of the Grenadier Company in Assam in 1825. V. The Mutiny of an Indian regiment at Sholapur in 1838. Vi. The mutinies of the 34th Native Infantry NI, the 22nd NI, the 66th NI, and the 37th NI. In 1844, 1849, 1850 and 1852 respectively. Weaknesses of people's uprisings. I. These uprisings drew a large number of participants, localized and occurred at different times in different regions. E. They mostly arose out of local grievances. E. The leadership was semi-feudal in character, backward-looking, traditional in outlook. And their resistance did not offer alternatives to the existing social setup. IV. If many of these revolts seemed similar to one another in wanting to oust the alien rule, it was because they were protesting against conditions that were common to them. V. These rebellions were centuries old in form and ideological cultural content. Vi. Those who were not so uncooperative or obstinate were pacified through concessions by the authorities. VII. The methods and arms used by the fighters in these uprisings were practically obsolete compared to the weapons and strategy, as well as deception and chicanery, employed by their opponents. Space for your notes. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Chapter 7 The Revolt of 1857 Short Notes Prelims Perspective www.desirias.com 40. 1. Simmering discontent. The simmering discontent burst in the form of a violent storm in 1857 which shook the British Empire in India to its very foundations. 2. The 1857 revolt, the major causes. Economic causes. I. The colonial policies of the East India Company destroyed the traditional economic fabric of the Indian society. E. British rule also meant misery to the artisans and handicrafts people. E. The annexation of Indian states by the company cut off their major source of patronage. IV. The Indian trade and mercantile class was deliberately crippled by the British, who imposed high tariff duties on Indian-made goods. V. At the same time, the import of British goods into India attracted low tariffs, thus encouraging their entry into India. Vi. Free trade and refusal to impose protective duties against machine-made goods from Britain simply killed Indian manufacture. VII. Zamindars, the traditional landed aristocracy, often saw their land rights forfeited with frequent use of a quo warranto by the administration. Example: in Awadh, the storm center of the revolt, 21,000 Talukdars had their estates confiscated and suddenly found themselves without a source of income, unable to work, ashamed to beg, condemned to penury. VIII. The ruin of Indian industry increased the pressure on agriculture and land. Political causes. I. The East India Company's greedy policy of aggrandizement accompanied by broken pledges and promises resulted in contempt for the company and loss of political prestige, besides causing suspicion in the minds of almost all the ruling princes in India, through policies as of effective control, subsidiary alliance, and doctrine of lapse. E. The collapse of rulers, the erstwhile aristocracy, also adversely affected those sections of the Indian society. Administrative causes. I. Rampant corruption in the company's administration, especially among the police, petty officials and lower law courts, was a major cause of discontent. Socio-religious causes. I. Racial overtones and a superiority complex characterized the British administrative attitude towards the native Indian population. E. The government's decision to tax mosque and temple lands and making laws such as the Religious Disabilities Act, 1856. Influence of outside events. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 41. I. The revolt of 1857 coincided with certain outside events in which the British suffered serious losses: the First Afghan War 1838–42, Punjab Wars 1845–49, and the Crimean Wars 1854–56. Discontent among sepoys. The conditions of service in the company's army and cantonments increasingly came into conflict with the religious beliefs and prejudices of the sepoys. In 1856, Lord Canning's government passed the General Service Enlistment Act, which decreed that all future recruits to the Bengal Army would have to give an undertaking to serve anywhere their services might be required by the government. This caused resentment. Immediate cause of the sepoys' dissatisfaction was the order that they would not be given the Foreign Service Allowance Bata when serving in Sindh or in Punjab. IV. History of revolts in the British Indian Army, in Bengal, 1764, Vellore 1806, Barakpur 1825, and during the Afghan Wars 1838–42. 3. Beginning and spread of the revolt. The spark. The reports about the mixing of bone dust in atta flour and the introduction of the Enfield rifle enhanced the sepoys' growing disaffection with the government. The greased wrapping paper of the cartridge of the new rifle had to be bitten off before loading, and the grease was reportedly made of beef and pig fat. Starts at Meerut. The revolt began at Meerut, 58 kilometers from Delhi, on May 10, 1857, and then, gathering force rapidly, soon embraced a vast area from the Punjab in the north and the Narmada in the south to Bihar in the east and Rajputana in the west. Sepoy of the 34th Native Infantry, Mangal Pand, went a step further and fired at the sergeant major of his unit at Barakpur. On April 24, 90 men of the 3rd Native Cavalry refused to accept the greased cartridges. IV. On May 9, 85 of them were dismissed, sentenced to 10 years imprisonment and put in fetters. V. On May 10, they released their imprisoned comrades, killed their officers and unfurled the banner of revolt. Choice of Bahadur Shah as symbolic head. This spontaneous raising of the last Mughal king to the leadership of the country was a recognition of the fact that the long reign of Mughal dynasty had become the traditional symbol of India's political unity. The broad outlook of the rebels was not influenced by religious identity but by the perception of the British as the common enemy. The entire Bengal army soon rose in revolt, which spread quickly. Awadh, Rohilkhand, the Doab, Bundelkhand, central India, large parts of Bihar and East Punjab shook off British authority. Civilians join. The revolt of the sepoys was accompanied by a rebellion of the civil population, particularly in the northwestern provinces and Awadh. The peasants and petty zamindars took advantage of the revolt to destroy the money lenders' account books and debt records. Storm centers and leaders of the revolt. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 42. At Delhi, the real command lay with a court of soldiers headed by General Bakht Khan Sirhu Wheeler, commanding the station, surrendered on June 27, 1857 and was killed on the same day. Nana Saheb expelled the English from Kanpur, proclaimed himself the Peshwa, acknowledged Bahadur Shah as the Emperor of India and declared himself to be his governor. Begum Hazrat Mahal took over the reins at Lucknow, where the rebellion broke out on June 4, 1857, and popular sympathy was overwhelmingly in favor of the deposed Nawab. In March 1858, the city was finally recovered by the British. IV. At Bareilly, Khan Bahadur, a descendant of the former ruler of Rohilkhand, not enthusiastic about the pension being granted by the British, he organized an army of 40,000 soldiers and offered stiff resistance to the British. V. In Bihar, the revolt was led by Kunwar Singh, the zamindar of Jagdishpur. He unhesitatingly joined the sepoys when they reached Arrah from Dinapur. Vi. Maulvi Ahmadullah of Faizabad fought a stiff battle against the British troops. He emerged as one of the revolt's acknowledged leaders once it broke out in Awadh in May 1857. VII. Rani Laxmibai, who assumed the leadership of the sepoys at Jhansi. The Rani of Jhansi and Tantia Tope marched towards Gwalior. Gwalior was recaptured by the English in June 1858. VIII. Shah Mal, a local villager in Pargana Bharat Bagpat, Uttar Pradesh, organized the headmen and peasants of 84 villages, referred as Chaurasi Desh, marching at night from village to village, urging people to rebel against the British hegemony. Shah Mal's body was cut into pieces and his head displayed on July 21, 1857. 4. Suppression of the revolt. The revolt was finally suppressed. The British captured Delhi on September 20, 1857. Thus, the great house of Mughals was finally and completely extinguished. Sir Colin Campbell occupied Kanpur on December 6, 1857. Tantia Tope was captured while asleep in April 1859 and put to death. The Rani of Jhansi had died on the battlefield earlier in June 1858. Jhansi was recaptured by Sir Hugh Rose. IV. The British resistance. At Delhi, Lieutenant Willoughby, John Nicholson, Lieutenant Hudson. B. Kanpur, Sir Hugh Wheeler, Sir Colin Campbell. C. Lucknow, Henry Lawrence, Brigadier Ingles, Henry Havelock, James Outram, Sir Colin Campbell. D. Jhansi, Sir Hugh Rose. E. Benares, Colonel James Neal. 5. Why the revolt failed. All India participation was absent. Limited territorial spread was one factor. There was no All India veneer about the revolt. All classes did not join. Big Zamindars acted as breakwaters to storm, even Awadh talukdars backed off once. Promises of land restitution were spelt out. Educated Indians viewed this revolt as backward-looking, supportive of the feudal order, and as a reaction of traditional conservative forces to modernity. Rulers who did not participate included the Scindia of Gwalior, the Holkar of Indore, the rulers of Patiala, Sindh and other Sikh chieftains, and the Maharaja of Kashmir. Poor arms and equipment. The Indian soldiers were poorly equipped materially, fighting generally with swords and spears and very few guns and muskets. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Uncoordinated and poorly organized. The revolt was poorly organized with no coordination or central leadership. The principal rebel leaders, Nana Saheb, Tantia Tope, Kunwar Singh, Laxmibai. 43. The mutineers lacked a clear understanding of colonial rule, nor did they have a forward-looking program, a coherent ideology, a political perspective or a societal alternative. 6. Hindu-Muslim unity factor. According to Maulana Azad, two facts stand out clearly in the midst of the tangled story of the Rising of 1857. The first is the remarkable sense of unity among the Hindus and the Muslims of India in this period. The other is the deep loyalty which the people felt for the Mughal crown. Thus, the events of 1857 demonstrated that the people and politics of India were not basically communal or sectarian before 1858. 7. Nature of the revolt. It was a mere sepoy mutiny, to some British historians, a wholly unpatriotic and selfish sepoy mutiny with no native leadership and no popular support, said Sir John Seeley. Dr. K. Dutta considers the revolt of 1857 to have been, in the main, a military outbreak, which was taken advantage of by certain discontented princes and landlords, whose interests had been affected by the new political order. It was never all Indian in character, but was localized, restricted and poorly organized. Further, says Dutta, the movement was marked by absence of cohesion and unity of purpose among the various sections of the rebels. A Planned War of National Independence by V.D. Savarkar in his book, The Indian War of Independence, 1857. Savarkar called the revolt the First War of Indian Independence. IV. Dr. S.N. Sen in his 1857 considers the revolt as having begun as a fight for religion but ending as a war of independence. V. Dr. R.C. Majumdar, however, considers it as neither the first, nor national, nor a war of independence, as large parts of the country remained unaffected. According to some Marxist historians, the 1857 revolt was the struggle of the soldier-peasant democratic combine against foreign as well as feudal bondage. Vi. Jawaharlal Nehru considered the revolt of 1857 as essentially a feudal uprising, though there were some nationalistic elements in it. Discovery of India. VII. MN. Roy felt the revolt was a last-ditch stand of feudalism against commercial capitalism. VIII. RP. Dutt also saw the significance of the revolt of the peasantry against foreign domination. It had seeds of nationalism and anti-imperialism, but the concept of common nationality and nationhood was not inherent to the revolt of 1857. Ix. S.B. Chowdhury observes, the revolt was the first combined attempt of many classes of people to challenge a foreign power. This is a real, if remote, approach to the freedom movement of India of a later age. 8. Consequences. I. The revolt of 1857 marks a turning point in the history of India. It led to far-reaching changes in the system of administration and the policies of the British government. The British Parliament, on August 2, 1858, passed an Act for the Better Government of India. The Act declared Queen Victoria as the sovereign of British India and provided for the appointment of a Secretary of State for India. The assumption of the government of India by the Sovereign of Great Britain was announced by Lord Canning at a Durbar at Allahabad in the Queen's Proclamation, issued on November 1, 1858. IV. The proclamation also promised equal and impartial protection under law to all Indians, besides equal opportunities in government services irrespective of race or creed. It was also www.desarias.com mail id, caredesarias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 44. Promised that old Indian rights, customs and practices would be given due regard while framing and administering the law. V. The Army Amalgamation Scheme, 1861 moved the company's European troops to the services of the Crown. Vi. Conservative brand of liberalism, as it was called by Thomas Metcalfe, had the solid support of the conservative and aristocratic classes of England who espoused the complete non-interference in the traditional structure of Indian society. The Indian economy was fully exploited without fear. VII. In accordance with Queen's Proclamation of 1858, the Indian Civil Service Act of 1861 was passed, which was to give an impression that under the Queen all were equal, irrespective of race or creed. VIII. Racial hatred and suspicion between the Indians and the English was probably the worst legacy of the revolt. The complete structure of the Indian government was remodeled and based on the notion of a master race, justifying the philosophy of the white man's burden. 9. Significance of the revolt. I. It brought out in the open grievances of people and the sepoys, which were seen to be genuine. Space for your notes. www.desarias.com mail id, caredesarias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Chapter 8 Socio-Religious Reform Movements, General Features Spectrum Modern History, Short Notes, Prelims Perspective, Factors Giving Reshape to Desire for Reform www.desarias.com. 45. I. Impact of British rule. It came at a time when India, in contrast to an enlightened Europe of the 18th century affected in every aspect by science and scientific outlook, presented the picture of a stagnant civilization and a static and decadent society. 2. Social conditions ripe for reform. Religious and social ills. Indian society in the 19th century was caught in a vicious web created by religious superstitions and social obscurantism. Hinduism had become steeped in magic and superstition. Depressing position of women. Attempts to kill female infants at birth were not unusual. Child marriage was another bane of society. The practice of polygamy prevailed, and in Bengal, under Kulanism, even old men took very young girls as wives, sati, which Raja Rammohan Roy described as a murder according to every Shastra. The caste problem. This entailed a system of segregation, hierarchically ordained on the basis of ritual status. Under a rigid caste system, social mobility was checked, social divisions grew, and individual initiative was thwarted. Opposition to Western culture. Faced with the challenge of the intrusion of colonial culture and ideology, an attempt to reinvigorate traditional institutions and to realize the potential of traditional culture developed during the 19th century. 3. New awareness among enlightened Indians. The impact of modern Western culture and consciousness of defeat by a foreign power gave birth to a new awakening. Factors such as growth of nationalist sentiments, emergence of new economic forces, spread of education, impact of modern Western ideas and culture, and increased awareness of the world strengthened the resolve to reform. IV. Social and ideological bases of reform. Middle class base. There was a significant contrast between the broadly middle class ideals derived from a growing awareness of contemporary developments in the West, and a predominantly non-middle class social base. The intelligentsia of 19th century India roots lay in government service or the professions of law, education, journalism or medicine, with which was often combined some connection with land in the form of the intermediate tenures. The intellectual criteria. Raja Rammohan Roy firmly believed in the principle of causality, linking the whole phenomenal universe and demonstrability as the sole criterion of truth. Akshay Kumar Dutt, while declaring that rationalism is our only preceptor, held that all natural and social phenomena could be analyzed and understood by purely mechanical processes. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 46. According to Swami Vivekananda, the same method of investigation which applies to sciences should be the basis on which religion must justify itself. The evolution of an alternative cultural ideological system and the regeneration of traditional institutions were two concerns of these movements. These concerns were manifest in the attempts to reconstruct traditional knowledge, the use and development of vernacular languages, creation of an alternative system of education, defense of religion, efforts to regenerate Indian art and literature, the emphasis on Indian dress and food, attempts to revitalize the Indian systems of medicine and to research the pre-colonial technology for its potential. Two streams. The reform movements could broadly be classified into two categories: the reformist movements like the Brahmo Samaj, the Prarthana Samaj, the Aligarh movement, and the revivalist movements like Arya Samaj and the Deoband movement. The only difference between one reform movement and the other lay in the degree to which it relied on tradition or on reason and conscience. V. Direction of social reform. The humanistic ideals of social equality and the equal worth of all individuals which inspired the newly educated middle class influenced the field of social reform in a major way. The social reform movements were linked to the religious reforms primarily because nearly all social ills like untouchability and gender-based inequity derived legitimacy from religion in one way or the other. Organizations such as the Social Conference, Servants of India Society and the Christian missionaries were instrumental in social reform along with many enlightened individuals like Jyotiba Phule, Gopalhari Deshmukh, K.T. Talang, B.M. Malabari, D.K. Karve, Sri Narayana Guru, E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar and B.R. Ambedkar. Fight for betterment of position of women. The improvement of the status of women in the society was considered to be vital, and social reformers worked towards this since a radical change in the domestic sphere, where initial socialization of the individual takes place and where a crucial role is played by women, was the need of the hour. Steps taken to ameliorate women's position. Abolition of sati. A. Influenced by the frontal attack launched by the enlightened Indian reformers led by Raja Rammohan Roy, the government declared the practice of sati illegal and punishable by criminal courts as culpable homicide. B. The Regulation of 1829, Regulation 17, AD. 1829 of the Bengal Code, was applicable in the first instance to Bengal Presidency preventing female infanticide. A. The practice of murdering female infants immediately after their birth was a common practice among upper-class Bengalis and Rajputs who considered females to be an economic burden. B. The Bengal Regulations of 1795 and 1804 declared infanticide illegal and equivalent to murder. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 47. C. An act passed in 1870 made it compulsory for parents to register the birth of all babies. Widow remarriage. A. The Brahmo Samaj had the issue of widow remarriage high on its agenda and did much to popularize it due to the efforts of Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar (1820–91) that the Hindu Widows Remarriage Act, 1856, was passed. B. Jagannath Shankar Seth and Baudaji were among the active promoters of girls' schools in Maharashtra. C. Vishnu Shastri Pandit founded the Widow Remarriage Association in the 1850s. D. Karsandas Mulji who started the Satya Prakash in Gujarati in 1852 to advocate widow remarriage. E. Similar efforts were made by Professor D.K. Karve in Western India and by Veerasalingam Pantulu in Madras. Karve himself married a widow in 1893. F. The right of widows to remarriage was also advocated by B.M. Malabari, Narmad Narmadashankar Labshankar Dave Justice Govind Mahadeo Ranad and K. Natarajan among others. Controlling child marriage. A. The Native Marriage Act, or Civil Marriage Act, 1872 signified legislative action in prohibiting child marriage. B. The relentless efforts of a Parsi reformer, B.M. Malabari, were rewarded by the enactment of the Age of Consent Act, 1891, which forbade the marriage of girls below the age of 12. C. The Sada Act, 1930, further pushed up the marriage age to 18 and 14. For boys and girls, respectively. D. In Free India, the Child Marriage Restraint Amendment Act, 1978 raised the age of marriage for girls from 15 to 18 years and for boys from 18 to 21. Education of women. A. The Christian missionaries were the first to set up the Calcutta Female Juvenile Society in 1819. B. The Bethune School, founded by J.E.D. Bethune, President of the Council of Education in Calcutta in 1849, was the first fruit of the powerful movement for women's education that arose in the 1840s and 1850s. C. Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was associated with no less than 35 girls' schools in Bengal and is considered one of the pioneers of women's education. D. Charles Wood's Dispatch on Education, 1854, laid great stress on the need for female education. E. In 1914, the Women's Medical Service did a lot of work in training nurses and midwives. F. The Indian Women's University set up by Professor D.K. Karve in 1916 was one of the outstanding institutions imparting education to women. In the same year, Lady Hardinge Medical College was opened in Delhi. G. Health facilities began to be provided to women with the opening of Dufferin hospitals in the 1880s. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 48. H. Sarojini Naidu went on to become the President of the Indian National Congress 1925 and later the Governor of the United Provinces 1947. 49. Women's organizations. A. In 1910, Sala Devi Chowdhuráni convened the first meeting of the Bharat Stree Mahamandal in Allahabad. Considered as the first major Indian women's organization set up by a woman, its objectives included promotion of education for women, abolition of the purdah system, and improvement in the socio-economic and political status of women all over India. Sala Devi believed that the man working for women's upliftment lived under the shade of Manu. B. Ramabai Ranade founded the Ladies' Social Conference Bharat Mahila Parishad under the parent organization National Social Conference in 1904 in Bombay. C. Pandita Ramabai Saraswati founded the Arya Mahila Samaj to serve the cause of women. She pleaded for improvement in the educational syllabus of Indian women before the English Education Commission, which was referred to Queen Victoria. This resulted in medical education for women, which started in Lady Dufferin College. D. Later Ramabai Ranade established a branch of Arya Mahila Samaj in Bombay. E. In 1925, the National Council of Women in India, a national branch of the International Council of Women, was formed. Mirabai Tata played a vital role in its formation and advancement. F. Other women who held important positions on the executive committee of the council included Cornelia Sarabji, India's first lady barrister, Tarabai Premchand, wife of a wealthy banker, Shafi Tayabji, a member of one of Mumbai's leading Muslim families, and Maharani Sucharu Devi, daughter of Keshab Chandra Sen. G. The All India Women's Conference AIWC, founded by Margaret Cousins in 1927, was perhaps the first women's organization with an egalitarian approach. Its first conference was held at Fergusson College, Pune. Its objectives were to work for a society based on principles of social justice, integrity, equal rights and opportunities, and to secure for every human being the essentials of life, not determined by accident of birth or sex but by planned social distribution. H. Sada Act 1929, Hindu Women's Right to Property Act 1937, Factory Act 1947, Hindu Marriage and Divorce Act 1954, Special Marriage Act 1954, Hindu Minority and Guardianship Act 1956, Hindu Adoption and Maintenance Act 1956, the Suppression of Immoral Traffic in Women Act 1958, Maternity Benefits Act 1961, Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, and Equal Remuneration Act 1958, 1976. Struggle against caste-based exploitation. The worst hit by the discriminatory institution of caste were the untouchables, or the scheduled castes Dalits. Factors that helped to mitigate caste-based discrimination. A. British rule, perhaps without intention, created certain conditions that undermined caste consciousness to an extent. B. The social reform movements also strove to undermine caste-based exploitation. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 49. C. The national movement took inspiration from the principles of liberty and equality against the forces which tended to divide the society. Gandhi, in 1932, founded the All India Harijan Sangh. D. With increasing opportunities of education and general awakening, there were stirrings among the lower castes themselves. E. The struggle of the depressed classes led to the provision of special representation for these classes in the Government of India Act, 1935. F. Sri Narayana Guru in Kerala coined the slogan, "One religion, one caste, one God for mankind," which his disciple Sahadaran Ayyappan changed into, "No religion, no caste, no God for mankind." G. Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar led the Mahad Satyagraha in March 1927 to challenge the regressive customs of the caste Hindus. Dr. Ambedkar established the Bahishkrit Hitakarini Sabha in 1924 to highlight the difficulties and grievances of the Dalits before the government. Its motto was, "Educate, agitate and organize." H. The Constitution of Free India has made equality and non-discrimination on basis of caste imperative. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes Chapter 9, A General Survey of Socio-Cultural Reform Movements. Short notes, prelims plus mains. www.desarias.com. 50. 1. Socio-cultural reform movements and their leaders. I. Raja Rammohan Roy and Brahmo Samaj. Raja Rammohan Roy, 1772–1833, often called the father of Indian Renaissance and the maker of modern India, he wrote Gift to Monotheists, 1809, and translated into Bengali the Vedas and the 5 Upanishads to prove his conviction that ancient Hindu texts support monotheism. In 1814, he set up the Atmiya Sabha, or Society of Friends, in Calcutta. He declared that Vedanta is based on reason and that, if reason demanded it, even a departure from the scriptures is justified. In his Precepts of Jesus, 1820, he tried to separate the moral and philosophical message of the New Testament. Raja Rammohan Roy founded the Brahmo Sabha in August 1828. It was later renamed Brahmo Samaj. The Samaj was committed to the worship and adoration of the eternal, unsearchable, immutable being who is the author and preserver of the universe. The Samaj's opposition to idolatry and meaningless rituals. The long-term agenda of the Brahmo Samaj, to purify Hinduism and to preach monotheism, was based on the twin pillars of reason and the Vedas and Upanishads. Roy's progressive ideas met with strong opposition from orthodox elements like Raja Radhakant Deb, who organized the Dharma Sabha to counter Brahmo Samaj propaganda. Roy's death in 1833 was a setback for the Samaj's mission. The features of Brahmo Samaj may be summed thus. I. It denounced polytheism and idol worship. E. It discarded faith in divine avatars, incarnations. E. It denied that any scripture could enjoy the status of ultimate authority transcending human reason and conscience. IV. It took no definite stand on the doctrine of karma and transmigration of soul and left it to individual Brahmos to believe either way. V. It criticized the caste system. Raja Rammohan Roy's efforts at social reform. Rammohan was a determined crusader against the inhuman practice of sati. He started his anti-sati struggle in 1818. His efforts were rewarded by the government regulation in 1829 which declared the practice of sati a crime. Roy attacked polygamy and the degraded state of widows and demanded the right of inheritance and property for women. He supported David Hare's efforts to found the Hindu College in 1817, while Roy's English school taught mechanics and Voltaire's philosophy. In 1825, he established a Vedanta college where courses in both Indian learning and Western social and physical sciences were offered. www.desarias.com. Mail id, caredesarias@gmail.com. Spectrum. Short notes. 51. Rammohan was a gifted linguist. Roy condemned oppressive practices of Bengali zamindars and demanded fixation of maximum rents. He also demanded abolition of taxes on tax-free lands. Roy had David Hare, Alexander Duff, Debendranath Tagore, P.K. Tagore, Chandrasekhar Deb and Tarashand Chakraborty as his associates. Debendranath Tagore and Brahmo Samaj. Maharishi Debendranath Tagore, 1817–1905, father of Rabindranath Tagore, joined the Samaj in 1842. Tagore headed the Tatvabodhini Sabha, founded in 1839, which, along with its organ Tatvabodhini Patrika in Bengali, was devoted to the systematic study of India's past with a rational outlook and to the propagation of Rammohan's ideas. The Brahmo Samaj came to include prominent followers of Rammohan, the Derosians, and independent thinkers such as Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar and Ashwini Kumar Dutta. Tagore worked on two fronts. Within Hinduism, the Brahmo Samaj was a reformist movement. Outside, it resolutely opposed the Christian missionaries for their criticism of Hinduism and their attempts at conversion. Keshab Chandra Sen and the Brahmo Samaj. The Brahmo Samaj experienced another phase of energy, when Keshab Chandra Sen (1838–1884) was made the Acharya by Debendranath Tagore soon after the former joined the Samaj in 1858. Keshab, also spelled Keshab, was instrumental in popularizing the movement, and branches of the Samaj were opened outside Bengal. in the United Provinces, Punjab, Bombay, Madras and other towns. Keshab Chandra Sen was dismissed from the office of Acharya in 1865. Keshab and his followers founded the Brahmo Samaj of India in 1866, while Debendranath Tagore's Samaj came to be known as the Adi Brahmo Samaj. After 1878, the disgusted followers of Keshab set up a new organization, the Sadharan Brahmo Samaj. The Sadharan Brahmo Samaj was started by Ananda Mohan Bose, Shibchandra Deb and Umesh Chandra Dutta. A number of Brahmo centers were opened in Madras province. In Punjab, the Dayal Singh Trust sought to implant Brahmo ideas by the opening of Dayal Singh College at Lahore in 1910. Significance of the Brahmo Samaj. It condemned the prevailing Hindu prejudice against going abroad. It worked for a respectable status for women in society, condemned sati, worked for abolition of purdah system, discouraged child marriage and polygamy, crusaded for widow remarriage and for provisions of educational facilities. It also attacked casteism and untouchability, though in these matters it attained only limited success. 2. Prarthana Samaj. In 1867, Keshab Chandra Sen helped Atmaram Pandurang found the Prarthana Samaj in Bombay. A precursor of the Prarthana Samaj was the Paramahansa Sabha, something like a secret society to spread liberal ideas and encourage the breakdown of caste and communal barriers. Mahadeo Govind Ranade (1842–1901) joined the Samaj in 1870. Other leaders of the Samaj were R.G. Bhandarkar (1837–1925) and N.G. Jandavarkar (1855–1923). The Prarthana Sabha was very attached to the Bhakti cult of Maharashtra. There was a 4-point social agenda also: I. Disapproval of caste system, E. Women's education, E. Widow remarriage, and IV. Raising the age of marriage for both males and females. Dondo Keshav Karv and Vishnu Shastri were champions of social reform with Ranade. 3. Young Bengal Movement and Henry Vivian de Rosio. Young Bengal Movement, late 1820s and early 1830s. A young Anglo-Indian, Henry Vivian de Rosio (1809–31), who taught at the Hindu College from 1826 to 1831, was the leader and inspirer of this progressive trend. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 52. The main reason for their limited success was the prevailing social conditions at that time, which were not ripe for the adoption of radical ideas. The de Rosians lacked any real link with the masses. For instance, they failed to take up the peasants' cause. Their radicalism was bookish in character. Despite their limitations, the de Rosians carried forward Rammohan Roy's tradition of public education on social, economic and political questions. For instance, they demanded induction of Indians in higher grades of services, protection of riots from oppressive zamindars, better treatment to Indian labour abroad in British colonies, revision of the company's charter, freedom of press and trial by jury. Surendranath Banerjee was to describe the de Rosians as the pioneers of the modern civilization of Bengal, the conscript fathers of our race whose virtues will excite veneration and whose failings will be treated with gentlest consideration. IV. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Vidyasagar's ideas were a happy blend of Indian and Western thought. He believed in high moral values, was a deep humanist and was generous to the poor. Vidyasagar started a movement in support of widow remarriage which resulted in legalization of widow remarriage. He was also a crusader against child marriage and polygamy. He did much for the cause of women's education. As government inspector of schools, he helped organize 35 girls' schools, many of which he ran at his own expense. V. Balshastri Jambhekar. Balshastri Jambhekar (1812–1846) was a pioneer of social reform through journalism in Bombay. He attacked Brahminical orthodoxy and tried to reform popular Hinduism. He started the newspaper Darpan in 1832. Known as the father of Marathi journalism. In 1840, he started Digdarshan, which published articles on scientific subjects as well as history. Jambhekar founded the Bombay Native General Library and started the Native Improvement Society, of which an offshoot was the Students' Literary and Scientific Library. He was the first professor of Hindi at the Elphinstone College, besides being a director of the Colaba Observatory. Vi. Paramahansa Mandali. Founded in 1849 in Maharashtra, the founders of the Paramahansa Mandali, Dadoba Pandurang, Mehtaji Durgaram and others, began as a secret society that worked to reform Hindu religion and society in general. The ideology of the society was closely linked to that of the Manav Dharma Sabha. 7. Satyashodak Samaj and Jyotiba or Jyotirao Phule. Jyotiba Phule (1827–1890) organized a powerful movement against upper caste domination and Brahminical supremacy. Phule founded the Satyashodak Samaj Truth Seekers Society in 1873, with the leadership of the Samaj coming from the backward classes. The main aims of the movement were I. Social service, and E. Spread of education among women and lower caste people. Fool's works, Sarvajanik Satyadharma and Gulamgiri, became sources of inspiration for the common masses. Phule used the symbol of Raja Bali as opposed to the Brahman's symbol of Rama. Phule was awarded the title, Mahatma, for his social reform work. 8. Gopalhari Deshmukh, Lokahitawadi. Gopalhari Deshmukh (1823–1892) was a social reformer and rationalist from Maharashtra. He wrote for a weekly Prabhakar under the pen name of Lokahitawadi on social reform issues. He said, "If religion does not sanction social reform, then change religion." www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 53. He started a weekly, Hitekhu, and also played a leading role in founding the periodicals Gyan Prakash, Indu Prakash and Lokahitawadi. IX. Gopal Ganesh Agarkar. Gopal Ganesh Agarkar (1856–1895) was an educationist and social reformer from Maharashtra. He criticized the blind dependency tradition and false glorification of the past. He was also the first editor of Kesari, the journal started by Lokmanya Tilak. Later, he started his own periodical, Sudarak, which spoke against untouchability and the caste system. X. The Servants of India Society. Gopal Krishna Gokhale (1866–1915), a liberal leader of the Indian National Congress, founded the Servants of India Society in 1905 with the help of M.G. Ranade. The aim of the society was to train national missionaries for the service of India, to promote, by all constitutional means, the true interests of the Indian people, and to prepare a cadre of selfless workers who were to devote their lives to the cause of the country in a religious spirit. In 1911, the Hitavada began to be published to project the views of the society. After Gokhale's death 1915, Srinivasa Shastri took over as President 11. Social Service League. Narayan Malhar Joshi founded the Social Service League in Bombay with an aim to secure for the masses better and reasonable conditions of life and work. Joshi also founded the All India Trade Union Congress 1920. 12. The Ramakrishna Movement and Swami Vivekananda. The teachings of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa (1836–1886) found many followers. He is considered to have attained the highest spiritual experience available to Hindus. Two objectives of the Ramakrishna movement were I. To bring into existence a band of monks dedicated to a life of renunciation and practical spirituality, from among whom teachers and workers would be sent out to spread the universal message of Vedanta as illustrated in the life of Ramakrishna, and E. In conjunction with lay disciples to carry on preaching, philanthropic and charitable works, looking upon all men, women and children, irrespective of caste, creed or color, as veritable manifestations of the divine. Paramahamsa himself laid the foundations of the Ramakrishna math as a nucleus to fulfill the first objective. The second objective was taken up by Swami Vivekananda after Ramakrishna's death when he founded the Ramakrishna Mission in 1897. The headquarters of the Ramakrishna Math and Mission are at Belur near Calcutta. Swami Vivekananda. Narendranath Dutta (1862–1902), who later came to be known as Swami Vivekananda, spread Ramakrishna's message. His mission was to bridge the gulf between paramartha, service, and vyavahara, behavior, and between spirituality and day-to-day life. Vivekananda believed in the fundamental oneness of God and said, "For our own motherland, a junction of the two great systems, Hinduism and Islam, is the only hope." At the Parliament of Religions held at Chicago in 1893, Swami Vivekananda made a great impression on people by his learned interpretations. In 1897 he founded the Ramakrishna Mission. Vivekananda was a great humanist and used the Ramakrishna Mission for humanitarian relief and social work. The mission stands for religious and social reform. Vivekananda advocated the doctrine of Service 13. Dayananda Saraswati and Arya Samaj. Its founder, Dayananda Saraswati or Mulshankar (1824–1883), the first Arya Samaj unit was formally set up by him at Bombay in 1875 and later the headquarters of the Samaj were established at Lahore. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 54. Dayananda's views were published in his famous work, Satyarth Prakash, The True Exposition. He took inspiration from the Vedas and considered them to be India's rock of ages, the infallible and the true original seed of Hinduism. He gave the slogan, "Back to the Vedas." Dayananda had received education on Vedanta from a blind teacher named Swami Virajananda in Mathura. Swami Dayananda once lamented the Hindu race as the children of children. The nucleus for this movement was provided by the Dayananda Anglo-Vedic DAV schools, established first at Lahore in 1886, which sought to emphasize the importance of Western education. Swami Shraddhanand started the Gurukul at Hardwar in 1902 to impart education in the traditional framework. The 10 guiding principles of the Arya Samaja: I, God is the primary source of all true knowledge. E, God, as all truth, all knowledge, almighty, immortal, creator of universe, is alone worthy of worship. E, the Vedas are the books of true knowledge. IV, an Arya should always be ready to accept truth and abandon untruth. V, Dharma, that is, due consideration of right and wrong, should be the guiding principle of all actions. Vi, the principal aim of the Samaj is to promote world's well-being in the material, spiritual and social sense. VII, everybody should be treated with love and justice. VIII, ignorance is to be dispelled and knowledge increased. X, one's own progress should depend on uplift of all others. X, social well-being of mankind is to be placed above an individual's well-being. The work of the Swami after his death was carried forward by Lala Hansraj, Pandit Gurudut, Lala Lajpat Rai and Swami Shraddhanand, among others. 14. Seva Sadan. A Parsi social reformer, Behramji M. Malabari, 1853–1912, founded the Seva Sadan in 1908 along with a friend, Dewan Dayaram Gidumal. It was his efforts that led to the Age of Consent Act regulating the age of consent for females. 15. Dev Samaj. Founded in 1887 at Lahore by Shiv Narayan Agnihotri, 1850–1927, its teachings were compiled in a book, Deva Shastra. Agnihotri spoke against child marriage. 16. Dharma Sabha. Radhakant Deb founded this Sabha in 1830. An orthodox society, it stood for the preservation of the status quo. 17. Bharat Dharma Mahamandala. Other organizations created to defend Orthodox Hinduism were the Sanatana Dharma Sabha, 1895, the Dharma Maha Parishad in South India, and Dharma Mahamandali in Bengal. These organizations combined in 1902 to form the single organization of Bharat Dharma Mahamandala, with headquarters at Varanasi. This organization sought to introduce proper management of Hindu religious institutions, open Hindu educational institutions, etc. Pandit Madan Mohan Malaviya was a prominent figure in this movement. 18. Radhaswami movement. Tulsi Ram, known as Shiv Dayal Saheb, founded this movement in 1861. The Radhaswamis believe in one supreme being, supremacy of the Guru, a company of pious people, satsang, and a simple social life. 19. Sri Narayana Guru Dharma Paripalana (SNDP) movement. The SNDP movement was an example of a regional movement born out of conflict between the depressed classes and upper castes. It was started by Sri Narayana Guru Swami 18561928 among the Ezavis of Kerala. The Ezavis were the single largest caste group in Kerala, constituting 26% of the total population. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 55. Narayana Guru took a stone from the Neyar river and installed it as a Surveillinger at Aravipuram on Sivaratri in 1888. The movement Aravipuram movement drew the famous poet Kumaranassan as a disciple of Narayana Guru. In 1889, the Aravipuram Kshetra Yogam was formed. Thus the Aravipuram Sri Narayana Guru Dharma Paripalana Yogam, in short SNDP, was registered in 1903 under the Indian Companies Act, with Narayana Guru as its permanent chairman, and Kumaranassan as the general secretary. On the wall of the Aravipuram temple he got inscribed the words, devoid of dividing walls of caste or race, or hatred of rival faith, we all live here in brotherhood. The SNDP Yogam took up several issues for the Ezavis, such as I. right of admission to public schools, E. recruitment to government services, E. access to roads and entry to temples, and IV. political representation. XX. Vokalaga Sangha. The Vokalaga Sangha in Mysore launched an anti-Brahmin movement in 1905. 21. Justice movement. This movement in Madras Presidency was started by C.N. Mudalaya, T.M. Nair and P. Tyagaraja in 1917, Madras Presidency Association was formed. 22. Self-respect movement. This movement was started by E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, Abalya Naidu, in the mid-1920s. 23. Temple entry movement. In the meanwhile, Vaikom, in the northern part of Travancore, became a center of agitation for temple entry. In 1924, the Vaikom Satyagraha led by K.P. Kesava was launched in Kerala demanding. Again in 1931, when the civil disobedience movement was suspended, temple entry movement was organized in Kerala. On November 12, 1936, the Maharaja of Travancore issued proclamation throwing open all government-controlled temples to all Hindus. A similar step was taken by the C. Rajagopalachari administration in Madras in 1938. 24. Indian Social Conference. Founded by M.G. Ranadhan Raghunath Rao, the Indian Social Conference met annually from its first session in Madras in 1887. The conference advocated inter-caste marriages, opposed polygamy and Kulanism. It launched the pledge movement, to inspire people to take a pledge against child marriage. 25. Wahhabi Waliullah movement. The teachings of Abdul Wahhab of Arabia and the preachings of Shah Waliullah (1702–1763) inspired this essentially revivalist response to Western influences and the degeneration which had set in among Indian Muslims, and called for a return to the true spirit of Islam. Twofold ideals of this movement. I. Desirability of harmony among the four schools of Muslim jurisprudence which had divided the Indian Muslims. He sought to integrate the best elements of the four schools. E. Recognition of the role of individual conscience in religion where conflicting interpretations were derived from the Quran and the Hadith. The Wahhabi movement fizzled out in the face of British military might in the 1870s. 26. Titu Mir's movement. Mir Nithar Ali, popularly known as Titu Mir, was a disciple of Saeed Ahmed Barelvi, the founder of The Wahhabi movement. Titu Mir adopted Wahhabism and advocated the Sharia. 27. Farazi movement. The movement, also called the Faridi movement because of its emphasis on the Islamic pillars of faith, was founded by Haji Shariatullah in 1818. The movement survived merely as a religious movement without political overtones after the death of Dudu Mian in 1862. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 28. Ahmadiyya movement. 56. Ahmadiyya forms a sect of Islam which originated from India. It was founded by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in 1889. The Ahmadiyya community is the only Islamic sect to believe that the Messiah had come in the person of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad to end religious wars. 29. Sir Syed Ahmed Khan and the Aligarh movement. A section of Muslims led by Syed Ahmed Khan 1817-1898 stimulate a process of growth among Indian Muslims through better education and employment opportunities. After retirement in 1876, he became a member of the Imperial Legislative Council in 1878. His loyalty earned him a knighthood in 1888. He translated into Urdu and started the Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental College, later, the Aligarh Muslim University, at Aligarh in 1875. He believed in the fundamental underlying unity of religions or practical morality. Saeed's progressive social ideas were propagated through his magazine Tadhib ul-Akhlaq, Improvement of Manners and Morals. It aimed at spreading modern education among Indian Muslims without weakening their allegiance to Islam. Social reforms among Muslims relating to purdah, polygamy, widow remarriage, women's education, slavery, divorce, etc. XXX. The Deoband School Darul Uloom. The Deoband movement was organized by the Orthodox section among the Muslim ulama. The Deoband movement was begun at the Darul Uloom, or Islamic Academic Center, Deoband, in Saharanpur District, United Provinces, in 1866 by Muhammad Qasim Nanatavi (1832–80) and Rashid Ahmed Gangohi (1828–1905) to train religious leaders for the Muslim community. The aim of the Deoband movement was moral and religious regeneration of the Muslim community. Nadwatul Ulama and Darul Uloom in Lucknow in 1894–96 was founded. 31. Parsi reform movements. The Rahnumai Mazdi Aznan Sabha Religious Reform Association was founded in 1851 by a group of English-educated Parsis for the regeneration of the social conditions of the Parsis and the restoration of the Zoroastrian religion to its pristine purity. The movement had Nauroji Ferdanji, Dadabhai Nauroji, K.R. Karma and S.S. Bengali as its leaders. The message of reform was spread by the newspaper Rast Gofta Truth Teller. 32. Sikh reform movements. The Singh Sabha movement was founded at Amritsar in 1873 with a twofold objective: to make available modern Western education to the Sikhs, and to counter the proselytizing activities of Christian missionaries as well as the Brahmo Samajists, Arya Samajists and Muslim Maulvis. The Akali movement, also known as Gurudwara Reform Movement, was an offshoot of the Singh Sabha movement. It aimed at liberating the Sikh Gurudwaras from the control of corrupt Udasi Mahants. The government tried its repressive policies against the non-violent non-cooperation satyagraha launched by the Akalis in 1921, but had to bow before popular demands. It passed the Sikh Gurudwaras Act in 1922, amended in 1925, which gave the control of Gurudwaras to the Sikh masses to be administered through Shiromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee (SGPC) as the apex body. 33. The Theosophical Movement. A group of Westerners led by Madam H.P. Blavatsky (1831–1891) and Colonel M.S. Olcott, who were inspired by Indian thought and culture, founded the Theosophical Society in New York City, United States in 1875. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 57. In 1882, they shifted their headquarters to Adyar, on the outskirts of Madras, at that time, in India. The society believed that a special relationship could be established between a person's soul and God. In India, the movement became somewhat popular with the election of Annie Besant 1847. 1933 as its president after the death of Olcott in 1907. Annie Besant had Commetto India in 1893. She laid the foundation of the Central Hindu College in Benares in 1898. The college became the nucleus for the formation of Benares Hindu University in 1916. 2. Significance of reform movement's positive aspects. Liberation of the individual from the conformity born out of fear and from uncritical submission to exploitation by the priests and other classes. Simplification of rituals made worship a more personal experience. Translation of religious texts into vernacular languages. Emphasis on an individual's right to interpret the scriptures. Emphasized the human intellect's capacity to think and reason. Enabled their followers to meet the official taunt that their religions and society were decadent and inferior. Served the purpose of reducing the sense of humiliation which the conquest by a foreign power had produced. Promoting a modern, this worldly, secular and rational outlook was a major contribution of these reform movements. A basic change in the notions of pollution and purity. Negative aspects. Had a narrow social base, namely the educated and urban middle classes, while the needs of the vast masses of peasantry and the urban poor were ignored. The tendency of reformers to appeal to the greatness of the past and to rely on scriptural authority encouraged mysticism. Insufficient emphasis on other aspects of culture, art, architecture, literature, music, science and technology. Telegram link. https://t.me/Desarias Facebook link https://www.facebook.com/justupskexam/website link for English medium www.desarias.com website link for Hindi medium www.desarias.com/highspace for your notes www.desarias.com mail id, caredesarias@gmail.com Spectrum short notes 58. Chapter 10 Short notes beginning of modern nationalism in India. Factors in the growth of modern nationalism. 1. Worldwide upsurge of the concepts of nationalism and right of self-determination initiated by the French Revolution. 2. Indian Renaissance. 3. Offshoot of modernization initiated by the British in India. 4. Strong reaction to British imperialist policies in India. I. Understanding of contradictions in Indian and colonial interests. 1. Colonial rule was the major cause of India's economic backwardness and that the interests of the Indians involved the interests of all sections and classes. 2. The nationalist movement arose to take up the challenge of these contradictions. 2. Political, administrative and economic unification of the country. 1. The British rule in the Indian subcontinent extended from the Himalayas in the north to the Cape Comorin in the south and from Assam in the east to Khyber Pass in the west. 2. While Indian provinces were under direct British rule, the princely states were under indirect British rule. 3. The necessities of administrative convenience, considerations of military defense and the urge for economic penetration and commercial exploitation, all in British interests, were the driving forces behind the planned development of modern means of transport and communication. 4. This process of unification had a twofold effect. The economic fate of the people of different regions got linked together. For instance, failure of crops in one region affected the prices and supply in another region. Modern means of transport and communication brought people, especially the leaders, from different regions together. This was important for the exchange of political ideas and for mobilization and organization of public opinion on political and economic issues. 3. Western thought and education. 1. The introduction of a modern system of education afforded opportunities for assimilation of modern Western ideas. 2. The liberal and radical thought of European writers like Milton, Shelley, John Stuart Mill, Rousseau, Paine, Spencer and Voltaire helped many Indians imbibe modern rational, secular, democratic and nationalist ideas. IV. Role of press and literature. 1. In 1877, there were about 169 newspapers published in vernacular languages and their circulation reached the neighborhood of 1,000,000. 2. The press, while criticizing official policies, on the one hand, urged the people to unite, on the other. V. Rediscovery of India's past. www.desirias.com. Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 59. 1. The historical researches by European scholars, such as Max Muller, Munir Williams, Roth and Sassoon, and by Indian scholars such as R.G. Bhandarkar, R.L. Mitra and later Swami Vivekananda, created an entirely new picture of India's past. Vi. Progressive character of socio-religious reform movements. 1. These reform movements sought to remove social evils which divided the Indian society. 7. Rise of middle-class intelligentsia. 1. According to Percival Speer, the new middle class was a well-integrated all-India class with varied background but a common foreground of knowledge, ideas and values. It was a minority of Indian society, but a dynamic minority. It had a sense of unity of purpose and of hope. 8. Impact of contemporary movements in the world. 1. Rise of a number of nations in particular deeply influenced the nationalist ranks. IX. Reactionary policies and racial arrogance of rulers. 1. Lytton's reactionary policies such as reduction of maximum age limit for the ICS examination from 21 years to 19 years. 1876. The Grand Delhi Durbar of 1877, when the country was in the severe grip of famine, the Vernacular Press Act 1878, and the Arms Act 1878 provoked a storm of opposition in the country. 2. Ripon had to modify the bill, thus almost defeating the original purpose, because of the stiff opposition from the European community. X. Political associations before the Indian National Congress. 1. Through long petitions to the British Parliament, most of them demanded administrative reforms, association of Indians with the administration, and spread of education. 2. Political associations in Bengal. The Bangabasha Prakasika Sabha was formed in 1836 by associates of Raja Rammohan Roy. The Zamindari Association, more popularly known as the Landholders' Society, was founded to safeguard the interests of the landlords. The Bengal British India Society was founded in 1843. In 1851, both the Landholders' Society and the Bengal British India Society merged into the British Indian Association. The East India Association was organised by Dadabhai Naoroji in 1866 in London. The Indian League was started in 1875 by Sisir Kumar Ghosh. The Indian Association of Calcutta, also known as the Indian National Association, superseded the Indian League and was founded in 1876 by younger nationalists of Bengal led by Surendranath Banerjee and Ananda Mohan Bose. It protested against the reduction of age limit in 1877 for candidates of the Indian Civil Service examination. The association sponsored an All India Conference which first took place in Calcutta on December 28–30, 1883. It later merged with the Indian National Congress in 1886. 3. Political associations in Bombay. The Pune Sarvajanik Sabha was founded in 1867 by Mahadeo Govind Ranade. The Bombay Presidency Association was started by Badruddin Tyabji, Ferozsha Mehta and K.T. Talang in 1885. 4. Political associations in Madras. The Madras Mahajan Sabha was founded in 1884 by M. Virarahavachari, B. Subramania Iyer, and P. Anandachalu. 11. Pre-Congress campaigns. 1. For imposition of import duty on cotton 18752. For Indianization of government service 1878-79-3. Against Lytton's Afghan Adventure 4. Against Arms Act 1878. 5. Against Vernacular Press Act 1878. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 60. 6. For right to join Volunteer Corps. 7. Against plantation labor and against Inland Emigration Act 8. In support of Ilbert Bill. 9. For an All India Fund for Political Agitation 10. Campaign in Britain to vote for Pro-India Party 11. Against reduction in maximum age for appearing in Indian civil service space for your notes. Chapter 11 Indian National Congress, Foundation and the Moderate Phase Short Notes Prelims plus Mains www.desirias.com. 1. Foundation of Indian National Congress. The final shape to the establishment of an all-India organization idea was given by A.O. Hume, who organized the first session of the Indian National Congress at Gokuldas Tejpal Sanskrit College in Bombay in December 1885. 2 sessions of the Indian National Conference had been held in 1883 and 1885. Surendranath Banerjee and Ananda Mohan Bose were the main architects of the Indian National Conference. The first session of the Indian National Congress was attended by 72 delegates and presided over by Wimish Chandra Banerjee. Kadambini Ganguly, the first woman graduate of Calcutta University, addressed the Congress session. Was it a safety valve? Hume formed the Congress with the idea that it would prove to be a safety valve for releasing the growing discontent of the Indians. Even the Marxist historians' conspiracy theory was an offspring of the safety valve notion. R.P. Dutt opined that the Indian National Congress was born out of a conspiracy to abort a popular uprising in India, and the bourgeois leaders were a party to it. Bipin Chandra observes, the early Congress leaders used Hume as a lightning conductor to bring together nationalistic forces even if under the guise of a safety valve. Aims and objectives of the Congress. The main aims of the Indian National Congress in the initial stage were to found a democratic, nationalist movement, politicize and politically educate people, establish the headquarters for a movement, promote friendly relations among nationalist political workers from different parts of the country, develop and propagate an anti-colonial nationalist ideology, formulate and present popular demands before the government with a view to unifying the people over a common economic and political program, develop and consolidate a feeling of national unity among people irrespective of religion, caste or province, carefully promote and nurture Indian nationhood. 2. Era of Modernates 1885-1905. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 61. Important leaders. The national leaders like Dadabhai Naoroji, Ferozshah Mehta, D.E. Watcher, W.C. Banerjee, S.N. Banerjee. Moderate approach. They worked on a two-pronged methodology. 1. Create a strong public opinion to arouse consciousness and national spirit and then educate and unite people on common political questions. And 2. Persuade the British government and British public opinion to introduce reforms in India on the lines laid out by the nationalists. A British committee of the Indian National Congress was established in London in 1899 which had India as its organ. 3. Contributions of moderate nationalists. Economic critique of British imperialism. The early nationalists, led by Dadabhai Naoroji, R.C. Dutt, Dinshaw Watcher and others, carefully analysed the political economy of British rule in India, and put forward the drain theory to explain British exploitation of India. They opposed the transformation of a basically self-sufficient Indian economy into a colonial economy. Constitutional reforms and propaganda in legislature from 1885 to 1892, the nationalist demands for constitutional reforms were centered around 1. Expansion of councils, i.e., greater participation of Indians in councils, and 2. Reform of councils, i.e., more powers to councils, especially greater control over finances. They gave the slogan, "No taxation without representation." Campaign for general administrative reforms. The moderates campaigned on the following grounds: I. Indianization of government service. E. Call for separation of judicial from executive functions. E. Criticism of an oppressive and tyrannical bureaucracy and an expensive and time-consuming judicial system. IV. Criticism of an aggressive foreign policy which resulted in annexation of Burma, attack on Afghanistan and suppression of tribals in the northwest, all costing heavily for the Indian treasury. V. Call for increase in expenditure on welfare, i.e., health, sanitation, education, especially elementary and technical, irrigation works and improvement of agriculture, agricultural banks for cultivators, etc. Vi. Demand for better treatment for Indian labor abroad in other British colonies, where they faced oppression and racial discrimination. Protection of civil rights. Through an incessant campaign, the nationalists were able to spread modern democratic ideas, and soon the defense of civil rights became an integral part of the freedom struggle. 4. An evaluation of the early nationalists. I. They represented the most progressive forces of the time. E. They were able to create a wide national awakening of all Indians having common interests and the need to rally around a common program against a common enemy, and above all, the feeling of belonging to one nation. E. They trained people in political work and popularized modern ideas. IV. They exposed the basically exploitative character of colonial rule, thus undermining its moral foundations. V. Their political work was based on hard realities, and not on shallow sentiments, religion, etc. Vi. They were able to establish the basic political truth that India should be ruled in the interest of Indians. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 62. VII. They created a solid base for a more vigorous, militant, mass-based national movement in the years that followed. VIII. They failed to widen the democratic base and the scope of the demands. Role of masses. The moderate phase of the national movement had a narrow social base and the masses played a passive role. This was because the early nationalists lacked political faith in the masses. They felt that there were numerous divisions and subdivisions in the Indian society, and the masses were generally ignorant and had conservative ideas and thoughts. Attitude of the government. The government resorted to open condemnation of the Congress, calling the nationalists seditious Brahmins, disloyal Babis, etc. Dufferin called the Congress a factory of sedition. Later, the government adopted a divide and rule policy towards the Congress. Chapter 12. Era of militant nationalism 1905-1909. Short notes. Prelims plus mains. www.desiriyas.com. 1. Growth of militant nationalism. Why militant nationalism grew. 1. Recognition of the true nature of British rule. 1892, the Indian Councils Act was criticized by nationalists as it failed to satisfy them. 1897, the Nattu brothers were deported without trial and Tilak and others imprisoned on charges of sedition. 1898, repressive laws under IPC Section 124A were further amplified with new provisions under IPC Section 156A. 1899, number of Indian members in Calcutta Corporation were reduced. 1904, Official Secrets Act curbed freedom of press. 1904, Indian Universities Act ensured greater government control over universities too. Growth of confidence and self-respect. 3. Growth of education. International influences. The defeat of the Italian army by Ethiopians. 1896 The Boer Wars 1899-1902, where the British faced reverses, and Japan's victory over Russia. 1905 demolished myths of European invincibility. 4. Reaction to increasing westernization. Dissatisfaction with achievements of moderates. They were strongly critical of the methods of peaceful and constitutional agitation, popularly known as the 3 Ps: prayer, petition and protest, and described these methods as political mendicancy. 5. Reactionary policies of Curzon. Administrative measures adopted during Curzon's rule. The Official Secrets Act, the Indian Universities Act, the Calcutta Corporation Act and, above all, the partition of Bengal, left no doubt in Indian minds about the basically reactionary nature of British rule in India. 6. Existence of a militant school of thought. The basic tenets of this school of thought were hatred for foreign rule. Since no hope could be derived from it, Indians should work out their own salvation. Swaraj to be the goal of national movement. Direct political action required. Belief in capacity of the masses to challenge the authority. www.desirias.com. Mail id. caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 63. Personal sacrifices required, and a true nationalist to be always ready for it. 7. Emergence of a trained leadership. 2. The Swadeshi and boycott movement. The Swadeshi movement had its genesis in the anti-partition movement, which was started to oppose the British decision to partition Bengal. Partition of Bengal to divide people. The British government's decision to partition Bengal had been made public in December 1903. The idea was to have two provinces, Bengal comprising Western Bengal as well as the provinces of Bihar and Orissa, and Eastern Bengal and Assam. Bengal retained Calcutta as its capital, while Dhaka became the capital of Eastern Bengal. Anti-partition campaign under moderates 1903-05. The methods adopted were petitions to the government, public meetings, memoranda, and propaganda through pamphlets and newspapers such as Hitabadi, Sanjabani and Bengali. Their objective was to exert sufficient pressure on the government through an educated public opinion in India and England to prevent the unjust partition of Bengal from being implemented. The government announced partition of Bengal in July 1905. On August 7, 1905, with the passage of the boycott resolution in a massive meeting held in the Calcutta Town Hall, the formal proclamation of Swadeshi movement was made. October 16, 1905, the day the partition formally came into force, was observed as a day of mourning throughout Bengal. Amar Sonar Bangla, the national anthem of present-day Bangladesh, was composed by Rabindranath Tagore. The Congress's position. The Indian National Congress, meeting in 1905 under the presidentship of Gokhale, resolved to condemn the partition of Bengal and the reactionary policies of Curzon, and support the anti-partition and Swadeshi movement of Bengal. A big step forward was taken at the Congress session held at Calcutta 1906 under the presidentship of Dadabhai Naoroji, where it was declared that the goal of the Indian National Congress was self-government or Swaraj. 3. The movement under extremist leadership. There were three reasons for this. The moderate-led movement had failed to yield results. The divisive tactics of the governments of both the Bengals had embittered the nationalists. The government had resorted to suppressive measures, the extremist program. Extremists gave a call for passive resistance in addition to Swadeshi and boycott. The purpose, as Aurobindo put it, was to make the administration under present conditions impossible by an organized refusal to do anything which will help either the British commerce in the exploitation of the country or British officialdom in the administration of it. Political freedom is the life breath of a nation, declared Aurobindo. New forms of struggle. Boycott of foreign goods. E. Public meetings and processions. E. Corps of Volunteers or Samatas. Samatas such as the Swadesh Bandhab Samiti of Ashwini Kumar Dutta in Barisal emerged as a very popular and powerful means of mass mobilization. In Tirunelveli, Tamil Nadu, V.O. Chidambaram Pillai, Subramania Shiva and some lawyers formed the Swadeshi Sangam which inspired the local masses. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. IV. Imaginative use of traditional popular festivals and Melis v. Emphasis given to self-reliance. 64. Vi. Program of Swadeshi or National Education Bengal National College, inspired by Tagore's Shantiniketan, was set up with Aurobindo Ghosh as its principal. On August 15, 1906, the National Council of Education was set up to organize a system of education, literary, scientific and technical, on national lines and under national control. VII. Swadeshi or Indigenous Enterprises V.O. Chidambaram Pillai's venture into a national shipbuilding enterprise, Swadeshi Steam Navigation Company, at Tuticorin. VIII. Impact in the cultural sphere in Tamil Nadu, Subramania Bharati wrote Sudsha Geetham. In painting, Abanindranath Tagore broke the domination of Victorian naturalism over the Indian art scene and took inspiration from Ajanta, Mughal and Rajput paintings. Nandalal Bose, who left a major imprint on Indian art, was the first recipient of a scholarship offered by the Indian Society of Oriental Art, founded in 1907. Extent of mass participation. I. Student participation was visible in Bengal, Maharashtra, especially in Pune, and in many parts of the south, Guntur, Madras, Salem. E. Women play a significant role in the national movement. E. The nature of the Swadeshi movement, with leaders evoking Hindu festivals and goddesses for inspiration, tended to exclude the Muslims. In September 1905, more than 250 Bengali clerks of the Byrne Company, Howrah, walked out in protest against a derogatory work regulation. IV. In July 1906, a strike of workers in the East Indian Railway resulted in the formation of a Railwaymen's Union. V. Between 1906 and 1908, strikes in the jute mills were very frequent. Subramania Shiva and Chidambaram Pillai led strikes in Tuticorin and Tirunelveli in a foreign-owned cotton mill. In Rawalpindi, Punjab, the arsenal and railway workers went on strike. All India aspect movements in support of Bengal's unity and the Swadeshi and boycott agitation were organized in many parts of the country. 4. Annulment of partition. The annulment came as a rude shock to the Muslim political elite. It was also decided to shift the capital to Delhi. 5. Evaluation of the Swadeshi movement. The movement fizzles out. There was severe government repression. I. The movement failed to create an effective organization or a party structure. It threw up an entire gamut of techniques that later came to be associated with Gandhian politics: non-cooperation, passive resistance, filling of British jails, social reform and constructive work, but failed to give these techniques a disciplined focus. E. The movement was rendered leaderless, with most of the leaders either arrested or deported. By 1908, and with Aurobindo Ghosh and Bipin Chandra Pal retiring from active politics. E. Internal squabbles among leaders, magnified by the Surat Split 1907, did much harm to the movement. IV. The movement aroused the people but did not know how to tap the newly released energy or how to find new forms to give expression to popular resentment. The movement largely remained confined to the upper and middle classes and zamindars, and failed to reach the masses, especially the peasantry. V. Non-cooperation and passive resistance remained mere ideas. Vi. It is difficult to sustain a mass-based movement at a high pitch for too long. Movement a turning point. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 65. I. It proved to be a leap forward in more ways than one. Hitherto untouched sections, students, women, workers, some sections of urban and rural population, participated. All the major trends of the national movement, from conservative moderation to political extremism, from revolutionary activities to incipient socialism, from petitions and prayers to passive resistance and non-cooperation, emerged during the Swadeshi movement. The richness of the movement was not confined to the political sphere, but encompassed art, literature, science and industry also. People were aroused from slumber and now they learned to take bold political positions and participate in new forms of political work. The Swadeshi campaign undermined the hegemony of colonial ideas and institutions. The future struggle was to draw heavily from the experience gained. Moderate methods give way to extremist modes. Moderates had outlived the utility and their politics of petitions and speeches had become obsolete. Their failure to get the support of the younger generation for their style of politics. Their failure to work among the masses had meant that their ideas did not take root among the masses. The extremist ideology and its functioning also lacked consistency. Its advocates ranged from open members and secret sympathizers to those opposed to any kind of political violence. 6. The Surat split. The Congress split at Surat came in December 1907, run-up to Surat. In December 1905, at the Benares session of the Indian National Congress presided over by Gokhale. A relatively mild resolution condemning the partition of Bengal and the reactionary policies of Curzon and supporting the Swadeshi and boycott program in Bengal was passed. The Calcutta session of the Congress in December 1906. Moderates wanted to restrict the boycott movement to Bengal and to a boycott of foreign cloth and liquor. Extremists wanted to take the movement to all parts of the country and include within its ambit all forms of association. Split takes place. The split became inevitable, and the Congress was now dominated by the moderates who lost no time in reiterating Congress commitment to the goal of self-government within the British Empire and to the use of constitutional methods only to achieve this goal. Government repression. The Seditious Meetings Act, 1907. Indian Newspapers Incitement to Offences Act, 1908. Criminal Law Amendment Act, 1908, and IV. The Indian Press Act, 1910. Tilak, the main extremist leader, was tried in 1909 for sedition for what he had written in 1908 in his Kesari about a bomb thrown by Bengal revolutionaries in Muzaffarpur 7. The government strategy. In the government's view, the moderates still represented an anti-imperialist force, consisting of basically patriotic and liberal intellectuals. The policy was to be of Rallingham, John Morley, the Secretary of State, or the policy of carrot and stick. It may be described as a three-pronged approach of repression, conciliation, suppression. In the first stage, the extremists were to be repressed mildly. In the second stage, the moderates were to be placated through some concessions. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 66. The Surat split suggested that the policy of carrot and stick had brought rich dividends to the British India government. 8. Morley-Minto Reforms, 1909. In October 1906, a group of Muslim elites called the Simla Deputation, led by the Aga Khan, met Lord Minto and demanded separate electorates for the Muslims. The same group quickly took over the Muslim League, initially floated by Nawab Salimullah of Dhaka along with Nawabs Mohsin ul Mulk and Waqar ul Mulk in December 1906. The reforms. The The Morley-Minto or Minto-Morley reforms that translated into the Indian Councils Act of 1909. The elective principle was recognized for the non-official membership of the councils in India. Indians were allowed to participate in the election of various legislative councils, though on the basis of class and community. For the first time, separate electorates for Muslims for election to the Central Council was established, a most detrimental step for India. IV. The number of elected members in the Imperial Legislative Council and the Provincial Legislative Councils was increased. In the provincial councils, non-official majority was introduced, but since some of these non-officials were nominated and not elected, the overall non-elected majority remained. According to Sumit Sarkar, in the Imperial Legislative Council, of the total 69 members, 37 were to be the officials and of the 32 non-officials, 5 were to be nominated. Of the 27 elected non-officials, 8 seats were reserved for the Muslims under separate electorates. Only Muslims could vote here for the Muslim candidates, while 4 seats were reserved for the British capitalists, 2 for the landlords, and 13 seats came under general electorate. The elected members were to be indirectly elected. The local bodies were to elect an electoral college, which in turn would elect members of provincial legislatures, who in turn would elect members of the central legislature. Besides separate electorates for the Muslims, representation in excess of the strength of their population was accorded to the Muslims. Also, the income qualification for Muslim voters was kept lower than that for Hindus. Powers of legislatures, both at the center and in provinces, were enlarged, and the legislatures could now pass resolutions, which may or may not be accepted, ask questions and supplementaries, vote separate items in the budget, though the budget as a whole could not be voted upon. One Indian was to be appointed to the Viceroy's Executive Council. Sachendra Sinha was the first Indian to be appointed in 1909. Evaluation. Lord Morley said, if it could be said that this chapter of reforms led directly or indirectly to the establishment of a parliamentary system in India, I, for one, would have nothing at all to do with it. The system of election was too indirect, and it gave the impression of infiltration of legislators through a number of sieves. What the reforms of 1909 gave to the people of the country was a shadow rather than substance. The people had demanded self-government, but what they were given was benevolent despotism. Space for your notes. www.desirias.com. Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 67. Chapter 13, First Phase of Revolutionary Activities, 1907-1917. Short notes, prelims plus mains. www.desirias.com. Why the surge of revolutionary activities? First phase acquired a more activist form as a fallout of the Swadeshi boycott movement and continued till 1917. Second phase started as a fallout of the non-cooperation movement. 2. The revolutionary program. Revolutionaries opted to follow in the footsteps of Russian nihilists or the Irish nationalists. This methodology involved individual heroic actions. 3. A survey of revolutionary activities, Bengal. First revolutionary groups were organized in 1902 in Midnapore under Jnanendranath Basu, and in Calcutta, the Anushilan Samiti founded by Pramatha Mitta, and including Jatindranath Banerjee, Barendra Kumar Ghosh and others. In April 1906, an inner circle within Anushilan Barendra Kumar Ghosh, Bhupendranath Dutta, started the weekly Yugantar and conducted a few abortive actions. After severe police brutalities on participants of the Barisal Conference, April 1906, the Yugantar wrote, "The remedy lies with the people. The 30 crore people inhabiting India must raise their 60 crore hands to stop this curse of oppression. Force must be stopped by force." IV. Rashbehari Bose and Sachin Sanyal had organized secret society covering far-flung areas of Punjab, Delhi and United Provinces, while some others like Hemachandra Kanungo went abroad for military and political training. In 1907, an abortive attempt was made by the Yugantar group on the life of a very unpopular British official, Sir Fuller, the first lieutenant governor of the new province of Eastern Bengal and Assam. In December 1907, there were attempts to derail the train on which the lieutenant governor, Sri Andrew Fraser, VII. In 1908, Prafulla Chakki and Khudiram Bose threw a bomb at a carriage. The whole Anushilan group was arrested, including the Ghosh brothers, Aurobindo and Barendra, who were tried in the Alipore conspiracy case, variously called Maniktola bomb conspiracy or Muraraipuka conspiracy. VII. In February 1909, the public prosecutor was shot dead in Calcutta, and in February 1910, a deputy superintendent of police met the same fate while leaving the Calcutta High Court. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 68. Ix. In 1908, Bara Daikoati was organized by Dhaka Anushilan under Pullan Das to raise funds for revolutionary activities. X. Jatin Mukherjee was shot and died a hero's death in Balasore on the Orissa coast in September 1915. "We shall die to awaken the nation," was the call of Bagga Jatin. She. Newspapers and journals advocating revolutionary activity included Sandhya and Yugantar in Bengal, and Kal in Maharashtra. First of the revolutionary activities in Maharashtra was the organization of the Ramasi peasant force by Vasudev Balwant Phadke. In 1879, Tilak propagated a spirit of militant nationalism, including use of violence, through Ganapati and Shivaji festivals and his journals Kesari and Maharatha. Two of his disciples, the Chapekar brothers, Damodar and Balkrishna, murdered the plague commissioner of Pune, Rand, and one lieutenant Iyast in 1897. Savarkar and his brother organized Mitra Mela, a secret society, in 1899 which merged with Avinav Bharat after Mazzini's Young Italy, in 1904. Soon Nashik, Pune and Punjab Bombay emerged as centers of bomb manufacture. Lala Lajpat Rai, who brought out Punjabi with its motto of self-help at any cost, and Ajit Singh Bhagat Singh's uncle, who organized the extremist Anjuman-i-Mohasban I Watan in Lahore with its journal, Bharat Mata. Revolutionary activities abroad. Shyamji Krishnavarma had started in London in 1905 an Indian Home Rule Society, India House, as a centre for Indian students, a scholarship scheme to bring radical youth from India, and a journal, The Indian Sociologist. Madanlal Dhingra from this circle assassinated the India office bureaucrat Curzon Wiley. In 1909, new centres emerged on the continent, Paris and Geneva. The Gadda Party was a revolutionary group organized around a weekly newspaper, The Gadda, with its headquarters at San Francisco and branches along the U.S. coast and in the Far East. These revolutionaries included mainly ex-soldiers and peasants who had migrated from the Punjab to the USA and Canada in search of better employment opportunities. To carry out revolutionary activities, the earlier activists had set up a Swadesh Sevak Home at Vancouver and United India House at Seattle. Finally, in 1913, the Gadda was established. Their plans were encouraged by two events in 1914, the Komagata Maru incident and the outbreak of the First World War. Komagata Maru incident and the Gadda Komagata Maru was the name of a ship which was carrying 370 passengers, mainly Sikh and Punjabi Muslim would-be immigrants, from Singapore to Vancouver. Ship finally anchored at Calcutta in September 1914. The inmates refused to board the Punjab-bound train. In the ensuing conflict with the police at Budge Budge near Calcutta, 22 persons died. Gadrites fixed February 21, 1915 as the date for an armed revolt in Ferozepur, Lahore and Rawalpindi garrisons. The authorities took immediate action, aided by the Defense of India Rules, 1915. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 69. British met the wartime threat with a formidable battery of repressive measures, the most intensive since 1857, and above all by the Defense of India Act passed in March 1915 primarily to smash the Gadda movement. Evaluation of Gadda. The achievement of the Gadda movement lay in the realm of ideology. It preached militant nationalism with a completely secular approach. IV. Revolutionaries in Europe. Berlin Committee for Indian Independence was established in 1915 by Virendranath Chattopadhyay, Bhupendranath Dutta, Lala Hardayal and others with the help of the German Foreign Office under Zimmermann Plan. Indian revolutionaries in Europe sent missions to Baghdad, Persia, Turkey and Kabul to work among Indian troops and the Indian prisoners of war POWs, and to incite anti-British feelings among the people of these countries. One mission under Raja Mahendra Pratap Singh, Barkatullah and Ubaidullah Sindhi went to Kabul to organize a provisional Indian government there with the help of the Crown Prince, Amanullah. V. Mutiny in Singapore. Most notable was in Singapore on February 15, 1915 by Punjabi Muslim 5th Light Infantry and the 36th Sikh Battalion under Jamadar Chisti Khan, Jamadar Abdul Ghani and Subedar Daud Khan. It was crushed after a fierce battle in which many were killed. IV. Decline. There was a temporary respite in revolutionary activity after the First World War because the release of prisoners held under the Defense of India rules cooled down passions a bit. There was an atmosphere of conciliation after Montagu's August 1917 statement. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 70. Chapter 14 First World War and Nationalist Response Short Notes Prelims plus Mains www.desiriyas.com. In First World War 1914–1919 Britain allied with France, Russia, USA, Italy and Japan against Germany, Austria-Hungary and Turkey. Nationalist response to British participation in the First World War was threefold. Moderates supported the Empire in the war as a matter of duty. B. Extremists, including Tilak, who was released in June 1914, supported the war efforts in the mistaken belief that Britain would repay India's loyalty with gratitude in the form of self-government. And C. Revolutionaries decided to utilize the opportunity to wage a war on British rule and liberate the country. Revolutionary activity was carried out through the Gadda Party in North America, Berlin Committee in Europe and some scattered mutinies by Indian soldiers, such as the one in Singapore. I. Home Rule League movement. Two Indian Home Rule Leagues were organized on the lines of the Irish Home Rule Leagues and they represented the emergence of a new trend of aggressive politics. Annie Besant and Tilak were the pioneers of this new trend. Factors leading to the movement. Some of the factors leading to the formation of the Home Rule movement were as follows. A section of the nationalists felt that popular pressure was required to attain concessions from the government. B. Moderates were disillusioned with the Morley-Minto reforms. C. People were feeling the burden of wartime miseries caused by high taxation and a rise in prices, and were ready to participate in any aggressive movement of protest. D. The war, being fought among the major imperialist powers of the day and backed by naked propaganda against each other, exposed the myth of white superiority. E. Tilak was ready to assume leadership after his release in June 1914, and had made conciliatory gestures to the government, reassuring it of his loyalty, and to the moderates that he wanted, like the Irish Home Rulers, a reform of the administration and not an overthrow of the government. He also admitted that the acts of violence had only served to retard the pace of political progress in India. He urged all Indians to assist the British government in its hour of crisis. Annie Besant, the Irish theosophist based in India since 1896, had decided to enlarge the sphere of her activities to include the building of a movement for Home Rule on the lines of the Irish Home Rule Leagues. The Leagues. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 71. By early 1915, Annie Besant had launched a campaign to demand self-government for India after the war on the lines of white colonies. She campaigned through her newspapers, New India and Commonweal, and through public meetings and conferences. Tilak's League. Tilak set up his Home Rule League in April 1916 and it was restricted to Maharashtra, excluding Bombay City, Karnataka, central provinces and Berar. Besant's League. Annie Besant set up her league in September 1916 in Madras and covered the rest of India, including Bombay City. It had 200 branches. The Home Rule League program. A league campaign aimed to convey to the common man the message of home rule as self-government. The Russian Revolution of 1917 proved to be an added advantage for the Home Rule campaign. Home Rule agitation was later joined by Motilal Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Bhulabhai Desai, Chittaranjan Das, Madan Mohan Malaviya, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Tej Bahadur Sapru and Lala Lajpat Rai. Government attitude. Tilak was barred from entering the Punjab and Delhi. In June 1917, Annie Besant and her associates, B.P. Wadia and George Arundale, were arrested. Montagu, the Secretary of State for India, commented that Shiva cut his wife into 52 pieces only to discover that he had 52 wives. This is what happens to the government of India when it interns Mrs. Besant. Why the agitation faded out by 1919. There was a lack of effective organization. Communal riots were witnessed during 1917-18. Moderates who had joined the Congress after Annie Besant's arrest were pacified by talk of reforms and Besant's release. Talk of passive resistance by the extremists kept the moderates away from activity from September 1918 onwards. Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, which became known in July 1918, further divided the nationalist ranks. Tilak had to go abroad September 1918 in connection with a case, while Annie Besant vacillated over her response to the reforms and the techniques of passivresistance. Positive gains. Movement shifted the emphasis from the educated elite to the masses and permanently deflected the movement from the course mapped by the moderates. It created an organizational link between the town and the country, which was to prove crucial in later years when the national movement entered its mass phase in a true sense. It created a generation of ardent nationalists. It prepared the masses for politics of the Gandhian style. August 1917 Declaration of Montagu and the Montford reforms were influenced by the Home Rule agitation. Efforts of Tilak and Annie Besant towards the moderate extremist reunion at Lucknow, 1916, revived the Congress as an effective instrument of Indian nationalism. Home Rule movement lent a new dimension and a sense of urgency to the national movement. 2. Lucknow session of the Indian National Congress 1916 readmission of extremists to Congress. Lucknow session of the Indian National Congress, presided over by a moderate, Ambika Charan Majumdar. Various factors facilitated this reunion. Old controversies had become meaningless now. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 72. Both the moderates and the extremists realized that the split had led to political inactivity. Annie Besant and Tilak had made vigorous efforts for the reunion. Death of two moderates, Gokhale and Feroz Mehta, who had led the moderate opposition to the extremists, facilitated the reunion. Lucknow pact between Congress and Muslim League. A development to take place at Lucknow was the coming together of the Muslim League and the Congress and the presentation of common demands by them to the government. Why the change in the League's altitude? Britain's refusal to help Turkey in its wars in the Balkans 1912-13 and with Italy, during 1911, had angered the Muslims. Annulment of partition of Bengal in 1911 had annoyed those sections of the Muslims who had supported the partition. Refusal of the British government in India to set up a university at Aligarh with powers to affiliate colleges all over India also alienated some Muslims. Younger League members were turning to bolder nationalist politics and were trying to outgrow the limited political outlook of the Aligarh school. The Calcutta session of the Muslim League 1912 had committed the League to working with other groups for a system of self-government suited to India, provided it did not come in conflict with its basic objective of protection of interests of the Indian Muslims. Thus, the goal of self-government similar to that of the Congress brought both sides closer. Younger Muslims were infuriated by the government repression during the First World War. Maulana Azad al-Hilal and Muhammad Ali's comrade faced suppression while the leaders such as Ali brothers, Maulana Azad and Hazrat Mohani faced internment. This generated anti-imperialist sentiments among the young party. See the nature of the pact. The joint demands were, government should declare that it would confer self-government on Indians at an early date. Representative assemblies at the central as well as provincial level should be further expanded with an elected majority and more powers given to them. The term of the Legislative Council should be 5 years. Salaries of the Secretary of State for India should be paid by the British Treasury and not drawn from Indian funds. Half the members of the Viceroys and Provincial Governors' Executive Councils should be Indians. D. Critical comments. Lucknow Pact demands with us just a significantly expanded version of the Morley-Minto reforms. This was a major landmark in the evolution of the two-nation theory by the Muslim League. Government decided to placate the nationalists by declaring its intention to grant self-government to Indians in times to come, as contained in Montagu's August 1917 declaration. 3. Montagu's statement of August 1917. Secretary of State for India, Edwin Samuel Montagu, made a statement on August 20, 1917 in the British House of Commons in what has come to be known as the August Declaration of 1917. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 73. Statement said, the government policy is of an increasing participation of Indians in every branch of administration and gradual development of self-governing institutions with a view to the progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire. Reforms were not intended to give self-government to India. Indian objections. Objections of the Indian leaders to Montagu's statement were twofold. No specific time frame was given. Government alone was to decide the nature and the timing of advance towards a responsible government, and the Indians were resentful that the British. Chapter 15 Emergence of Gandhi. Short notes prelims plus mains www.desirias.com. The Indian struggle against imperialism took a decisive turn towards a broad-based popular struggle with the emergence of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi on the Indian political scene. Why nationalist resurgence now post-war economic hardships. Industry first, an increase in prices, then a recession coupled with increased foreign investment brought many industries to the brink of closure and loss. Workers and artisans. This section of the populace faced unemployment and bore the brunt of high prices. Peasantry faced with high taxation and poverty, the peasants waited for a lead to protest. Soldiers who returned from battlefields abroad gave an idea of their experience to the rural folk. Educated urban classes. This section was facing unemployment as well as suffering from an acute awareness of racism in the attitude of the British. Expectations of political gains for cooperation in the war. After the war, there were high expectations of political gains from the British government, and this too contributed towards the charged atmosphere in the country. Nationalist disillusionment with imperialism worldwide. At the Paris Peace Conference and other peace treaties that the imperialist powers had no intention of loosening their hold over the colonies, In fact, they went on to divide the colonies of the vanquished powers among themselves. Impact of Russian Revolution, November 7, 1917. The Bolshevik Party of Workers overthrew the Tsarist regime and founded the first socialist state, the Soviet Union, under the leadership of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov or Lenin. The Soviet Union unilaterally renounced the Tsarist imperialist rights in China and the rest of Asia, gave rights of self-determination to former Tsarist colonies in Asia and gave equal status to the Asian nationalities within its borders. 2. Montagu-Chelmsford Reforms and Government of India Act, 1919. The carrot was represented by the insubstantial Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, while measures such as the Rowlatt Act represented the stick. In line with the government policy contained in Montagu's statement of August 1917, the government announced further constitutional reforms in July 1918, known as Montagu-Chelmsford or Montford reforms. Based on these, the Government of India Act, 1919 was enacted. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Main features. A provincial government, introduction of Jarchi Executive. 74. Jarchi, i.e., rule of two, executive councillors and popular ministers, was introduced. The governor was to be the executive head in the province. Subjects were divided into two lists, reserved, and transferred subjects. The reserved subjects were to be administered by the governor through his executive council of bureaucrats, and the transferred subjects were to be administered by ministers nominated from among the elected members of the Legislative Council. The ministers were to be responsible to the legislature and had to resign if a no-confidence motion was passed against them by the legislature, while the executive councillors were not to be responsible to the legislature. In case of failure of constitutional machinery in the province, the governor could take over the administration of transferred subjects also. The Secretary of State for India and the Governor-General could interfere in respect of reserved subjects, while in respect of the transferred subjects, the scope for their interference was restricted. Legislature. Provincial legislative councils were further expanded and 70% of the members were to be elected. The system of communal and class electorates was further consolidated. Women were also given the right to vote. The legislative councils could initiate legislation, but the governor's assent was required. The governor could veto bills and issue ordinances. The legislative councils could reject the budget, but the governor could restore it, if necessary. The legislators enjoyed freedom of speech. Central government, still without responsible government executive. The Governor-General was to be the chief executive authority. There were to be two lists for administration, central and provincial. In the Viceroy's Executive Council of 8, 3 were to be Indians. The Governor-General retained full control over the reserved subjects in the provinces. The Governor-General could restore cuts in grants, certify bills rejected by the central legislature and issue ordinances. Legislature. A bicameral arrangement was introduced. The lower house or central legislative assembly would consist of 145 members and the upper house or council of state would have 60 members. The council of state had a tenure of 5 years and had only male members, while the central legislative assembly had a tenure of 3 years. The legislators could ask questions and supplementaries, pass adjournment motions, and vote a part of the budget, but 75% of the budget was still not votable. On the Home Government in Britain front, the Government of India Act, 1919 made an important change. The Secretary of State for India was henceforth to be paid out of the British Exchequer. Drawbacks. A franchise was very limited. The electorate was extended to some 1.5 million for the central legislature, while the population of India was around 260 million, as per one estimate. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. B. At the center, the legislature had no control over the viceroy and his executive council. C. Division of subjects was not satisfactory at the center. 75. D. Allocation of seats for central legislature to the provinces was based on importance of provinces, for instance, Punjab's military importance and Bombay's commercial importance. E. At the level of provinces, division of subjects and parallel administration of two parts was irrational and, hence, unworkable. Subjects like irrigation, finance, police, press and justice were reserved. F. The provincial ministers had no control over finances and over the bureaucrats. This would lead to constant friction between the two. Ministers were often not consulted on important matters too. In fact, they could be overruled by the governor on any matter that the latter considered special. Congress's reaction. The Congress met in a special session in August 1918 at Bombay under Hassan Imam's presidency and declared the reforms to be disappointing and unsatisfactory. B. The Montford reforms were termed unworthy and disappointing, a sunless dawn, by Tilak, even as Annie Besant found them unworthy of England to offer and India to accept. 3. Making of Gandhi. Early career and experiments with truth in South Africa. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi was born on October 2, 1869 in Porbandar in the princely state of Kathiawar in Gujarat. Having studied law in England, Gandhi, in 1898, went to South Africa. He stayed there till 1914, after which he returned to India. B. The Indians in South Africa consisted of three categories: 1. The indentured Indian labor, 2. The merchants, and 3. The ex-indentured laborers. C. Moderate phase of struggle 1894-1906 to unite different sections of Indians. Gandhi set up the Natal Indian Congress and started a paper Indian Opinion. D. Phase of passive resistance or satyagraha 1906-1914. The second phase, which began in 1906, was characterized by the use of the method of passive resistance or civil disobedience, which Gandhi named satyagraha. E. Satyagraha against registration certificates 1906. Gandhi formed the Passive Resistance Association to conduct the campaign of defying the law and suffering all the penalties. Thus was born satyagraha or devotion to truth, the technique of resisting adversaries without violence. F. Campaign against restrictions on Indian migration. The earlier campaign was widened to include protest against a new legislation imposing restrictions on Indian migration. G. Campaign against poll tax and invalidation of Indian marriages. H. Protest against Transvaal Immigration Act. The Indians protested the Transvaal Immigration Act by illegally migrating from Natal into Transvaal. Even the Viceroy, Lord Hardinge, condemned the repression and called for an impartial inquiry. I. Compromise solution. Gandhi's experience in South Africa. Gandhi found that the masses had immense capacity to participate in and sacrifice for a cause that moved them. B. He was able to unite Indians belonging to different religions and classes, and men and women alike under his leadership. C. He also came to realize that at times the leaders have to take decisions unpopular with their enthusiastic supporters. D. He was able to evolve his own style of leadership and politics and new techniques of struggle on a limited scale, untrammeled by the opposition of contending political currents. Gandhi's technique of satyagraha. Gandhi evolved the technique of satyagraha during his stay in South Africa. It was based on truth and non-violence. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 76. A satyagrahi was not to submit to what he considered as wrong, but was to always remain truthful, nonviolent and fearless. B. A satyagrahi works on the principles of withdrawal of cooperation and boycott. Methods of satyagraha include non-payment of taxes, and declining honors and positions of authority. C. A satyagrahi should be ready to accept suffering in his struggle against the wrongdoer. This suffering was to be a part of his love for truth. D. While carrying out his struggle against the wrongdoer, a true satyagrahi would have no ill feeling for the wrongdoer. Hatred would be alien to his nature. E. A true satyagrahi would never bow before the evil, whatever the consequence. F. Only the brave and strong could practice satyagraha. IV. Gandhi in India. Gandhi returned to India in January 1915. During 1917 and 1918, Gandhi was involved in 3 struggles, in Champaran, Ahmedabad and Khader, before he launched the Rolat Satyagraha. Champaran Satyagraha, 1917. First civil disobedience. The European planters had been forcing the peasants to grow indigo on 3/20th part of the total land called Tinkathia system. The peasants were forced to sell the produce at prices fixed by the Europeans. B. When Gandhi, joined now by Rajendra Prasad, Mazharul Haq, Mahadeo Desai, Narari Parikh, and J.B. Kripalani, reached Champaran to probe into the matter, the authorities ordered him to leave the area at once. C. This passive resistance or civil disobedience of an unjust order was a novel method at that time. The government appointed a committee to go into the matter and nominated Gandhi as a member. D. Gandhi was able to convince the authorities that the Tinkathia system should be abolished and that the peasants should be compensated for the illegal dues extracted from them. E. As a compromise with the planters, he agreed that only 25% of the money taken should be compensated. Ahmedabad mill strike 1918. First hunger strike. In March 1918, Gandhi intervened in a dispute between cotton mill owners of Ahmedabad and the workers over the issue of discontinuation of the plague bonus. B. The workers of the mill turned to Anusuya Sarabhai for help in fighting for justice. Anusuya Sarabhai was a social worker who was also the sister of Ambalal Sarabhai, one of the mill owners and the president of the Ahmedabad Mill Owners Association, founded in 1891 to develop the textile industry in Ahmedabad. C. Gandhi asked the workers to go on a strike and demand a 35% increase in wages instead of 50%. Khader Satyagraha, 1918. First non-cooperation. Because of drought in 1918, the crops failed in Khader district of Gujarat. According to the Revenue Code, if the yield was less than 1/4 the normal produce, the farmers were entitled to remission. B. Gandhi asked the farmers not to pay the taxes. Patel along with his colleagues organized the tax revolt which the different ethnic and caste communities of Khader supported. Gains from Champaran, Ahmedabad and Khader. Gandhi demonstrated to the people the efficacy of his technique of satyagraha. B. He found his feet among the masses and came to have a surer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the masses. C. He acquired respect and commitment of many. V. Rolat Act, Satyagraha, Jallianwala Bagh Massacre 1. The Rolat Act. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 77. 2 bills were introduced in the Imperial Legislative Council. One of them was dropped, but the other, an extension to the Defence of India Regulations Act 1915, was passed in March 1919. It was what was officially called the Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act, but popularly known as the Rolat Act. It was based on the recommendations made by the Rolat Commission, headed by the British judge, Sir Sidney Rolat, to investigate the seditious conspiracy of the Indian people. The act allowed political activists to be tried without juries or even imprisoned without trial. It allowed arrest of Indians without warrant on the mere suspicion of treason. The law of habeas corpus, the basis of civil liberty, was sought to be suspended. The object of the government was to replace the repressive provisions of the Wartime Defence of India Act 1915 by a permanent law. 2. Satyagraha against the Rolat Act. First mass strike. Gandhi called the Rolat Act the Black Act. There was a radical change in the situation by now. The masses had found a direction, now they could act, instead of just giving verbal expression to their grievances. From now onwards, peasants, artisans and the urban poor were to play an increasingly important part in the struggle. Orientation of the national movement turned to the masses permanently. Satyagraha was to be launched on April 6, 1919, but before it could be launched, there were large-scale violent, anti-British demonstrations. 3. Jallianwala Bagh Massacre, April 13, 1919. On April 9, two nationalist leaders, Saifuddin Kichlu and Dr. Satyapal, were arrested by the British officials without any provocation except that they had addressed protest meetings, and taken to some unknown destination. This caused resentment among the Indian protesters who came out in thousands on April 10 to show their solidarity with their leaders. Soon the protests turned violent because the police resorted to firing, in which some of the protesters were killed. By then the city had returned to calm and the protests that were being held were peaceful. Daya, however, issued a proclamation on April 13, which was also Baisakhi, forbidding people from leaving the city without a pass and from organizing demonstrations or processions, or assembling in groups of more than 3. On Baisakhi Day, a large crowd of people, mostly from neighboring villages, unaware of the prohibitory orders in the city, gathered in the Jallianwala Bagh, a popular place for public events, to celebrate the Baisakhi festival. The troops surrounded the gathering under orders from General Daya and blocked the only exit point, and opened fire on the unarmed crowd. According to official British Indian sources, 379 were identified dead, and approximately 1,100 were wounded. Indian National Congress, on the other hand, estimated more than 1,500 were injured, and approximately 1,000 were killed. But it is precisely known that 1,650 bullets were fired into the crowd. Gandhi gave up the title of Kaiser-i-Hind, bestowed by the British for his work during the Boer War. Gandhi was overwhelmed by the atmosphere of total violence and withdrew the movement on April 18, 1919. According to the historian, A.P.J. Taylor, the Jallianwala Bagh massacre was the decisive moment when Indians were alienated from British rule. Vi. The Hunter Committee of Inquiry on October 14, 1919, the Government of India announced the formation of the Disorders Inquiry Committee, which came to be more widely and variously known as the Hunter Committee Commission. The purpose of the commission was to investigate the recent disturbances in Bombay, Delhi and Punjab, about their causes, and the measures taken to cope with them. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 78. There were 3 Indians among the members, namely, Sir Chemanlal Harilal Settlevard, Vice-Chancellor of Bombay University and Advocate of the Bombay High Court; Pandit Jagat Narayan, lawyer and member of the Legislative Council of the United Provinces; and Sardar Sahibzada Sultan Ahmad Khan, lawyer from Gwalior State. Daya is reported to have explained his sense of honor by saying, "I think it quite possible that I could have dispersed the crowd without firing, but they would have come back again and laughed, and I would have made, what I consider, a fool of myself." The government had passed an Indemnity Act for the protection of its officers. The Whitewashing Bill, as the Indemnity Act was called, was severely criticized by Motilal Nehru and others. In the House of Commons, Churchill, no lover of Indians, condemned what had happened at Amritsar. He called it monstrous. A former Prime Minister of Britain, H.H. Asquith, called it one of the worst outrages in the whole of our history. The honoring of Daya by the priests of Sri Darbar Sahib, Amritsar, was one of the reasons behind the intensification of the demand. Congress view the Indian National Congress appointed its own non-official committee and put forward its own view. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 79. Telegram link. https://t.me/desiriyas Facebook link https://www.facebook.com/justupskexam website link for English medium www.desiriyas.com website link for Hindi medium, www.desiriyas.com/hi all history notes https://www.desiriyas.com/tamil-nadu-nerd-notes/ all economic lectures click here https://www.youtube.com/watch V equals dun 88 CVT4 EXO and list equals PLX2 UHVZBJ Exojthobe 49 CMVIP will BKBGJ all previous video on geography https://www.youtube.com/watch V equals FL6TF7 DJ Nui and list equals PLX2 UHVZBJ Exoj 8 Senior 9 FP8 Aspire Peak 5D Bron Chapter 16 Non-Cooperation Movement and Khilafat Andolan Short Notes Prelims plus Mains www.desiriyas.com During 1919-22, the British were opposed through two mass movements, the Khilafat and Non-Cooperation I. Background to the two movements was provided by a series of events after the First World War. Year 1919, in particular, saw a strong feeling of discontent among all sections of Indians for various reasons. The economic situation of the country in the post-war years had become alarming with a rise in prices of commodities, decrease in production of Indian industries, increase in burden of taxes and rents etc. B. Rowlatt Act, the imposition of martial law in Punjab and the Jallianwala Bagh massacre exposed the brutal and uncivilized face of the foreign rule. The Hunter Committee on the Punjab atrocities proved to be an eyewash. In fact, the House of Lords of the British Parliament endorsed General Dyer's action and the British public showed solidarity with General Dyer by helping the Morning Post collect £30,000 for him. C. Montagu Chelmsford reforms with their ill-conceived scheme of Jharchi failed to satisfy the rising demand of the Indians for self-government. Post-First World War period also saw the preparation of the ground for common political action by Hindus and Muslims. A Lucknow Pact 1916 had stimulated Congress-Muslim League cooperation. B. Rowlatt Act agitation brought Hindus and Muslims, and also other sections of the society, together, and C. Radical nationalist Muslims had now become more influential than the conservative Aligarh school elements who had dominated the League earlier. 2. The Khilafat issue. In India, too, Muslims demanded from the British that the Khalifa's control over Muslim sacred places should be retained, and the Khalifa should be left with sufficient territories after territorial arrangements. In early 1919, a Khilafat committee was formed. Development of the Caliphate Non-Cooperation Program at All India Khilafat Conference held in Delhi in November 1919, a call was made for the boycott of British goods. Gandhi, who was the president of the All India Khilafat Committee, saw in the issue a platform from which mass and united non-cooperation could be declared against the government. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 80. Congress stand on Khilafat question. The Congress felt inclined to support a non-cooperation program on the Khilafat question because it was felt that this was a golden opportunity to cement Hindu-Muslim unity and to bring Muslim masses into the national movement. Now different sections of society could come into the national movement by fighting for their own rights and realizing that the colonial rule was opposed to them. B. Congress was losing faith in constitutional struggle, especially after the Punjab incidents and the blatantly partisan Hunter Committee report. C. Congress was aware that the masses were eager to give expression to their discontent. Muslim League support to Congress. The Muslim League also decided to give full support to the Congress and its agitation on political questions. 3. The Non-Cooperation Khilafat Movement. February 1920. In early 1920, a joint Hindu-Muslim deputation was sent to the Viceroy to seek redress of grievances on the issue of Khilafat. In February 1920, Gandhi announced that the issues of the Punjab wrongs and constitutional advance had been overshadowed by the Khilafat question. May 1920 Treaty of Sèvres with Turkey, signed in May 1920, completely dismembered Turkey. June 1920 an all-party conference at Allahabad approved a program of boycott. August 31, 1920 the Khilafat Committee started a campaign of non-cooperation and the movement was formally launched. September 1920 at a special session in Calcutta, the Congress approved a non-cooperation program till the Punjab and Khilafat wrongs were removed and Swaraj was established. The program was to include a boycott of government schools and colleges. B. Boycott of law courts and dispensation of justice through panchayats instead. C. Boycott of legislative councils. D. Boycott of foreign cloth and use of khadi instead, also practice of hand spinning to be done. E. Renunciation of government honors and titles. The second phase could include mass civil disobedience including resignation from government service, and non-payment of taxes. December 1920 at the Nagpur session of the Indian National Congress. A program of non-cooperation was endorsed. B. Important change was made in the Congress Creed. Now, instead of having the attainment of self-government through constitutional means as its goal, the Congress decided to have the attainment of Swaraj through peaceful and legitimate means, thus committing itself to an extra-constitutional mass struggle. C. Some important organizational changes were made. A Congress Working Committee (CWC) of 15 members was set up to lead the Congress from now onwards. Provincial Congress committees on linguistic basis were organized, ward committees was organized, and entry fee was reduced to 4 annas. D. Gandhi declared that if the non-cooperation program was implemented completely, Swaraj would be ushered in within a year. E. Surendranath Banerjee founded the Indian National Liberal Federation and played a minor role in national politics henceforward. Spread of the movement. Gandhi, accompanied by the Ali brothers, undertook a nationwide tour. Educational institutions were organized under the leadership of Acharya Narendra Dev, Cr. Das, Lala Lajpat Rai, Zakir Hussain, Subhash Bose, who became the principal of National College at Calcutta, and included Jamia Millia at Aligarh, Kashi Vidyapith, Gujarat Vidyapith and Bihar Vidyapith. B. A no tax movement against Union Board taxes in Midnapore, Bengal, and in Guntur, Andhra, was going on. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 81. C. In Assam, strikes in tea plantations, steamer services and Assam Bengal Railways had been organized. J.M. Sengupta was a prominent leader in these strikes. D. In November 1921, the visit of the Prince of Wales to India invited strikes and demonstrations. The spirit of defiance and unrest gave rise to many local struggles such as Abad Kisan Movement, UP, Ekka Movement, UP, Mapilla Revolt Malabar, and the Sikh agitation for the removal of Mahants in Punjab. People's response. Middle-class people from the middle classes led the movement at the beginning, but later they showed a lot of reservations about Gandhi's program. B. Business class. The economic boycott received support from the Indian business group because they had benefited from the nationalists' emphasis on the use of Swadeshi. C. Peasants' participation was massive. D. Students became active volunteers of the movement. E. Women gave up purdah and offered their ornaments for the Tilak Fund. F. Hindu-Muslim unity. The massive participation of Muslims and the maintenance of communal unity, despite the events like Mapilla uprisings, were great achievements. Government response. At talks between Gandhi and Redding, the viceroy, broke down in May 1921. Gandhi realized that the government was trying to drive a wedge between him and the Khilafat leaders and refused to fall into the trap. The last phase of the movement. Gandhi was now under increasing pressure from the Congress rank and file to start the civil disobedience program. The Ahmedabad session in 1921 appointed Gandhi the sole authority on the issue. B. On February 1, 1922, Gandhi threatened to launch civil disobedience from Bardoli, Gujarat, if I. Political prisoners were not released, and E. Press controls were not removed. C. Chowri Chora incident. Chowri Chora, Gorakhpur district in United Provinces, has found a place in history books due to an incident of violence on February 5, 1922, which was to prompt Gandhi to withdraw the movement. D. Congress Working Committee met at Bardoli in February 1922 and resolved to stop all activity that led to breaking of the law and to get down to constructive work. E. In March 1922, Gandhi was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in jail. He made the occasion memorable by a magnificent court speech. I am here, therefore, to invite and submit cheerfully to the highest penalty that can be inflicted upon me for what in law is deliberate crime, and what appears to me to be the highest duty of a citizen. IV. Why Gandhi withdrew the movement. Movement was also showing signs of fatigue. In November 1922, the people of Turkey rose under Mustafa Kemal Pasha and deprived the Sultan of political power. In 1924, the caliphate was abolished. V. Evaluation of Khilafat non-cooperation movement. Movement brought the urban Muslims into the national movement, but at the same time it communalized the national politics to an extent. With the non-cooperation movement, nationalist sentiments reached every nook and corner of the country and politicized every strata of population. Space for your notes. www.desirias.com. Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 82. Chapter 17 Emergence of Swarajists, Socialist Ideas, Revolutionary Activities and Other New Forces. Short notes. Prelims plus mains. www.desirias.com. I. Swarajists and No Changes. Genesis of Congress Khilafat Swarajya Party. Those advocating entry into legislative councils came to be known as the Swarajists, while the other school of thought led by C. Rajagopalachari, Vallabhai Patel, Rajendra Prasad and M.A. Ansari came to be known as the Nokhangas. B. No Changes opposed council entry, advocated concentration on constructive work, and continuation of boycott and non-cooperation, and quiet preparation for resumption of the suspended civil disobedience program. C. Congress and announced the formation of Congress Khilafat Swarajya Party or simply Swarajist Party, with C.R. Das as the president and Motilal Nehru as one of the secretaries. Swarajists arguments. The Swarajists had their reasons for advocating the entry into the councils. Entering the councils would not negate the non-cooperation program. In fact, it would be like carrying on the movement through other means, opening a new front. B. In a time of political vacuum, council work would serve to enthuse the masses and keep up their morale. Entry of nationalists would deter the government from stuffing the councils with undesirable elements who may be used to provide legitimacy to government measures. C. Councils could be used as an arena of political struggle. There was no intention to use the councils as organs for gradual transformation of colonial rule. No Changes arguments. No Changes argued that parliamentary work would lead to neglect of constructive work, loss of revolutionary zeal and to political corruption. Agree to disagree. Both sides also realized the significance of putting up a united front to get a mass movement to force the government to introduce reforms, and both sides accepted the necessity of Gandhi's leadership of a united nationalist front. B. Keeping these factors in mind, a compromise was reached at a meeting in Delhi in September 1923. The elections to the newly constituted Central Legislative Assembly and to provincial assemblies were to be held in November 1923. The Swarajist Manifesto for elections released in October 1923, the Swarajist Manifesto took a strong anti-imperialist line. The points put forward were as follows. A guiding motive of the British in governing India lay in selfish interests of their own country. www.desirias.com. Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 83. B. So-called reforms were only a blind to further the said interests under the pretense of granting a responsible government, the real objective being to continue exploitation of the unlimited resources of the country by keeping Indians permanently in a subservient position to Britain. C. Swarajists would present the nationalist demand of self-government in councils. D. If this demand was rejected, they would adopt a policy of uniform, continuous and consistent obstruction within the councils to make governance through councils impossible. E. Councils would thus be wrecked from within by creating deadlocks on every measure. Gandhi's attitude. Gandhi was initially opposed to the Swarajist proposal of council entry. But after his release from prison on health grounds in February 1924, he gradually moved towards a reconciliation with the Swarajists. He felt public opposition to the program of council entry would be counterproductive. B. In the November 1923 elections, the Swarajists had managed to win 42 out of 141 elected seats and a clear majority in the Provincial Assembly of Central Provinces. C. There was a government crackdown on revolutionary terrorists and the Swarajists towards the end of 1924. D. Both sides came to an agreement in 1924 Swarajist activity in councils. Swarajists lost the support of many Muslims when the party did not support the tenants' cause against the Zamindars in Bengal. B. Responsivists among Swarajists, Lala Lajpat Rai, Madan Mohan Malaviya and N.C. Kelkar advocated cooperation with the government and holding of office wherever possible. C. Thus, the main leadership of the Swarajist party reiterated faith in mass civil disobedience and withdrew from legislatures in March 1926. D. In 1930, the Swarajists finally walked out as a result of the Lahore Congress resolution on Purna Swaraj and the beginning of the civil disobedience movement. Achievements. With coalition partners, they outvoted the government several times, even on matters relating to budgetary grants, and passed adjournment motions. B. They agitated through powerful speeches on self-government, civil liberties and industrialization. C. Vithalbhai Patel was elected Speaker of Central Legislative Assembly in 1925. D. A noteworthy achievement was the defeat of the Public Safety Bill in 1928, which was aimed at empowering the government to deport undesirable and subversive foreigners. E. By their activities, they filled the political vacuum at a time when the national movement was recouping its strength. F. They exposed the hollowness of the Montford scheme. G. They demonstrated that the councils could be used creatively. Drawbacks. Swarajists lacked a policy to coordinate their militancy inside legislatures with the mass struggle outside. They relied totally on newspaper reporting to communicate with the public. B. An obstructionist strategy had its limitations. C. They could not carry on with their coalition partners very far because of conflicting ideas, which further limited their effectiveness. D. They failed to resist the perks and privileges of power and office. E. They failed to support the peasants' cause in Bengal and lost support among Muslim members who were pro-peasant. Constructive work by No Changes. The No Changes devoted themselves to constructive work that connected them to the different sections of the masses. Ashrams sprang up where young men and women worked among tribals and lower castes, and popularized the use of charkha and khadi. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 84. B. National schools and colleges were set up where students were trained in a non-colonial ideological framework. C. Significant work was done for Hindu-Muslim unity, removing untouchability, boycott of foreign cloth and liquor, and for flood relief. D. The constructive workers served as the backbone of civil disobedience as active organizers. A critique of constructive work. National education benefited the urban lower middle classes and the rich peasants only. B. Popularization of khadi was an uphill task since it was costlier than the imported cloth. 2. Emergence of new forces, socialistic ideas, youth power, trade unionism, spread of Marxist and socialist ideas. Ideas of Marx and socialist thinkers inspired young nationalists, inspired by the Soviet Revolution and dissatisfied with Gandhian ideas and political program, began advocating radical solutions for economic, political and social ills of the country. These younger nationalists were critical of both Swarajists and No Changes. advocated a more consistent anti-imperialist line in the form of a slogan for Purna Swarajya, complete independence. Were influenced by an awareness, stressed the need to combine nationalism and anti-imperialism with social justice, and simultaneously raised the question of internal class oppression by capitalists and landlords. The Communist Party of India (CPI) was formed in 1920 in Tashkent, now the capital of Uzbekistan, by M.N. Roy, Abani Mukherjee and others after the Second Congress of Comintern. M.N. Roy was also the first to be elected to the leadership of Comintern. In 1924, many communists, S.A. Dange, Muzaffar Ahmed, Shaukat Usmani, Nalini Gupta, were jailed in the Kanpur Bolshevik conspiracy case. In 1925, the Indian Communist Conference at Kanpur formalized the foundation of the CPI. In 1929, the government crackdown on communists resulted in the arrest and trial of 31 leading communists, trade unionists and left-wing leaders. They were tried at Meerut in the famous Meerut conspiracy case. Activism of Indian youth. All over, students' leagues were being established and students' conferences were being held. In 1928, Jawaharlal Nehru presided over the All Bengal Students' Conference. Peasants' agitations. Peasant agitations took place in the Rampa region of Andhra, in Rajasthan, in riotwary areas of Bombay and Madras. In Gujarat, the Bardoli Satyagraha was led by Vallabhbhai Patel, 1928. Growth of trade unionism. A trade union movement was led by All India Trade Union Congress (AITUC), founded in 1920. Lala Lajpat Rai was its first president and Dewan Chaman Lal its general secretary. Major strikes during the 1920s included those in Kharagpur railway workshops, Tata Iron and Steel Works Jamshedpur, Bombay textile mills. This involved 50,000 workers and went on for 5 months, and Buckingham Carnatic mills. In 1923, the first May Day was celebrated in India in Madras. Caste movements. These movements could be divisive, conservative and at times potentially radical, and included Justice Party, Madras. Self-Respect Movement 1925, under Periyar, E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, Madras. Satyashodak activists in Satara, Maharashtra. Bhaskar Rao Jadhav, Maharashtra. Mahaz under Ambedkar, Maharashtra. Radical Ezavas under K. Ayyappan and C. Kesavan in Kerala. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. Yadavs in Bihar for improvement in social status. Unionist Party under Faisal I Hussain, Punjab. 85. Revolutionary activity with a turn towards socialism. This line was adopted by those dissatisfied with the nationalist strategy of the political struggle with its emphasis on nonviolence. 2 strands developed. Hindustan Republican Association (HRA) in Punjab up Bihar. Yugantar, Anushilan groups and later Chittagong Revolt Group under Surya Sen, in Bengal. 3. Revolutionary activity during the 1920s. Attraction for revolutionary activity after non-cooperation movement. 2 separate strands of revolutionary groups emerged during this period, one operating in Punjab up Bihar and the other in Bengal. Major influences. Upsurge of working-class trade unionism after the war. The revolutionaries wanted to harness the revolutionary potential of the new emergent class for nationalist revolution. Russian Revolution 1917, and the success of the young Soviet state in consolidating itself. Newly sprouting communist groups with their emphasis on Marxism, socialism and the proletariat. Journals publishing memoirs and articles extolling the self-sacrifice of revolutionaries, such as Atmasakti, Sarathi and Bijoli. Novels and books such as Bandi Jivan by Sachin Sanyal and Pather Dabi by Sharachandra Chatterjee. A government ban only enhanced its popularity. In Punjab United Provinces Bihar. Revolutionary activity in this region was dominated by the Hindustan Republican Association, Army or HRA, later renamed Hindustan Socialist Republican Association or HSRA. The HRA was founded in October 1924 in Kanpur. Kakori robbery, August 1925. The most important action of the HRA was the Kakori robbery. Men held up the 8-down train at Kakori, an obscure village near Lucknow, and looted its official railway cash. HSRA determined to overcome the Kakori setback. The younger revolutionaries, inspired by socialist ideas, set out to reorganize Hindustan Republic Association at a historic meeting in the ruins of Ferozshah Kotla in Delhi, September 1928. D. Saunders murder, Lahore, December 1928. The death of Sher-I-Punjab Lala Lajpat Rai due to lathi blows received during a lathi charge on an anti-Simon Commission procession, October 1928, led them once again to take to individual assassination. Bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly, April 1929. Bhagat Singh and Batukshwar Dutt were asked to throw a bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly on April 8, 1929 to protest against the passage of the Public Safety Bill and Trade Disputes Bill aimed at curtailing civil liberties of citizens in general and workers in particular. Action against the revolutionaries. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru were tried in the Lahore conspiracy case. Jatin Das became the first martyr on the 64th day of his fast. Azad was involved in a bid to blow up Viceroy Irwin's train near Delhi in December 1929. During 1930 there were a series of violent actions in Punjab and towns of United Provinces. 26 incidents in 1930 in Punjab alone. Azad died in a police encounter in a park in Allahabad in February 1931. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru were hanged on March 23, 1931. In Bengal. After Das's death 1925, the Bengal Congress broke up into two factions, one led by J.M. Sengupta, Anushilan group joined forces with him, and the other led by Subhash Bose, Yugantar group backed him. The actions of the reorganized groups included an assassination attempt on www.desiriyas.com, mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 86. The notorious Calcutta Police Commissioner, Charles Teggett, another man named Day, got killed by Gopinath Sahar in 1924. Chittagong Armory raid, April 1930. Surya Sen decided to organize an armed rebellion along with his associates, Anand Singh, Ganesh Ghosh and Lokanath Baul, to show that it was possible to challenge the armed might of the mighty British Empire. The raid was conducted in April 1930 and involved 65 activists under the banner of Indian Republican Army, Chittagong branch. Surya Sen was arrested in February 1933 and hanged in January 1934. Aspects of the new phase of revolutionary movement in Bengal. Some noteworthy aspects were as follows. There was a large-scale participation of young women, especially under Surya Sen. Prominent women revolutionaries in Bengal during this phase included Prithalata Wadadar, who died conducting a raid, Kalpana Dutt, who was arrested and tried along with Surya Sen and given a life sentence, Santi Ghosh and Suniti Chandhiri, schoolgirls of Camilla, who shot dead the district magistrate. December 1931, and Beena Das, who fired point-blank at the governor while receiving her degree at the convocation. February 1932. There was an emphasis on group action aimed at organs of the colonial state, instead of individual action. The objective was to set an example before the youth and to demoralize the bureaucracy. Some of the earlier tendency towards Hindu religiosity was shed, and there were no more rituals like oath-taking, and this facilitated participation by Muslims. Surya Sen had Muslims such as Sattar, Mir Ahmed, Fakir Ahmed Mian and Tunu Mian in his group. There were some drawbacks too. The movement retained some conservative elements. It failed to evolve broader socio-economic goals. Those working with Swarajists failed to support the cause of Muslim peasantry against Zamindars in Bengal. Official reaction. There was panic at first and then severe government repression. Armed with 20 repressive acts. The government let loose the police on the revolutionaries. Ideological rethinking. A real breakthrough was made by Bhagat Singh and his comrades in terms of revolutionary ideology, forms of revolutionary struggle and the goals of revolution. B. Famous statement of the revolutionary position is contained in the book The Philosophy of the Bomb written by Bhagwaticharan Vohra. In other words, revolution could only be, by the masses, for the masses. C. That is why Bhagat Singh helped establish the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha, 1926, as an open wing of revolutionaries to carry out political work redefining revolution. A revolution was no longer equated with militancy and violence. Its objective was to be national liberation. B. Bhagat Singh said in the court, revolution does not necessarily involve sanguinary strife, nor is there a place in it for personal vendetta. It is not the cult of bomb and pistol. By revolution we mean the present order of things, which is based on manifest injustice, must change. C. He defined socialism scientifically as abolition of capitalism and class domination. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum short notes. 87. Chapter 18 Simon Commission and the Nehru Report Short Notes Prelims plus Mains www.desiriyas.com. I. Appointment of the Indian Statutory Commission. An all-white, 7-member Indian Statutory Commission, popularly known as the Simon Commission, after the name of its chairman, Sir John Simon, was set up by the British government under Stanley Baldwin's prime ministership on November 8, 1927. The Lee Commission went into the Raja's failure to recruit enough British officers, the Mudaliman Commission looked into the deadlock within the Diakik dispensation, and the Linlithgow Commission inquired into the crisis of Indian agriculture. Indian response. The Indian response to the Simon Commission was immediate and nearly unanimous. A Congress response. The Congress session in Madras December 1927, meeting under the presidency of M.A. Ansari decided to boycott the commission, at every stage and in every form. B. Other groups. Those who decided to support the Congress call of boycott of the Simon Commission included the liberals of the Hindu Mahasabha and the majority faction of the Muslim League under Jinnah. The Muslim League had 2 sessions in 1927, one under Jinnah at Calcutta where it was decided to oppose the Simon Commission, and another at Lahore under Muhammad Shafi, who supported the government. C. Public response. The commission landed in Bombay on February 3, 1928. Wherever the commission went, there were black flag demonstrations, hartals and slogans of, Simon go back. Police repression. The police came down heavily on demonstrators, there were lathi charges not sparing even the senior leaders. Lala Lajpat Rai received severe blows on his chest in October 1928 which proved fatal and he died on November 17, 1928. Impact of appointment of Simon Commission on the national movement. The impact of the appointment of the Simon Commission on Indian politics was twofold. It gave a stimulus to radical forces demanding not just complete independence but major socio-economic reforms on socialist lines. When the Simon Commission was announced, the Congress, which did not have any active program in hand, got an issue on which it could once again forge mass action. B. The challenge of Lord Birkenhead to Indian politicians to produce an agreed constitution was accepted by various political sections, and thus prospects for Indian unity seemed bright at that point of time. The Simon Commission recommendations. The Simon Commission published a 2-volume report in May 1930. It proposed the abolition of Jatchi and the establishment of representative government in the provinces which should be given autonomy. www.desiriyas.com mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum short notes. 88. B. The report rejected parliamentary responsibility at the centre. It suggested that a consultative council of Greater India should be established which should include representatives of both the British provinces as well as princely states. C. It suggested that the Northwest Frontier Province and Baluchistan should get local legislatures. It recommended that Sindh should be separated from Bombay, and Burma should be separated from India. 2. Nehru Report. As an answer to Lord Birkenhead's challenge, an all-parties conference met in February 1928 and appointed a subcommittee under the chairmanship of Motilal Nehru to draft a constitution. This was the first major attempt by the Indians to draft a constitutional framework for the country. The report was finalized by August 1928. The recommendations of the Nehru Committee were unanimous except in one respect. While the majority favored the Dominion status as the basis of the Constitution, a section of it wanted complete independence as the basis main recommendations. A Dominion status on lines of self-governing dominions as the form of government desired by Indians. B. Rejection of separate electorates which had been the basis of constitutional reforms so far. Instead, a demand for joint electorates with reservation of seats for Muslims at the center and in provinces where they were in minority in proportion to the Muslim population there with right to contest additional seats. C. Linguistic provinces. D. 19 fundamental rights including equal rights for women, right to form unions, and universal adult suffrage. E. Responsible government at the center and in provinces. The Indian Parliament at the centre to consist of a 500-member House of Representatives elected on the basis of adult suffrage, a 200-member Senate to be elected by provincial councils, the House of Representatives to have a tenure of 5 years and the Senate, one of 7 years, the central government to be headed by a Governor-General, appointed by the British government but paid out of Indian revenues, who would act on the advice of the Central Executive Council responsible to the Parliament. Provincial councils to have a 5-year tenure, headed by a governor acting on the advice of the Provincial Executive Council. F. Full protection to cultural and religious interests of Muslims. G. Complete dissociation of state from religion. The Muslim and Hindu communal responses. At Delhi proposals of Muslim League proposals, which were accepted by the Madras session of the Congress December 1927, came to be known as the Delhi proposals. These were joint electorates in place of separate electorates with reserved seats for Muslims, 1/3 representation to Muslims in Central Legislative Assembly, representation to Muslims in Punjab and Bengal in proportion to their population, formation of 3 new Muslim majority provinces, Sindh, Baluchistan and Northwest Frontier Province. B. Hindu Mahasabha demands. The Hindu Mahasabha was vehemently opposed to the proposals for creating new Muslim majority provinces and reservation of seats for Muslims majorities in Punjab and Bengal. C. Compromises. The concessions made in the Nehru Report to Hindu communalists included the following. Joint electorates proposed everywhere but reservation for Muslims only where in minority. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 89. Sindh to be detached from Bombay only after Dominion status was granted and subject to weightage given to Hindu minority in Sindh. Political structure proposed broadly unitary, as residual powers rested with the centre. Amendments proposed by Jinnah at the All-Parties Conference held at Calcutta in December 1928 to consider the Nehru Report. Jinnah, on behalf of the Muslim League, proposed 3 amendments to the report. A 1/3 representation to Muslims in the Central Legislature. B. Reservation to Muslims in Bengal and Punjab legislatures proportionate to their population, till adult suffrage was established, and C. Residual powers to provinces. Jinnah's 14 points. A federal constitution with residual powers to provinces. B. Provincial autonomy. C. No constitutional amendment by the centre without the concurrence of the states constituting the Indian Federation. D. All legislatures and elected bodies to have adequate representation of Muslims in every province without reducing a majority of Muslims in a province to a minority or equality. E. Adequate representation to Muslims in the services and in self-governing bodies. F. 1/3 Muslim representation in the central legislature. G. In any cabinet at the center or in the provinces, on 1/3 to be Muslims. H. Separate electorates. I. No bill or resolution in any legislature to be passed if 3/4 of a minority community consider such a bill or resolution to be against their interests. J. Any territorial redistribution not to affect the Muslim majority in Punjab, Bengal and NWFP. K. Separation of Sindh from Bombay. L. Constitutional reforms in the NWFP and Baluchistan. M. Full religious freedom to all communities. N. Protection of Muslim rights in religion, culture, education and language. Nehru report found unsatisfactory not only with the Muslim League, the Hindu Mahasabha and the Sikh communalists unhappy about the Nehru report. Nehru and Subhash Bose rejected the Congress modified goal and jointly set up the Independence for India League. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 90. Chapter 19 Civil Disobedience Movement and Roundtable Conferences. Short Notes Prelims plus Mains www.desiriyas.com. I. The run-up to Civil Disobedience Movement Calcutta Session of Congress. It was at the Calcutta session of the Congress in December 1928 that the Nehru Report was approved. B. Congress decided that if the government did not accept a constitution based on dominion status by the end of the year, the Congress would not only demand complete independence but would also launch a civil disobedience movement to attain its goal. Political activity during 1929. Gandhi traveled incessantly during 1929 preparing people for direct political action. The Congress Working Committee (CWC) organized a foreign cloth boycott committee. Gandhi initiated the campaign in March 1929 in Calcutta and was arrested. B. This was followed by bonfires of foreign cloth all over the country. Other developments which kept the political temperature high during 1929 included the Meerut conspiracy case, March bomb explosion in Central Legislative Assembly by Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt, April, and the coming to power of the minority Labour government led by Ramsay MacDonald in England in May. Irwin's Declaration, October 31, 1929. A declaration by Lord Irwin was made. It was the combined effort of the Labour government and a Conservative viceroy. The purpose behind the declaration was to restore faith in the ultimate purpose of British policy. The declaration was made in the form of an official communiqué in the Indian Gazette on October 31, 1929. Lord Irwin also promised a round-table conference after the Simon Commission submitted its report. Delhi Manifesto leaders issued a Delhi Manifesto, which put forward certain conditions for attending the round-table conference. At that the purpose of the round-table conference should be not to determine whether or when dominion status was to be reached but to formulate a constitution for implementation of the dominion status, and the basic principle of dominion status should be immediately accepted. B. That the Congress should have majority representation at the conference, and C. There should be a general amnesty for political prisoners and a policy of conciliation. Viceroy Irwin rejected the demands put forward in the Delhi Manifesto. The stage for confrontation was to begin now. Lahore Congress and Purna Swaraj. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 91. Jawaharlal Nehru was nominated the president for the Lahore session of the Congress December 1929, mainly due to Gandhi's backing. 15 out of 18 provincial Congress committees had opposed Nehru. Nehru was chosen because of the appositeness of the occasion and to acknowledge the upsurge of youth which had made the anti-Simon campaign a huge success. B. Following major decisions were taken at the Lahore session. Round Table Conference was to be boycotted. Complete independence was declared as the aim of the Congress. Congress Working Committee was authorized to launch a program of civil disobedience including non-payment of taxes, and all members of legislatures were asked to resign their seats. C. January 26, 1930 was fixed as the first Independence Swarajya Day, to be celebrated everywhere. December 31, 1929. At midnight on the banks of River Ravi, the newly adopted tricolour flag of freedom was hoisted by Jawaharlal Nehru amidst slogans of Inquilab Zindabad. January 26, 1930, the Independence Pledge. This pledge, which is supposed to have been drafted by Gandhi, made the following points. It is the inalienable right of Indians to have freedom. B. British government in India has not only deprived us of freedom and exploited us, but has also ruined us economically, politically, culturally and spiritually. India must therefore sever the British connection and attain Purna Swaraj or complete independence. C. We are being economically ruined by high revenue, destruction of village industries with no substitutions made, while customs, currency and exchange rate are manipulated to our disadvantage. D. No real political powers are given, rights of free association are denied to us and all administrative talent in us is killed. E. Culturally, the system of education has torn us from our moorings. F. Spiritually, compulsory disarmament has made us unmanly. G. We hold it a crime against man and God to submit any longer to British rule. H. We will prepare for complete independence by withdrawing, as far as possible, all voluntary association from the British government and will prepare for civil disobedience through non-payment of taxes. By this an end of this inhuman rule is assured. I. We will carry out the Congress instructions for purpose of establishing Purna Swaraj. 2. Civil disobedience movement, the Salt Satyagraha and other upsurges. Gandhi's 11 demands. Gandhi gave an ultimatum of January 31, 1930 to accept or reject these demands. Issues of general interest. 1. Reduce expenditure on army and civil services by 50%. 2. Introduce total prohibition. 3. Carry out reforms in Criminal Investigation Department (CID). 4. Change Arms Act allowing popular control of issue of firearms licenses. 5. Release political prisoners. 6. Accept Postal Reservation Bill. B. Specific bourgeois demands. 7. Reduce rupee sterling exchange ratio to 1:4. 8. Introduce textile protection. 9. Reserve coastal shipping for Indians. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. C. Specific peasant demands. 10. Reduce land revenue by 50%. 92. 11. Abolish salt tax and government salt monopoly. With no positive response by February end, Gandhi had decided to make salt the central formula for the movement. Why salt was chosen as the important theme. Salt in a flash linked the ideal of Swaraj. B. Salt afforded a very small but psychologically important income. Dandi March 12 to April 6, 1930. On March 2, 1930, Gandhi informed the Viceroy of his plan of action. According to this plan, Gandhi, along with a band of 78 members of Sabarmati Ashram, was to march from his headquarters in Ahmedabad through the villages of Gujarat for 240 miles. Gandhi gave the following directions for future action. Wherever possible, civil disobedience of the salt law should be started. B. Foreign liquor and cloth shops can be picketed. C. We can refuse to pay taxes if we have the requisite strength. D. Lawyers can give up practice. E. Public can boycott law courts by refraining from litigation. F. Government servants can resign from their posts. G. All these should be subject to one condition: truth and non-violence as means to attain Swaraj should be faithfully adhered to. H. Local leaders should be obeyed after Gandhi's arrest. The historic march, marking the launch of the civil disobedience movement, began on March 12, and Gandhi broke the salt law by picking up a lump of salt at Dandi on April 6. Spread of salt disobedience. Nehru's arrest in April 1930 for defiance of the salt law evoked huge demonstrations in Madras, Calcutta and Karachi. Gandhi's arrest came on May 4, 1930, when he had announced that he would lead a raid on Dharasana salt works on the west coast. B. After Gandhi's arrest, the CWC sanctioned non-payment of revenue in riotwary areas, no Chokadara tax campaign in Zamindari areas, and violation of forest laws in the central provinces. C. Satyagraha at different places. Tamil Nadu in April 1930, c. Rajagopalachari organized a march from Thiruchirappalli to Vedaranyam on the Tanjore or Tanjavur coast to break the salt law. Malabar K. Kelappan, a Nair Congress leader famed for the Vaikam Satyagraha, organized salt marches. Andhra region district salt marches were organized in east and west Godavari, Krishna and Guntur. Orissa under Gopalbandhu Chowdhury, a Gandhian leader, salt satyagraha proved effective in the coastal regions of Balasore, Cuttack and Puri districts. Assam, the civil disobedience failed to regain the heights attained in 1921-22 due to divisive issues. Bengal during the same period, Surya Sen's Chittagong revolt group carried out a raid on 2 armories and declared the establishment of a provisional government. Bihar, Champaran and Saran were the first 2 districts to start salt satyagraha. In Patna, Nakas Pond was chosen as a site to make salt and break the salt law under Ambika Kant Sinha. The tribal belt of Chotanagpur, now in Jharkhand, saw instances of lower-class militancy. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 93. Peshawar Ghaffar Khan, also called Badshah Khan and Frontier Gandhi, had started the first push to political monthly Puktoon and had organized a volunteer brigade, Khudai Khidmatgars, popularly known as the Red Shirts. Sholapur, this industrial town of southern Maharashtra, saw the fiercest response to Gandhi's arrest. Textile workers went on a strike from May 7. Dharasana on May 21, 1930, Sarojini Naidu, Imam Sahib and Manalal Gandhi's son, took up the unfinished task of leading a raid on the Dharasana salt works. Gujarat, the impact was felt in Anand, Borsad and Nadiad areas in Kheda district, Bardoli in Surat district and Jambusar in Bharuch district. Maharashtra, Karnataka, central provinces. These areas saw defiance of forest laws. United Provinces, a no revenue campaign was organized. A call was given to zamindars to refuse to pay revenue to the government. The activity picked up speed in October 1930, especially in Agra and Rai Bareli. Manipur and Nagaland, these areas took a brave part in the movement. Rani Gaidinliu, a Naga spiritual leader, who followed her cousin Hypo Jadanang, born in what is now the state of Manipur, raised the banner of revolt against foreign rule. Forms of mobilization. Mobilization of masses was also carried out through Prabhat Fariz, Vana Senas, Manjari Senas, secret patrikas and magic lantern shows. Impact of agitation. Imports of foreign cloth and other items fell. Government suffered a loss of income from liquor, excise and land revenue. Elections to Legislative Assembly were largely boycotted. Extent of mass participation. Women. Gandhi had specially asked women to play a leading part in the movement. Students and youth played the most prominent part in the boycott of foreign cloth and liquor. Muslims. The Muslim participation was nowhere near the 1920-22 level because of appeals by Muslim leaders to stay away from the movement. Merchants and petty traders. They were very enthusiastic. Traders' associations and commercial bodies were active in implementing the boycott, especially in Tamil Nadu and Punjab. Tribals. Tribals were active participants in central provinces, Maharashtra and Karnataka. Workers. The workers participated in Bombay, Calcutta, Madras, Sholapur, etc. Peasants were active in the United Provinces, Bihar and Gujarat. Government response. Efforts for truce. It faced the classic dilemma of, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If force was applied, the Congress cried, repression, and if little action taken, the Congress cried, victory. In July 1930, the Viceroy, Lord Irwin, suggested a round-table conference and reiterated the goal of dominion status. In August 1930, the Nehru and Gandhi unequivocally reiterated the demands of right of secession from Britain, complete national government with control over defense and finance, and an independent tribunal to settle Britain's financial claims. Gandhi-Irwin Pact. A pact was signed between the Viceroy, representing the British Indian government, and Gandhi, representing the Indian people, in Delhi on February 14, 1931. This Delhi Pact, also known as the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, placed the Congress on an equal footing with the government. B. Irwin on behalf of the government agreed on immediate release of all political prisoners not convicted of violence, remission of all fines not yet collected. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Return of all lands not yet sold to third parties. Lenient treatment to those government servants who had resigned. Right to make salt in coastal villages for personal consumption, not for sale. Right to peaceful and non-aggressive picketing, and withdrawal of emergency ordinances. C. Viceroy, however, turned down two of Gandhi's demands: public inquiry into police excesses, and commutation of Bhagat Singh and his comrades' death sentence to life sentence. D. Gandhi on behalf of the Congress agreed. 94. To suspend the civil disobedience movement, and to participate in the next round-table conference on the constitutional question around the three linchpins of federation, Indian responsibility, and reservations and safeguards that may be necessary in India's interests. Evaluation of civil disobedience movement. Was Gandhi-Irwin Pact a retreat? Gandhi-Irwin Pact was not a retreat, because mass movements are necessarily short-lived. Capacity of the masses to make sacrifices, unlike that of the activists, is limited, and there were signs of exhaustion after September 1930, especially among shopkeepers and merchants, who had participated so enthusiastically. B. Comparison to non-cooperation movement. There were certain aspects in which the civil disobedience movement differed from the non-cooperation movement. Stated objective this time was complete independence and not just remedying two specific wrongs and a vaguely worded Swaraj. The methods involved violation of law from the very beginning and not just non-cooperation with foreign rule. There was a decline in forms of protests involving the intelligentsia, such as lawyers giving up practice, students giving up government schools to join national schools and colleges. Muslim participation was nowhere near that in the non-cooperation movement level. No major labor upsurge coincided with the movement. Massive participation of peasants and business groups compensated for decline of other features. Number of those imprisoned was about 3 times more this time. Congress was organizationally stronger. 3. Karachi Congress Session, 1931. In March 1931, a special session of the Congress was held at Karachi to endorse the Gandhi-Irwin Pact. Congress resolutions at Karachi. While disapproving of and dissociating itself from political violence, the Congress admired the bravery and sacrifice of the three martyrs. B. Delhi Pact or Gandhi-Irwin Pact was endorsed. C. Goal of Purna Swaraj was reiterated. 2 resolutions were adopted which made the session particularly memorable. Resolution on Fundamental Rights Guaranteed, I. Free Speech and Free Press E. Right to form associations E. Right to assemble IV. Universal adult franchise V. Equal legal rights irrespective of caste, creed and sex. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. VI. Neutrality of state in religious matters VII. Free and compulsory primary education VIII. Protection to culture, language, script of minorities and linguistic groups. Resolution on National Economic Program included. 95. I. Substantial reduction in rent and revenue in the case of landholders and peasants. E. Exemption from rent for uneconomic holdings. E. Relief from agricultural indebtedness. Control of usury. IV. Better conditions of work including a living wage, limited hours of work and protection of women workers in the industrial sector. V. Right to workers and peasants to form unions. VI. State ownership and control of key industries, mines and means of transport. IV. The Round Table Conference's first Round Table Conference. A first Round Table Conference was held in London between November 1930 and January 1931. It was opened officially by King George V on November 12, 1930 and chaired by Ramsay MacDonald. Outcome: nothing much was achieved at the conference. It was generally agreed that India was to develop into a federation. Second Round Table Conference. A second Round Table Conference was held in London from September 7, 1931 to December 1, 1931. The Indian National Congress nominated Gandhi as its sole representative. Not much was expected from the conference because of the following reasons. By this time, Lord Irwin had been replaced by Lord Willingdon as Viceroy in India. Just before the conference began, the Labour government in England had been replaced by a national government. Right-wing or Conservatives in Britain led by Churchill strongly objected to the British government negotiating with the Congress on an equal basis. They, instead, demanded a strong government in India. The Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, headed the Conservative-dominated cabinet with a weakened reactionary Secretary of State for India, Samuel Hoare. At the conference, Gandhi claimed to represent all people of India against imperialism. The other delegates, however, did not share this view. Gandhi pointed out that there was a need of a partnership between Britain and India on the basis of equality. He put forward the demand for the immediate establishment of a responsible government at the centre as well as in the provinces. Session soon got deadlocked on the question of the minorities. All these came together in a minorities pact. Princes were also not too enthusiastic about a federation. Outcome: lack of agreement among the many delegate groups meant that no substantial results regarding India's constitutional future would come out of the conference. Session ended with MacDonald's announcement of two Mulsum majority provinces, Northwest Frontier Province (NWFP) and Sindh, the setting up of an Indian Consultative Committee, setting up of 3 expert committees, Finance, Franchise and States, and the prospect of a unilateral British communal award if Indians failed to agree. Third Round Table Conference. A third Round Table Conference, held between November 17, 1932 and December 24, 1932, was not attended by the Indian National Congress and Gandhi. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 96. Recommendations were published in a white paper in March 1933 and debated in the British Parliament afterwards. A joint select committee was formed to analyse the recommendations and formulate a new Act for India, and that committee produced a draft bill in February 1935 which was enforced as the Government of India Act of 1935 in July 1935. Civil disobedience resumed. On the failure of the Second Round Table Conference, the Congress Working Committee decided on December 29, 1931 to resume the civil disobedience movement. During truce period March-December 1931. In the United Provinces, the Congress had been leading a movement for rent reduction and against summary evictions. In the NWFP, severe repression had been unleashed against the Kudai kidnapgars. In Bengal, draconian ordinances and mass detentions had been used in the name of fighting terrorism. In September 1931, there was a firing incident on political prisoners in Haili jail. Changed government attitude after second RTC. There were 3 main considerations in British policy. Gandhi would not be permitted to build up the tempo for a mass movement again. Goodwill of the Congress was not required, but the confidence of those who supported the British against the Congress, government functionaries, loyalists, etc., was very essential. National movement would not be allowed to consolidate itself in rural areas. Government action. A series of repressive ordinances were issued which ushered in a virtual martial law. Though under civilian control, or a civil martial law. Popular response. People responded with anger. Though unprepared, the response was massive. Finally, in April 1934, Gandhi decided to withdraw the civil disobedience movement. Vi. Communal Award and Pune Pact. Communal Award was announced by the British Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, on August 16, 1932. Ramsay MacDonald, who had chaired the Committee on Minorities, offered to mediate on the condition that the other members of the committee supported his decision. And the outcome of this mediation was the Communal Award. Main provisions of the Communal Award. An arrangement for the depressed classes was to be made for a period of 20 years. B. In the provincial legislatures, the seats were to be distributed on communal basis. C. Existing seats of the provincial legislatures were to be doubled. D. Muslims, wherever they were in minority, were to be granted a weightage. E. Except in the Northwest Frontier Province, 3% seats were to be reserved for women in all provinces. F. Depressed classes to be declared accorded the status of minority. G. Depressed classes were to get double vote, one to be used through separate electorates and the other to be used in the general electorates. H. In the province of Bombay, 7 seats were to be allocated for the Marathas. Congress stand. Though opposed to separate electorates, the Congress was not in favor of changing the Communal Award without the consent of the minorities. Gandhi's response. Gandhi saw the Communal Award as an attack on Indian unity and nationalism. And to press his demands, he went on an indefinite fast on September 20, 1932. Pune Pact signed by B.R. Ambedkar on behalf of the depressed classes on September 24, 1932. The Pune Pact abandoned the idea of separate electorates for the depressed classes. The seats reserved for the depressed classes were increased from 71 to 147 in provincial legislatures and to 18% of the total in the central legislature. The Pune Pact was accepted by the government as an amendment to the Communal Award. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. Impact of Pune Pact on Dalits. 97. A pact made the depressed classes political tools which could be used by the majoritarian caste Hindu organizations. B. It made the depressed classes leaderless as the true representatives of the classes were unable to win against the stooges who were chosen and supported by the caste Hindu organizations. C. This led to the depressed classes to submit to the status quo in political, ideological and cultural fields and not being able to develop independent and genuine leadership to fight the Brahminical order. D. It subordinated the depressed classes into being part of the Hindu social order by denying them a separate and distinct existence. E. Pune Pact perhaps put obstructions in the way of an ideal society based on equality, liberty, fraternity and justice. F. By denying to recognize the Dalits as a separate and distinct element in the national life, it pre-empted the rights and safeguards for the Dalits in the Constitution of Independent India. Joint electorates and its impact on depressed classes. The provisions of the joint electorate gave the Hindu majority the virtual right to nominate members of the scheduled castes who were prepared to be the tools of the Hindu majority. The Working Committee of the Federation, thus, demanded for the restoration of the system of separate electorates, and nullification of the system of joint electorates and reserved seats. 7. Gandhi's Harijan campaign and thoughts on caste. Gandhi gave up all his other preoccupations and launched a whirlwind campaign against untouchability, first from jail and then, after his release in August 1933, from outside jail. While in jail, he set up the All India Anti-Untouchability League in September 1932 and started the weekly Harijan in January 1933. Starting from Wardha, he conducted a Harijan tour of the country in the period from November 1933 to July 1934, covering 20,000 kilometers, collecting money for his newly set up Harijan Sevak Sangh, and propagating removal of untouchability in all its forms. He undertook 2 fasts. On May 8 and August 16, 1934, Gandhi was attacked by orthodox and reactionary elements. The government obliged them by defeating the Temple Entry Bill in August 1934. Throughout his Harijan tour, social work and fasts, Gandhi stressed on certain themes. He put forward a damning indictment of Hindu society for the kind of oppression practiced on Harijans. B. He called for total eradication of untouchability symbolized by his plea to throw open temples to the untouchables. C. He stressed the need for caste Hindus to do penance for untold miseries inflicted on Harijans. He said, Hinduism dies if untouchability lives, untouchability has to die if Hinduism is to live. D. His entire campaign was based on principles of humanism and reason. He said that the Shastras do not sanction untouchability, and if they did, they should be ignored as it was against human dignity. Gandhi felt that whatever the limitations and defects of the Varnashram system, there was nothing sinful about it. Untouchability, Gandhi felt, was a product of distinctions of high and low and not of the caste system itself. Impact of the campaign. Gandhi repeatedly described the campaign as being primarily meant to purify Hinduism and Hindu society. 8. Ideological differences and similarities between Gandhi and Ambedkar. Gandhi, the principal architect of the Indian freedom struggle, and B.R. Ambedkar, the principal architect of the Constitution of Independent India. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 98. Burning of foreign cloth by Gandhi and the burning of Manusmriti by Ambedkar are not to be seen as mere acts of sentiment. Rather, foreign cloth and Manusmriti represented the bondage and slavery for India. Gandhi believed that freedom was never to be bestowed but to be wrested from the authority by the people who desire it, whereas Ambedkar expected bestowing of freedom by the imperial rulers. Ambedkar advocated parliamentary system of government for independent India, but Gandhi had very little respect for the parliamentary system of governance. Gandhi believed that democracy tends to get converted into mass democracy with a propensity for domination by leaders. Ambedkar was inclined towards mass democracy as it could act as a pressure on the government with the advancement of the oppressed people. Ambedkar's politics tended to highlight the aspect of Indian disunity, whereas the Gandhian politics tried to show the aspect of Indian unity. According to Ambedkar, absolute sovereign power of the state would annihilate the spirit and personality of an individual. Gandhi, in fact, believed in least governance being the best governance. Gandhi and Ambedkar differed greatly in their views concerning mechanization of production and utilization of heavy machinery. To Gandhi, untouchability was one of the many problems confronted by Indian society. To Ambedkar, untouchability was the major problem that captured his sole attention. Ambedkar wanted to solve the problem of untouchability through laws and constitutional methods, whereas Gandhi treated untouchability as a moral stigma and wanted it to be erased by acts of atonement. Asterisk important for writing essay. Space for your notes. Telegram link, https://t.me/desiriyas. Facebook link, https://www.facebook.com/justupskexam/ website link for English medium, www.desiriyas.com website link for Hindi medium, www.desiriyas.com/hi. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 99. Learn geography map for English medium, https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals FL6TF7DJ Nui and list equals PLX2UHVZBJXOJ8 Senior 9FP8 Aspire Peak 5D Bron Economic. All lectures here. https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals DUN 88 CVT4 EXO and list equals PLX2 UHVZBJXOJT Hope 49 CMVITVIL BKBGJ Economic. All lectures in Hindi and subscribe this channel also for latest updates. https://www.youtube.com/channel/ukulkexuolfsf3rnmmwmrak. Learn geography map for Hindi medium. https://www.youtube.com/watch. V equals MTQ Kabi FM and list equals PLX2 UBSBAKE CHWP5B28 FU7 HHBQ7. Chapter 20 Debates on the Future Strategy After Civil Disobedience Movement. Short notes prelims plus mains www.desirers.com. Following the withdrawal of the civil disobedience movement, there was a two-stage debate on the future strategy of nationalists. The first stage debate. Three perspectives were as follows. A. There should be constructive work on Gandhian lines. B. There should be a constitutional struggle and participation in elections to the central legislature. They argued that in a period of political apathy, elections and council work could be utilized to keep up the political interest and morale of the people. Participation in elections and council work did not amount to faith in constitutional politics. Another political front would help build up Congress and prepare the masses for the next phase. This approach would give the Congress a certain amount of prestige and confidence, and a strong presence in councils would serve as an equivalent to the movement. C. A strong leftist trend within the Congress, represented by Nehru, was critical of both constructive work and council entry in place of the suspended civil disobedience movement, as that would sidetrack political mass action and divert attention from the main issue of the struggle against colonialism. Nehru's vision. Nehru said, the basic goal before Indian people as before people of the world is abolition of capitalism and establishment of socialism. Nehru's opposition to truce struggle strategy. A congressman led by Gandhi believed that a mass phase of movement struggle phase had to be followed by a phase of reprieve truce phase before the next stage of mass struggle could be taken up. The truce period, it was argued, would enable the masses to recoup their strength to fight and also give the government a chance to respond to the demands of the nationalists. This was the struggle-truce struggle or STS strategy. B. Against an STS strategy, Nehru suggested a struggle-victory SV strategy. Finally, yes to council entry. In May 1934, the All India Congress Committee AICC met at Patna to set up a parliamentary board to fight elections under the aegis of the Congress itself. www.desirers.com. Mail id, caredesirers@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 100. B. In the elections to the Central Legislative Assembly held in November 1934, the Congress captured 45 out of 75 seats reserved for Indians. 2. Government of India Act, 1935. Amidst the struggle of 1932, the third RTC was held in November, again without Congress participation. The discussions led to the formulation of the Act of 1935. Main features. An All India Federation. Federation's formation was conditional on the fulfillment of states with allotment of 52 seats in the proposed Council of States should agree to join the federation, and aggregate population of states in the above category should be 50% of the total population of all Indian states. Since these conditions were not fulfilled, the central government carried on up to 1946 as per the provisions of Government of India Act, 1919. B. Federal level, Executive 1. The Governor-General was the pivot of the entire constitution. 2. Subjects to be administered were divided into reserved and transferred subjects. 3. Governor-General could act in his individual judgment in the discharge of his special responsibilities for the security and tranquility of India. Legislature. 1. Bicameral legislature was to have an upper house Council of States and a lower house Federal Assembly. The Council of States was to be a 260-member house. The Federal Assembly was to be a 375-member house. 2. Oddly enough, election to the Council of States was direct and that to the Federal Assembly, indirect. 3. Council of States was to be a permanent body with 1/3 members retiring every third year. The duration of the Assembly was to be 5 years. 4. 3 lists for legislation purposes were to be federal, provincial and concurrent. 5. Members of Federal Assembly could move a vote of no confidence against ministers. Council of States could not move a vote of no confidence. 6. System of religion-based and class-based electorates was further extended. 7. 80% of the budget was non-votable. 8. Governor-General had residuary powers. See provincial autonomy. Provincial autonomy replaced Yarchi. Provinces were granted autonomy and separate legal identity. Provinces were freed from the superintendence, direction, of the Secretary of State and Governor-General. Provinces henceforth derived their legal authority directly from the British Crown. Provinces were given independent financial powers and resources. Provincial governments could borrow money on their own security. Executive. 1. Governor was to be the Crown's nominee and representative to exercise authority on the King's behalf in a province. 2. Governor was to have special powers regarding minorities, rights of civil servants, law and order, British business interests, partially excluded areas, princely states, etc. 3. Governor could take over and indefinitely run administration. Legislature. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 101. 1. Separate electorates based on communal award were to be made operational. All members were to be directly elected. Franchise was extended, women got the right on the same basis as men. 2. Ministers were to administer all provincial subjects in a council of ministers headed by a premier. 3. Ministers were made answerable to and removable by the adverse vote of the legislature. 4. Provincial legislature could legislate on subjects in provincial and concurrent lists. 5. 40% of the budget was still not votable. 6. Governor could a. refuse assent to a bill, b. promulgate ordinances, c. enact Governor's Acts. Evaluation of the Act. Numerous safeguards and special responsibilities of the Governor-General worked as brakes in the proper functioning of the Act. b. In provinces, the Governor still had extensive powers. c. The Act enfranchised 14% of British Indian population. d. Extension of the system of communal electorates and representation of various interests promoted separatist tendencies which culminated in partition of India. e. The Act provided a rigid constitution with no possibility of internal growth. Right of amendment was reserved with the British Parliament. The long-term British strategy. Suppression could only be a short-term tactic. In the long run, the strategy was to weaken the national movement and integrate large segments of the movement into colonial, constitutional and administrative structure. b. Reforms would revive the political standing of constitutionalist liberals and moderates who had lost public support during the civil disobedience movement. c. Repression earlier and reforms now would convince a large section of congressmen of the ineffectiveness of an extra-legal struggle. d. Once congressmen tasted power, they would be reluctant to go back to politics of sacrifice. e. Reforms could be used to create dissensions within Congress, right-wing to be placated through constitutional concessions and radical leftists to be crushed through police measures. f. Provincial autonomy would create powerful provincial leaders who would gradually become autonomous centers of political power. Nationalists' response: the 1935 Act was condemned by nearly all sections and unanimously rejected by the Congress. 3. The second stage debate, divided opinion. Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Bose, and Congress socialists and communists were opposed to office acceptance and thereby in the working of the 1935 Act because they argued that it would negate the rejection of the Act by the nationalists. b. As a counter-strategy, the leftists proposed entry into the councils with an aim to create deadlocks, thus making the working of the Act impossible. c. Proponents of office acceptance argued that they were equally committed to combating the 1935 Act, but work in legislatures was to be only a short-term tactic. Gandhi's position. Gandhi opposed office acceptance in the CWC meetings, but by the beginning of 1936, he was willing to give a trial to the formation of Congress ministries. In February 1937, elections to the provincial assemblies were held. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 102. Elections were held in 11 provinces: Madras, Central Provinces, Bihar, Orissa, United Provinces, Bombay Presidency, Assam, NWFP, Bengal, Punjab and Sindh. Congress Manifesto for elections. The Congress Manifesto reaffirmed total rejection of the 1935 Act. Congress performance. Congress won 716 out of 1,161 seats it contested. It got a majority in all provinces, except in Bengal, Assam, Punjab, Sindh and the NWFP. Space for your notes. Chapter 21 Congress Rule in Provinces. Short Notes Prelims plus Mains. www.desirias.com. Congress ministries were formed in Bombay, Madras, Central Provinces, Orissa, United Provinces, Bihar, and later in the NWFP and Assam also. Gandhi's advice. Gandhi advised congressmen to hold these offices lightly and not tightly. The offices were to be seen as crowns of thorns. 2. Work under Congress ministries. Civil liberties. 1. Laws giving emergency powers were repealed. 2. Ban on illegal organizations, and on certain books and journals was lifted. 3. Press restrictions were lifted. 4. Newspapers were taken out of black lists. 5. Confiscated arms and arms licenses were restored. 6. Police powers were curbed and the CID stopped shadowing politicians. 7. Political prisoners and revolutionaries were released, and deportation and internment orders were revoked. 8. In Bombay, lands confiscated by the government during the civil disobedience movement were restored. 9. Pensions of officials associated with the civil disobedience movement were restored. Agrarian reforms. 1. The ministries did not have adequate powers. 2. There were inadequate financial resources as a lion's share was appropriated by the government of India. 3. Strategy of class adjustments was another hurdle since zamindars, etc., had to be conciliated and neutralized. 4. There was constraint of time since the logic of Congress politics was confrontation and not cooperation with colonialism. 5. War clouds had started hovering around 1938. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 103. 6. The reactionary Second Chamber Legislative Council, dominated by landlords, moneylenders and capitalists in United Provinces, Bihar, Bombay, Madras and Assam, had to be conciliated as its support was necessary for legislations. 7. The agrarian structure was too complex. Attitude towards labor. The basic approach was to advance workers' interests while promoting industrial peace. The ministries took recourse to Section 144 and arrested the leaders. Social welfare reforms. 1. Prohibition imposed in certain areas. 2. Measures for welfare of Harijans taken. 3. Attention given to primary, technical and higher education and to public health and sanitation. 4. Encouragement given to Khadi through subsidies and other measures. 5. Prison reforms undertaken. 6. Encouragement given to indigenous enterprises. 7. Efforts taken to develop planning through National Planning Committee set up under Congress. President Subhash Bose in 1938. Extra parliamentary mass activity of Congress 1. Launching of mass literacy campaigns. 2. Setting up of Congress police stations and panchayats. 3. Congress grievance committees presenting mass petitions to government, and 4. States people's movements. 3. Evaluation. The 28-month Congress rule was also significant for the following reasons. 1. The contention that Indian self-government was necessary for radical social transformation got confirmed. 2. Congressmen demonstrated that a movement could use state power to further its ends without being co-opted. 3. The ministries were able to control communal riots. 4. The morale of the bureaucracy came down. 5. Council work helped neutralize many erstwhile hostile elements, landlords, etc. 6. People were able to perceive the shape of things to come if independence was won. 7. Administrative work by Indians further weakened the myth that Indians were not fit to rule. 8. The Congress ministries resigned in October 1939 after the outbreak of the Second World War. The Congress victory resulted in what appeared to be an anti-labor shift in Congress attitudes that led to the Bombay Traders Disputes Act in 1938. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 104. Chapter 22 Nationalist Response in the Wake of World War II Short Notes Prelims plus Mains www.desiriyas.com. I. Congress Crisis on Method of Struggle. Haripura and Tripuri Sessions, Subhash Bose's Views. Subhash Chandra Bose was president of the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee. Haripura. At the Congress meeting in Haripura, Gujarat, in February 1938, Bose was unanimously elected president of the session. 1939, Subhash wins but Congress faces internal strife. In January 1939, Subhash Bose decided to stand again for the president's post in the Congress. Gandhi was not happy with Bose's candidature. Subhash Bose won the election by 1580 votes against 1377 Tripuri. In March 1939 the Congress session took place at Tripuri, in the central provinces near Jabalpur in present Madhya Pradesh. The Working Committee, the ruling body of the Congress, is not elected, but nominated by the President. The election of the President is thus a constitutional opportunity through which the membership expressed the nature of the leadership of the Congress. A resolution was moved by Govind Ballabh Pant, reaffirming faith in Gandhian policies and asking Bose to nominate the Working Committee, in accordance with the wishes of Gandhiji, and it was passed without opposition from the Socialists or the Communists. Gandhi was not willing to lead a Congress struggle based on the radical lines preferred by Bose, even as Bose was not willing to compromise on his ideas. They preferred a united Congress led by Gandhi, as the national struggle was of utmost importance. Bose resigned from the president's post in April 1939. 2. Gandhi and Bose, ideological differences. Non-violence versus militant approach. Gandhi was a firm believer in ahimsa and satyagraha, the non-violent way to gain any goal. Bose believed that Gandhi's strategy based on the ideology of non-violence would be inadequate for securing India's independence. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 105. Means and ends. Bose had his eye on the result of the action. Gandhi felt that the non-violent way of protest that he propagated could not be practiced unless the means and ends were equally good. Form of government. Bose veered towards the idea that, at least in the beginning, a democratic system would not be adequate for the process of nation rebuilding and the eradication of poverty and social inequality. Gandhi's ideas on government can be found in the Hind Swaraj 1909, it was the nearest he came to producing a sustained work of political theory. Militarism. Subhas Bose was deeply attracted to military discipline and was thankful for the basic training he received in the university unit of the India Defence Force. Gandhi was against the military on the whole. His Ramraja, being built on the concept of truth and non-violence and self-regulation. Ideas on economy. Gandhi's concept of Swaraj had its own brand of economic vision. He wanted a decentralized economy without state control. Bose considered economic freedom to be the essence of social and political freedom. He was all in favor of modernization, which was necessarily to be brought about by industrialization. Bose classified industry into three categories: heavy, medium, and cottage. Heavy industries, he said, form the backbone of the national economy. Religion. Gandhi was primarily a man of religion. Truth and non-violence were the two principles that helped Gandhi in evolving a comprehensive view of religion that went beyond narrow sectarianism. Subhash Bose believed in Upanishadic teachings. He revered the Bhagavad Gita and was inspired by Vivekananda. He was also inspired by the India of the past as reinterpreted by thinkers. He named his force Azad Hind Force, and there were many non-Hindus in that army and who were close to him. INA was to be a mixture of various religions, races, and castes with total social equality of all soldiers. Caste and untouchability. Gandhi's goals for society were mainly three: eradicating untouchability, maintaining the Varna distinctions of the caste system, and strengthening tolerance, modesty, and religiosity in India. Bose looked forward to an India changed by a socialist revolution that would bring to an end the traditional social hierarchy with its caste system. In its place would come an egalitarian, casteless, and classless society. Subhas Bose completely rejected social inequality and the caste system. Women. In Gandhi's words, to call women the weaker sex is a libel. It is man's injustice to women. Subhash Bose had a more robust view of women. Bose considered women to be the equals of men, and thus they should be prepared to fight and sacrifice for the freedom of India. In 1943, he called on women to serve as soldiers in the Indian National Army. This was a most radical view. He formed a women's regiment in the INA in 1943, named the Rani of Jhansi Regiment. Education. Gandhi was against the English system of education as also against the use of English as a medium of instruction. He wanted education to be in the vernacular. He advocated free and compulsory education for all boys and girls between 7 and 14 years. Subhash Bose was for higher education, especially in the technical and scientific fields, as he wanted an industrial India. 3. Second World War and nationalistic response. On September 1, 1939, Germany attacked Poland, the action that led to the Second World War. On September 3, 1939, Britain declared war against Germany. Congress offer to Viceroy. The Indian offer to cooperate in the war effort had two basic conditions. After the war, a constituent assembly should be convened to determine political structure of a free India. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. 106. B. Immediately, some form of a genuinely responsible government should be established at the center. The offer was rejected by Linlithgow, the Viceroy. CWC meeting at Warda. Official Congress position was adopted at the Warda session of the Congress Working Committee. B. Gandhi, who had all sympathy for Britain in this war because of his total dislike of the fascist ideology, advocated an unconditional support to the Allied powers. C. Subhas Bose and other socialists. In their opinion, the war was being fought by imperialists on both sides. Each side wanted to protect its colonial possessions and gain more territories to colonize, so neither side should be supported by the nationalists. D. Jawaharlal Nehru was not ready to accept the opinion of either Gandhi or of the socialists. E. The CWC resolution condemned fascist aggression. It said that India could not be party to a war being fought, on the face of it, for democratic freedom, while that freedom was being denied to India. If Britain was fighting for democracy and freedom, it should be proved by ending imperialism in its colonies and establishing full democracy in India. Government should declare its war aims soon and, also, as to how the principles of democracy were to be applied to India after the war. IV. Government attitude and Congress Ministry's resignation. Viceroy Linlithgow, in his statement, made on October 17, 1939, tried to use the Muslim League and the princes against the Congress. The government refused to define British war aims beyond stating that Britain was resisting aggression. B said it would, as part of future arrangement, consult representatives of several communities, parties and interests in India, and the Indian princes, as to how the Act of 1935 might be modified. C said it would immediately set up a consultative committee, whose advice could be sought whenever required. Government's hidden agenda. Linlithgow's statement was not an aberration, but a part of general British policy, to take advantage of the war to regain the lost ground from the Congress. In May 1940, a top-secret draft revolutionary movement ordinance had been prepared, aimed at launching crippling preemptive strikes on the Congress. Congress ministries decide to resign on October 23, 1939, the CWC meeting rejected the viceregal statement as a reiteration of the old imperialist policy. B decided not to support the war, and C called upon the Congress ministries to resign in the provinces. Debate on the question of immediate mass satyagraha. Gandhi and his supporters were not in favor of an immediate struggle because they felt that the allied cause was just. B. Communal sensitiveness and lack of Hindu-Muslim unity could result in communal riots. C. Congress organization was in shambles and the atmosphere was not conducive for a mass struggle, and D. Masses were not ready for a struggle. The Ramgarh session of the Congress was held in March 1940 with Maulana Abul Kalam Azad in the president's chair. All agreed that a battle must be waged, but there was disagreement over the form. Pakistan Resolution, Lahore, March 1940. The Muslim League passed a resolution calling for grouping of geographically contiguous areas where Muslims are in majority, northwest, east, into independent states. www.desiriyas.com. Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com. Spectrum short notes. V. August offer. Linlithgow announced the August offer, August 1940, which proposed Dominion status as the objective for India. B. Expansion of Viceroy's Executive Council, which would have a majority of Indians. 107. C. Setting up of a constituent assembly after the war where mainly Indians would decide the constitution according to their social, economic and political conceptions, subject to fulfillment of the obligation of the government regarding defense, minority rights, treaties with states, all India services, and D. No future constitution to be adopted without the consent of minorities. Responses. The Congress rejected the August offer. The Muslim League welcomed the veto assurance given to the League. Evaluation. In July 1941, the Viceroy's Executive Council was enlarged to give the Indians a majority of 8 out of 12 for the first time, but the British remained in charge of defense, finance and home. Vi. Individual satyagrahas. Government had taken the adamant position that no constitutional advance could be made till the Congress came to an agreement with the Muslim leaders. It issued ordinance after ordinance taking away the freedom of speech and that of the press and the right to organize associations. The aims of launching individual satyagraha were to show that nationalist patience was not due to weakness, to express people's feeling that they were not interested in the war and that they made no distinction between Nazism and the double autocracy that ruled India, and to give another opportunity to the government to accept Congress demands peacefully. If the government did not arrest the satyagrahi, he or she would not only repeat it but move into villages and start a march towards Delhi, thus precipitating a movement which came to be known as the Delhi Chalo movement. Vinoba Bhave was the first to offer the satyagraha and Nehru, the second. By May 1941, 25,000 people had been convicted for individual civil disobedience. 7. Gandhi designates Nehru as his successor. CWC overrode Gandhi's and Nehru's objections and passed a resolution offering to cooperate with the government in the defense of India, if full independence was given after the war, and substance of power was transferred immediately. Nehru and Gandhi differed in temperament and attitudes towards modernity, religion, God, state and industrialization. Despite having so many differences, Nehru revered Gandhi, and Gandhi, in turn, believed in Nehru more than his own sons. Both teacher and disciple had fundamental similarities: patriotism in an inclusive sense, i.e., they identified with India as a whole rather than with a particular caste, language, region or religion. Both believed in non-violence and democratic form of government. Rajmohan Gandhi, in his book, The Good Boatman, writes that Gandhi preferred Nehru to the alternatives because he most reliably reflected the pluralist, inclusive idea of India that the Mahatma himself stood for. 8. Cripps mission. In March 1942, a mission headed by Stafford Cripps was sent to India with constitutional proposals to seek Indian support for the war. Why Cripps' mission was sent? Because of the reverses suffered by Britain in Southeast Asia, the Japanese threat to invade India seemed real now and Indian support became crucial. There was pressure on Britain from the Allies USA, USSR, China to seek Indian cooperation. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 108. B. Indian nationalists had agreed to support the Allied cause if substantial power was transferred. Immediately and complete independence given after the war. Main proposals. The main proposals of the mission were as follows. An Indian Union with a dominion status would be set up. It would be free to decide its relations with the Commonwealth and free to participate in the United Nations and other international bodies. B. After the end of the war, a constituent assembly would be convened to frame a new constitution. Members of this assembly would be partly elected by the provincial assemblies through proportional representation and partly nominated by the princes. C. British government would accept the new constitution subject to two conditions. Any province not willing to join the union could have a separate constitution and form a separate union, and the new constitution-making body and the British government would negotiate a treaty to effect the transfer of power and to safeguard racial and religious minorities. D. In the meantime, defense of India would remain in British hands and the Governor-General's powers would remain intact. Departures from the past and implications. The proposals differed from those offered in the past in many respects. The making of the constitution was to be solely in Indian hands now, and not, mainly, in Indian hands, as contained in the August offer. B. A concrete plan was provided for the Constituent Assembly. C. Option was available to any province to have a separate constitution, a blueprint for India's partition. Free India could withdraw from the Commonwealth. D. Indians were allowed a large share in the administration in the interim period. Why Cripps' mission failed. Various parties and groups had objections to the proposals on different points. Congress objected to offer of dominion status instead of a provision for complete independence. Representation of the princely states by nominees and not by elected representatives. Right to provinces to secede as this went against the principle of national unity, and absence of any plan for immediate transfer of power and absence of any real share in defense. The Governor-General's supremacy had been retained, and the demand that the Governor-General be only the constitutional head had not been accepted. B. Nehru and Maulana Azad were the official negotiators for the Congress. C. Muslim League criticized the idea of a single Indian Union. Did not like the machinery for the creation of a constituent assembly and the procedure to decide on the accession of provinces to the Union, and thought that the proposals denied the Muslims the right to self-determination and the creation of Pakistan. Space for your notes. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 109. Chapter 23 Quit India Movement, Demand for Pakistan, and the ENA Short Notes Prelims plus Mains www.desiriyas.com. I. Quit India Movement. CWC meeting at Warda, July 14, 1942, accepted the idea of a struggle. Why start a struggle now? The reasons were several. 1. Failure of the Crips mission to solve the constitutional deadlock. 2. There was popular discontent because of rising prices and shortage of rice, salt, etc., and because of factors such as commandeering of boats in Bengal and Orissa. 3. There were fears of Britain following a scorched earth policy in Assam, Bengal and Orissa against possible Japanese advance. 4. News of reverses suffered by the British in Southeast Asia and an imminent British collapse. Enhanced popular willingness to give expression to discontent. 5. The Japanese troops were approaching the borders of India. Popular faith in the stability of British rule was so low that people were withdrawing deposits from banks and post offices. 6. British behavior towards the Indian subjects in Southeast Asia exposed the racist attitude of the rulers. 7. Leadership wanted to condition the masses for a possible Japanese invasion. The Quit India Resolution was ratified at the Congress meeting at Gowaliya Tank, Bombay, on August 8, 1942. The meeting also resolved to 1. Demand an immediate end to British rule in India. 2. Declare commitment of free India to defend itself against all types of fascism and imperialism. 3. Form a provisional government of India after British withdrawal. 4. Sanction a civil disobedience movement against British rule. Gandhi's general instructions to different sections. 1. Government servants, do not resign but declare your allegiance to the Congress. 2. Soldiers, do not leave the army but do not fire on compatriots. 3. Students, if confident, leave studies. 4. Peasants, if zamindars are anti-government, pay mutually agreed rent, and if zamindars are pro-government, do not pay rent. 5. Princes, support the masses and accept sovereignty of your people. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 110. 6. Princely states people, support the ruler only if he is anti-government and declare yourselves to be a part of the Indian nation. Spread of the movement. 1. Congress Working Committee, the All India Congress Committee and the Provincial Congress Committees were declared unlawful associations under the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1908. 2. Public on rampage. The general public attacked symbols of authority, and hoisted national flags forcibly on public buildings. 3. Underground activity. Many nationalists went underground and took to subversive activities. The participants in these activities were the Socialists, Forward Bloc members, Gandhi Ashramites, Revolutionary Nationalists and local organizations. 4. Parallel governments were established at many places. Balia, in August 1942 for a week under Chitu Pandey. Tamlik Midnapur, from December 1942 to September 1944, Jatiya Sarkar Satara, mid-1943 to 1945, named Prati Sarkar, was organized extent of mass participation. 1. Youth, especially the students of schools and colleges, remained in the forefront. 2. Women, especially school and college girls, actively participated, and included Aruna Asaf Ali, Sucheta Kripalani and Usha Mehta. 3. Workers went on strikes and faced repression. 4. Peasants of all strata were at the heart of the movement. Even some zamindars participated. 5. Government officials, especially those belonging to lower levels in police and administration, participated, resulting in erosion of government loyalty. 6. Muslims helped by giving shelter to underground activists. There were no communal clashes during the movement. 7. The communists did not join the movement. In the wake of Russia, where the communists were in power, being attacked by Nazi Germany, the communists began to support the British war against Germany, and the imperialist war became the People's War. 8. The Muslim League opposed the movement, fearing that if the British left India at that time, the minorities would be oppressed by the Hindus. 9. The Hindu Mahasabha boycotted the movement. 10. The princely states showed a low-key response. Government repression. Although martial law was not applied, the repression was severe. Estimate. 1. Left without leaders, there was no restraint and violence became common. 2. Main storm centers of the movement were in eastern United Provinces, Bihar, Midnapore, Maharashtra, Karnataka. 3. Students, workers and peasants were the backbone of the movement, while the upper classes and the bureaucracy remained largely loyal. 4. Loyalty to government suffered considerable erosion. 5. Movement established the truth that it was no longer possible to rule India without the wishes of Indians. 6. Element of spontaneity was higher than before, although a certain degree of popular initiative had been sanctioned by the leadership itself, subject to limitations of the instructions. 7. Great significance was that the movement placed the demand for independence on the immediate agenda of the national movement. After Quit India, there could be no retreat. 8. In this struggle, the common people displayed unparalleled heroism and militancy. The repression they faced was the most brutal, and the circumstances under which resistance was offered were most adverse. www.desiriyas.com Mail id, caredesiriyas@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes 111. Gandhi fasts. In February 1943, Gandhi started a fast as an answer to an exhortation by the government to condemn violence. The fast was directed against the violence of the state. The fast achieved the following. 1. Public morale was raised. 2. Anti-British feeling was heightened. 3. An opportunity was provided for political activity. 4. Government's high-handedness was exposed. Gandhi got the better of his opponents and refused to oblige by dying. On March 23, 1943, Pakistan Day was observed. 2. Famine of 1943. Horror and inconveniences of war were increased by the famine of 1943. The worst affected areas were Southwest Bengal. The fundamental causes of the famine were as follows. 1. The need to feed a vast army diverted foodstuffs. 2. Rice imports from Burma and Southeast Asia had been stopped. 3. The famine got aggravated by gross mismanagement and deliberate profiteering. Rationing methods were belated and were confined to big cities. 3. Rajagopalachari formula. The formula C. Rajagopalachari, CR, the veteran Congress leader, prepared a formula for Congress League cooperation in 1944. The main points in the CR plan were: 1. Muslim League to endorse Congress demand for independence. 2. League to cooperate with Congress in forming a provisional government at center. 3. After the end of the war, the entire population of Muslim majority areas in the northwest and northeast India to decide by a plebiscite whether or not to form a separate sovereign state. 4. In case of acceptance of partition, agreement to be made jointly for safeguarding defense, commerce, communications, etc. 5. Above terms to be operative only if England transferred full powers to India. Objections. Jinnah wanted the Congress to accept the two-nation theory. Hindu leaders led by Vir. Savarkar condemned the CR plan. IV. Desai-Liaquat Pact. Vallabhbhai Desai met Liaquat Ali Khan, and both of them came up with the draft proposal for the formation of an interim government at the center, consisting of 1. An equal number of persons nominated by the Congress and the League in the central legislature. 2. 20% reserved seats for minorities. V. Wavell Plan. Why the government was keen on a solution now. 1. General election in England was scheduled for mid-1945. The Conservatives wanted to be seen as sincere on reaching a solution. 2. There was pressure from the Allies to seek further Indian cooperation in the war. 3. Government wanted to divert Indian energies into channels more profitable for the British. The Planner Conference was convened by the Viceroy, Lord Wavell, at Shimla in June 1945. The main proposals of the Wavell Plan were as follows. 1. With the exception of the Governor-General and the Commander-in-Chief, all members of the Executive Council were to be Indians. 2. Caste Hindus and Muslims were to have equal representation. 3. Reconstructed Council was to function as an interim government within the framework of the 1935 Act, i.e., not responsible to the Central Assembly. www.desirias.com Mail id, caredesirias@gmail.com Spectrum Short Notes. 4. Governor-General was to exercise his veto on the advice of ministers. 112. 5. Representatives of different parties were to submit a joint list to the Viceroy for nominations to the Executive Council. If a joint list was not possible, then separate lists were to be submitted. 6. Possibilities were to be kept open for negotiations on a new constitution once the war was finally 1. Muslim leagues stand. The League claimed some kind of veto in the council with decisions opposed to Muslims needing a 2/3 majority for approval. Congress stand. The Congress objected to the plan as an attempt to reduce the Congress to the status of a purely caste Hindu party and insisted on its right to include members of all communities among its nominees. Wavell's mistake. Wavell announced a breakdown of talks, thus giving the League a virtual veto. Vi. The Indian National Army and Subhash Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose was an intrepid man. He passed the Indian Civil Services examination, securing 4th position, but resigned from the service in 1921 to join the struggle for freedom. His political guru was Chittaranjan Das. He became mayor of Calcutta in 1923. In March 1940, Bose convened an anti-compromise conference at Ramgarh. It was a joint effort of the Forward Bloc and the Kisan Sabha. Bose came to be called Netaji by the people of Germany. He gave the famous slogan, Jai Hind, from the Free India Center, Germany. He began regular broadcasts from Berlin Radio in January 1942, which enthused Indians. Origin and first phase of the Indian National Army, INA. 1. Idea of creating an army out of the Indian prisoners of war POWs was originally that of Mohan Singh. The Japanese handed over the Indian prisoners of war to Mohan Singh, who tried to recruit them into an Indian National Army. 2. INA got a boost with the outbreak of the Quit India movement in India. In September 1942, the 1st Division of the INA was formed with 16,300 men. 3. The second phase began with the arrival of Subhash Bose in Singapore. But before that, in June 1943, Subhash Chandra Bose, under pseudo-name Abid Hussain, reached Tokyo, met the Japanese Prime Minister, Tojo. 4. In Japan, Rashbehari Bose eventually became a naturalized citizen. He founded the Indian Club of Tokyo, and gave lectures on the evils of Western imperialism. 5. Subhash Bose became Supreme Commander of the INA on August 25. On October 21, 1943, Subhash Bose formed the Provisional Government for Free India at Singapore with H.C. Chatterjee, Finance Portfolio, M.A. Iyer, Broadcasting, Lakshmi Swaminathan, Women Department, etc. The famous slogan, "Give me blood, I will give you freedom," was given in Malaya. The INA headquarters was shifted to Rangoon, in Burma, in January 1944, and the army recruits were to march from there with the war cry, "Chalo Delhi," on their lips. 6. On November 6, 1943, Andaman and Nicobar Islands was given by the Japanese army to the INA. The islands were renamed as Shahid Dweep and Swaraj Dweep respectively. On July 6, 1944, Subhas Bose addressed Mahatma Gandhi as "Father of Nation," from the Azad Hind radio, the first person to call Gandhi "Father of Nation." 7. Azad Hind Force crossed the Burma border, and stood on Indian soil on March 18, 1944. The INA units subsequently advanced up to Kohima and Impel. On April 14, Colonel Malik of the Bahadur Group hoisted the INA flag for the first time on the Indian mainland at Moiring, in Manipur, where the INA Memorial Complex stands today, to enthusiastic cries of "Jai Hind" and "Netaji Zindabad." On August 15, 1945, the surrender of Japan